Okay, I'll be quiet.
Call the regular meeting of the Pennington County Commission to order. Just want to point out that for anyone desiring to speak on any of the agenda items today, there are speaker request forms at the back of the room. I encourage you to fill those out, turn them in on your right to Holly Hennies, and ask you to silence your phones, if you would, please. We'll try to do the same up here. And I'll ask Commissioner Ron Ross Connect to lead us in a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Ross Connect. Review and approve agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Recognition of new employees. I know that we have a substantial list of new employees. It was great to have new employees here today to meet and greet. It's always a pleasure to visit with them. Some come with ideas for better government, a better way maybe of maintaining or retaining employees, and I picked up a great suggestion this morning, so appreciate that. And just want to thank you. Anything the commission would like to address on new employees?
I just wanted to take a minute and welcome all the new employees. It's really hard to find employees nowadays, and so that we appreciate you selecting the county as a place to work, and you're very welcome to be here.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
I also would like to welcome our employees to Team Pennington County. I think we have I'll keep saying it, a great staff here. Our department heads, a lot of people that encourage moving forward and doing great things for Pennington County, and we have a lot of those employees that have. And we appreciate all our employees, but we do welcome the new employees today.
Thank you. As we move on to our executive proclamation number 6, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Lloyd LaCroix. Commissioner LaCroix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, we have an executive proclamation from Pennington County for Marcella LeBeau for her outstanding work in South Dakota in our community. And what I'm going to do is, this was brought to my attention from the Human Relations and the MOA committee that I'm on, of some of the stuff that Marcella had done, and we felt that they needed to be recognized through this process. One of the things I want to say is that I'm going to recognize some of the people, her family members and some community members for their work, what they've done. And then what will happen is I'll call up Malcolm Chapman. He is the coordinator for the Human Relations MOA Commission for Rapid City to make a few comments and read the proclamation. And I'd like his family members and Geraldine LeBeau and church to also come up if they have a comment, to make those comments. But we'll recognize them. Part of the process, then we'll come back to the commission and they'll vote on it, or vote on the executive proclamation. And if anybody wants to make comments, it'd be very well welcome from the commission or from the public. But one of the first things I want to recognize is this county commission for their hard work of working on community relations, with Deb's work on pest law and Ron's work and my work and this commission's work on working with turning over the old Pennington County building to Oyate, being able to do that sale. Counties are stuck with the hard work of, I think, with the community bringing us together, and this commission is has worked very hard to work with not only the Native American community, but the community as a whole. And I hope you can see that. And some of the discussion today I'll have, as you'll see, that we've come a long ways. Marcella LeBeau, if you stop and think about what she's done, you know, she come home from World War II after seeing some of the country and being in the war, went to work for IHS and for 31 years. And the work that she did in our community, bringing people together and being on the tribal council and working with them, I mean, that's amazing stuff. Part of the thing that Holly come up with this proclamation, one of the things that she put in there is Marcella's ability to seek healing and her advocacy is an example for all of us to carry on for the future generations. And that's just so true. You know, she taught her children and the community that through education and bringing people together, you can change the world. And if you stop and think about where we were back in the 70s and where we are today, if you look around Rapid City where we have a statue of a young Lakota woman with her daughter on the corner of the street, and we have the nation's monuments over in Holly Park. We have murals on buildings. This you didn't see back when she come back from World War II. You did not see. The Native pride in our community is striving, and the key is through education, and that's what HR and MOA does. Is we talk a lot about race relation, when in reality it's human relations, and by sitting down and getting to know each other. Those are my comments. Thank you for the family members who are here. We have Bonnie LeBeau, granddaughter, and we also have Nicole LeBeau here, also as granddaughter, so, and Geraldine. So when I ask Malcolm to come up and say a few things, I would like all three of you to please join him, if you could. Bonnie and Geraldine. And I'll come down, I'll stand with you.
Please. This one or this one or
Either one.
either one?
Yep.
Speak loudly. Oh, it's Malcolm, never mind. Okay, Malcolm.
I'm going to get a hug first, though. Thank you so much to the county for acknowledging a life well led and a life well lived, not just an impact on her family and her community and her state, but this country as well with her service. And I'm just really appreciative. I sent out something to HRC commissioners, and Lloyd picked it up and then said, I'm going to take this to the county, and we're going to have the county recognize Marcella LeBeau. And I just think it's so fitting, and it's in keeping with the work that we're doing at the Human Relations Commission, Menalusaha, Okolo, Okichiape Ambassadors, and that's Lakota for Rapid City Circle of Friends. Our mission is simply to beam. That's what we talk about all the time. BEAM. How do we bridge cultures? How do we educate ourselves and others? How do we advocate to change policies that need to be changed? And then equally important, how do we model respectful behavior and how we walk in this community? Long before there was a Human Relations Commission and MOA in Rapid City, Marcella LeBeau was leading us to do some of these. So I just am thankful for Nicole and Bonnie being here today, and Geraldine, and then the county allowing this proclamation to be read, and especially by me. I didn't have the great fortune to have ever met Marcella, but after reading all of this, what a loss for me not to know her personally. So with that, I will read the executive proclamation. Executive proclamation by Pennington County, South Dakota, for Marcella LeBeau. Whereas Marcella LeBeau was born in 1919 and grew up in Promise, South Dakota, as a member of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. Her mother passed away when she was 10 years old, and her grandmother gave her the name of Wigmunke Waste Wei. or Pretty Rainbow Woman. And whereas Marcella's father instilled the importance of education, which led Marcella to earn a diploma in nursing at St. Mary's Hospital in Pierre in 1942 and become a registered nurse. In 1943, at just 24 years old, she enlisted in the Army Nurse Corps and became a combat nurse during World War II. After the war, Marcella returned to South Dakota and spent 31 years working as a nurse and in other positions for Indian Health Services on the Cheyenne River Sioux Reservation, retiring as the director of nursing. And whereas, as a member of the tribal council in the 1990s, LeBeau helped push an ordinance to ban smoking in tribal office buildings, even as she initially faced tribal council meetings that billowed with smoke from her fellow council members. She served on the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribal Council, where she worked to ban smoking from tribal chambers. The reservation became the first community in South Dakota to pass a clean air law. And whereas in June 2004, Marcella was chosen as one of the 100 United States World War II veterans to receive the French Legion of Honor Medal. In 2006, she was inducted into the South Dakota Hall of Fame. She received the Women in History Award from the Spirit of the Prairie chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution in 2016. In 2018, Marcella received an honorary doctorate degree in public service from the South Dakota State University. In 2020, she was given a leadership award from the National Congress of American Indians. In 2020, as part of a commemoration of the 19th Amendment's 100th anniversary, USA Today named Marcella as one of the most influential women of the century. And whereas Marcella, who celebrated her birthday on October 12th, 2021, passed away on November 21st, 2021, at the age of 102, just days before being inducted into the National Native American Hall of Fame. Now, therefore, on behalf of the county, we, the Pennington County Board of Commissioners, extend our condolences to Marcella's family and all those whose lives have been so deeply touched by her servant heart, her deep generosity, and love of community, do hereby proclaim December 7th, 2021 as Marcella LeBeau Day. We commend this observance to all of our citizens and encourage you to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of Marcella to our communities and our state. And I'm going to add our country in there. Marcella's ability to seek healing and advocacy is an example for all to carry on for future generations. Just again, I really am appreciative personally and on behalf of the Human Relations Commission, and I think on behalf of nearly 70,000 people in the city of Rapid City in particular, thankful to the county for recognizing such an important and meaningful life as Marcella LeBeau led. So thank you, and again, on behalf of HRCMOA, thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Hello, I'm Nicole LeBeau. I am one of Marcella's many grandchildren, and I just want to say thank you. We cherished our grandma for a very long time, and to see the reach that she had and the love that she had for so many people and continues to do so after she passed away. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole.
You know, commissioners, I appreciate this. One of the things I want to express to the community right now, and I talked to the family members before the meeting, is I was driving down East North Street a while back, and I was just in awe at a mural that was on the nest of a Native American grandmother and daughter on that mural. And I just found out today that it was Marcella LeBeau. Her family had shared that with me. If you have a chance to see that, that's amazing. And this is one of the reasons why I talk so much about our community and where we've come, and say race relations is human relations, and it's all about getting to know the people that are out there. And you see where this community's come from 1972 to where it is today is just outstanding. A lot of people say it's not good enough so far. There's always room for improvement. We're talking about The city's talking about exchanging land back in a cultural center, and we got murals all over town. We've got the Doll having Native American art sales and presentations, and we are doing a lot of good in this community. And a lot of times we don't recognize that, and it takes someone like Marcel LeBeau to pass away to us to really see that. And I appreciate you guys for passing this proclamation.
Thank you, Lloyd.
I just wanted to just share a little bit about how Marcella touched not only my life, but many women's lives, young women that were growing up on the reservation during the time that I was growing up, to inspire us to be the best that we could be. I knew Marcella ever since I was a little girl. She was always the nurse at our IHS hospital. And in high school, I took a course called Health Professions. And Marcella was one of the instructors for that class. And I also, the first time I ever flew on an airplane and left that reservation was to a national Native American Nurses Association meeting in Albuquerque, New Mexico. And Marcella was the chair and president of that association at that time. And she encouraged many, including myself, to seek a profession in healthcare, which today I'm the president and CEO of the Great Plains Tribal Leaders Health Board, and encourage education. I left home to pursue that education, but she also made a point every time I came home for a visit to ask when I was moving home, when I was coming back. I got married and it took me 30 years, but she never failed to ask every time I came home. When I pursued the position of executive director at that time for the health board, I came home for the interview, and of course, I went back to Eagle Butte and again ran into Marcella. And she said, Jerry, there's a job that's open, and I really think you ought to look into it and apply. And it was the position for the health board. And I let her know that I was finally pursuing a way home and that I had intended to apply and was back home, in fact, to interview for that position. My story is just one of so many. She encouraged, she inspired. She loved her people very dearly. And I hope that I can continue to share her message to others just as eloquently and with grace as she has, as she did. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a motion by Commissioner LaCroix here to authorize the commission's signature on the proclamation declaring December 7th, 2021 as Marcella LeBeau Day.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the commission?
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
couple of things. Number one, how beautiful. How beautiful when she's young, how beautiful her heart is. That's pretty amazing that she has a servant heart for 31 years. The name Pretty Rainbow Woman definitely shines up there at her young age, let alone 102. So there isn't too many people in this world that can make that difference and be those role models. And this being a woman, I'm going to say it up straight. Us women have a lot of energy. I love that she loved her people. She encouraged her people and she encouraged others. That's pretty amazing. When you have a servant's heart, it means all people count, but she took care of her people as well. So she served our country, as Malcolm said, our state, and our communities, no matter who and what kind of people she was serving. So that tells you she loved all people, and she did have that pretty rainbow woman heart. So I can't say enough about what she's done for her people, what she's done for our country and for our state. So thank you all for bringing this, Lloyd and Gerlin and all of you, Unchis, as we call them. They serve us all. I've had many Uchis in my life that have encouraged me, just like you guys have had with Marcella. She not only encouraged, like I said, your people, she encouraged all of us. So that's huge. Again, thank you for this proclamation today. I think it's another piece to the role model part for South Dakota or Pennington County or even your people. That's going to make a huge difference. So I love it. So thank you for bringing that forward today.
Thank you, Commissioner Adcock. I just want to thank Commissioner LaCroix for bringing us forward. Thank Malcolm for working on this. Family members, really appreciate you being here. Thank you very much.
We can get some pictures.
All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried, unanimous. Thank you. Taking pictures.
Don't have shoes on.
I'll just take my head. I'm not sure.
Next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Holly Hennies.
All right, for public notice, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. Today's consent agenda contains the following items: approval of the minutes from the regular meeting of November 16th, 2021, approval of the renewals of the retail on-off sale wine and cider licenses from Mexico Typical, Summer Creek Inn, and the Dollar General Store number 15207, and to release the licenses upon payment of appropriate property taxes. Number 9 is to acknowledge the resolution for a minor adjustment to the road district boundaries of the Miller Ridge Road District in total as described as follows from the auditor's office. Number 10 is to acknowledge the filing of petitions as application for incorporation of the proposed Mills Ranch Road District by the voters within the proposed district boundaries as submitted by the auditor. Number 11 is approval of the 2022 Memorandum of Understanding between Sdsu Extension and Pennington County. Number 12 is to approve the 2022 Scenic Township Maintenance and Snow Removal Agreement as submitted by the Highway Department. Number 13 is to declare a diesel engine surplus for the purpose of donation to the Western Dakota Technical College Diesel Technology Program as submitted by the Highway Department. Number 14 is approval of the 2022 resolution for the Drug-Free Workplace Act certification for a public entity as submitted by Human Resources. Number 15 is to declare the microfilm reader asset number 005813 as surplus for the purpose of disposal as submitted by the Register of Deeds. Number 16 is approval of the 2022 Humane Society contract as submitted by the Sheriff's Office. Number 17 is to declare the Philips Convenio portable x-ray machine, number asset number 006168, and the Philips Elva Reader x-ray, asset number 006170, as surplus property for the purpose of destruction or disposal as submitted by the Sheriff's Office. And finally, number 18 is to acknowledge the change in vendor from Liberty Chrysler Center in Rapid City to Wagner Auto Company in Pierre for the purchase of 8 new vehicles previously authorized on November 16th as submitted by the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, Holly. Are there any members of the public that wish to have any of these items removed from the consent calendar so they can be discussed? Seeing none, is there any member of the commission that wants to have any items removed? Not, I'd take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Move to approve.
Second.
I got a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Regular agenda items. Brian Achbach, you are up. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Honorable Commissioners. I'm very grateful to be allowed to present this kind of unusual circumstance. So we received some federal dollars to continue to do capital improvements on our public housing. And I'm here this morning to request that the county would sign as the responsible entity on our environmental review. In my discussions with HUD, I asked the question of who is our responsible entity, and they have advised me, or our housing authority, that it is the in your capacity as the county commissioners in selecting our board of housing commissioners, that you are a responsible entity. The things that I would advise you here. So this is for Wall, South Dakota, and it's the work that we're doing doesn't increase the footprint. It doesn't do anything to increase the density of the property, and and specifically, it's really just to allow us to put siding, brand new siding on the building, brand new roof, and some video surveillance. We hired Highlight Environmental out of Bozeman, Montana. They are environmental engineers, and they have concluded that the work that we've listed out is technically excluded. It's excluded from any type of ongoing environmental impact statements or anything like that. We will take on the work. We will continue to hire licensed contractors to do the work. But this is just solely so that we can check that box with HUD that we've gone through the environmental review process, and your signature would help us get that ball over the goal line in that process. I'll sure answer any questions that you would have.
Chairman,
Questions? Commissioner Adcock.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Further discussion? Any public discussion?
Follow up?
Back to the commission. Yes, Commissioner Adcock.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to thank Brian. He became our director of Pennington County Housing, and we have, in this last year, with his leadership, moved further than we have, I think, in a long time for helping our community. We're looking at rebound, helping some of the people in rebound. We're helping a lot of veterans more. We're helping a lot of elderly and disabled in our community because of Brian and his leadership. He was in with the authority for 22 years before he became the director. And I'm just very proud to be able to serve under him, helping. I know Ron as well is in our authority. We just have a really good group that are looking for the future and how to make a difference for people. So Pennington County has moved in that direction as well. But again, Brian, you have been an amazing director. He's got that, what we just called service heart, a person with that heart that likes to serve and do what's right by our people in Pennington County. So we've helped Wall, Hill City, different New Underwood, different areas, and then we've actually advanced moving forward in many areas to improve their quality of life and life skills for the people in our development, in our authority because of him. So thank you, Brian, for that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
I also want to point out that Brian and I went to Pierre yesterday, and we met with the South Dakota Housing Authority. And we could have done Zoom, but Brian said, I'm going to go. And I said, well, can I ride with you? And he said, sure, jump in. And we had a very, very successful meeting yesterday, and we we have a network now. We've got relationships with that South Dakota Housing Authority, and that's going to make a lot of difference with that, with us going forward. So thanks for the invite, Brian.
Thank you.
Any further comments? So the motion before us is to approve the chair's signatures to the environmental review for the Prairie Village Apartments and Wall as the responsible entity for the Pennington Housing and Redevelopment Commission. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Brian. Cindy Mueller, a little past 9:15, so we're doing okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Mulder, Pennington County Auditor. Excuse me. We have a few year-end budget supplements that we would like approval of. Go through those. Budget supplement resolution SB 21009 is for the budget supplement for rural access infrastructure budget. This is money that we received during the year for a special project for highways infrastructure inventory. So we need to supplement that budget with the revenue that we received for that.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Budget supplement SB 2110 is, well, there are a few different line items here. For Health and Human Services, some of this is from restricted fund balance for money that they received for specific projects. Some of it is from current year revenue that they received, which is the federal money that's been coming in to support the rent and utilities. And then there's a little bit that's coming from unassigned fund balance. We'd like approval of that resolution.
Move approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any public comment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, budget supplement SB 21-011 is from the Sheriff's Office. We have $28,444 coming from unassigned fund balance, $88,013 coming from current year revenue, and then there's also one for the jail for $50,541 that is coming from current year revenue for the jail.
So
Move for
moved.
approval.
Got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Public comment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
Next supplement is SB 2112. This is the Pennington County TIF budget supplement in the amount of $250,000 from current year revenue. And this is based on an agreement between Pennington County and Bucks Elder for TIF for payment for this year.
Move to approve.
I've got a, is there any public comment? I've got a motion from Commissioner Roskinick. Is there a second?
Second, and then follow up.
And a second, Commissioner LaCroy.
So Cindy, is, for this supplement, is that much 250 extra that came in throughout the year, or is that just the standard?
TIF 4 has not had any increment to receive taxes on. Now that Bucks Elder has dissolved TIF 1 and 3, next year there will actually be taxes on the increment to pay the payment. This was an agreement that Bucks Elder was going to
So
process that money to us so we could help
Yeah,
with that
so
payment.
I think that was part of the agreement, is once they paid them off, then it, what
Yes.
theirs that they had would go towards this. So I
Yeah.
think this is a good
Yes.
deal.
So that's how it will work going forward. We won't need this. We'll probably still need a revenue because we won't know exactly how much in tax dollars we're going to get until the end of the year, but it won't be coming from Bucks Elder any longer.
Okay.
Further questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
All right.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Resolution for the budget supplement 21-13 is for $30,000 for the commissioner's budget.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Budget supplement SB 2114 is $20,000 from the for the pest control budget from current year revenue, and for natural resources budget in the amount of $35,000 from current year revenue.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Resolution for budget supplement 21-015 is $76,200 for the capital improvement budget, and that is coming from restricted fund balance and accumulated building. Then we have one for the capital projects fund for the jail laundry and kitchen remodel in the amount of $23,973. And then in the capital projects fund for crisis stabilization in the amount of $760,000 from current year revenue.
Move to approve.
I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Cindy, before you go on to item B, I just want to explain to the public that although we went through a number of supplemental items here, the commissioners all had much backup information relative to what these all included. As a matter of fact, what you don't see is that our packet today is 916 pages long with all the information that we have. So just so you understand that we're not taking just simply what Cindy is explaining to us. We've had an opportunity to review a lot of information in addition. Item B, Cindy.
We have the renewal of retail on-sale liquor with Sunday sales and a package off-sale liquor license. We have Johnson Siding General Store, Moonshine Gulch Saloon, Bearded Buffalo Trading Company, TK Saloon and Grill, Silver Dollar Saloon. I think I must have got a duplicate on that. Yes, I actually had a duplicate listing. So those are the ones we're asking for approval on.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Being none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Items from the sheriff.
Morning, Kevin Tone, Pennington County Sheriff. Excuse me. The Joint Powers Agreement, it's something we've had in place. It goes back to my days when I was director at the Division of Criminal Investigations. This has been in place for a lot of years. This is an update on the Joint Powers Agreement. We use these for intergovernmental agreements. We use it at the Juvenile Services Center as part of the 7-county agreement we have out there. The dispatch center has used it, and when we took on the state radio function with Department of Public Safety, we have a joint powers agreement. So it's a mechanism to share resources amongst a variety of government agencies. Just seeking your approval today, and this serves police department, fire department, dispatch, DCI, and the sheriff's office collectively.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
can you explain a little bit how that works, Kevin? Not only for me, but people in the public, that when you do those joint powers agreements, do you just call and then everybody pays a certain amount when they use the services? And this is for psychologists, you said, in this
Correct.
agreement, sir?
It's for our department psychologist. Remember, Dr. Magnavito was formerly our department psychologist. Now Dr. Belial is. He's actually a sheriff's office employee, but he services all the entities I previously mentioned. And this is a way to cost share it, because there's none of us that are big enough to have an individual need for a department psychologist, but collectively we have that need for a full-time psychologist. So this allows us to pool our funding and our resources to bring a full-time psychologist on board to meet the needs of all the agencies involved in the Joint Powers Agreement.
I appreciate that, because we do a lot of these agreements because it makes sense. Like we said, we don't need people full-time all the time in Pennington County. So we do it at our JSC, we do it at our other places for even fire service and different areas. So makes sense to do a cost share. And it's also very taxpayer friendly in a way that people talk about using taxpayer money wisely. Joint powers agreements are the best way to do it. It also makes team and brings team, county, state, and city a lot of times together with doing joint powers, because you know what the other people are doing. It also keeps us updated on new and, what do you call it, technology type areas to move forward in. And everybody, like I said, with that team, not just being individualistic on how we do things in Pennington County, we get a lot of help from other entities. So we appreciate what you're doing, Sheriff, and you've done this, like I said, in other areas to save money also, to bring team together in those different areas that we have in Pennington County, sir.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
We got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second. Any public comment? Being none, back to the commission. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Item 22, Dustin Willett.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Management Director. The agenda item is COVID-19 update and related items. I'll just throw some numbers out and then be happy to stand for any questions. I'll answer to the best of my ability, and then if there's anything that I can't, I'll certainly take it back and research. So as of yesterday, we've got 950 active cases in Pennington County of COVID-19. That number, plus or minus, single digits to 10, 12, 14. That number's stayed relatively constant since early October. So if you look at the graph, we've been averaging at about that 1,000 cases for quite a while actively in South Dakota. Certainly we get new diagnoses and then others recover from the disease. So we've been holding steady at about that 1,000 number for a while now. 270 deaths in total attributed to Pennington County residents from COVID-19. We look at that 7-day rolling average positivity, so how many tests are coming back positive for COVID-19 as an indicator of how active the disease is spreading in the community. So you often hear that term community spread. Everybody calculates their numbers slightly different, although as this progresses, as we're almost 2 years into this, people's processes are starting to become aligned, and the numbers are getting closer and closer and closer. That's a good thing. We're all starting to use the same vetted data sets. But South Dakota Department of Health has us at 16, a little over 16%. Monument has it at about 14%. CDC has it at 14%. Anything over 10% is considered very high community transmission. So we're still in a very high rate of transmission of COVID-19 in our community. It has to drop down below 8% to even be considered substantial community spread. So we've got a little ways to go before this virus stops circulating in our community. Some other numbers, Rapid City area schools, according to their dashboard, they've got 5 staff and 40 students out currently. In terms of Monument Health, and some of this is a little jumbled, I apologize, it's not more coherent. Monument Health had 56 patients in their system as of their last reporting. Friday is when they come out with the graph about vaccinated and unvaccinated. And so last Friday, out of 46 total patients hospitalized in the Monument Health system out here in West River, all but 3 of them were unvaccinated. So 7% were vaccinated for all the hospital cases. Of note, they also indicate ICU and and patients on ventilators. And as of last Friday, every patient in the Monument Health system in ICU with COVID-19 was unvaccinated, every single one of them. There were no vaccinated patients in the ICU with COVID-19, and same goes for ventilators. So all the patients that were on ventilators, 100% of them were unvaccinated. So when you hear that phrase, this is becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated, those are the types of numbers that are generating those types of comments. It is certainly that segment of the population that is unvaccinated that is bearing the brunt of the most severe cases of COVID-19 that we're seeing in our community right now. In terms of vaccine, we're somewhere in that mid 40s, 44, 45% vaccinated probably in Pennington County. The South Dakota, for all eligible patients, so 5 and up right now in South Dakota, we're at 53.9%. So Pennington County is a little behind the state average there. In terms of vaccine uptake, how many new people are getting vaccinated in Pennington County? The week of November 27th to December 4th, we saw 76 new vaccinated patients. So it gives you an idea that in a week's period, we only had 76 new people get vaccinated. So we're not really uptaking that vaccine, and those that have made that decision, we're not making significant headway in getting more people vaccinated, which is interesting. In the U.S. alone, 470 million doses of vaccine have been administered. Worldwide, that's 8.2 billion doses of vaccine. So when it comes to safety and efficacy, that there's really very little substantiated argument that the vaccines that we have are not safe and effective. The other big thing that's out there, obviously, is a lot of discussion about variance. And I'd like to start this portion of this report by saying that I think it's imperative that we don't let media stories and headlines on variants of concern distract us from what's in front of our face right now. We are still fighting this. Viruses mutate. That's what they do. As long as they're circulating in our community, there's always going to be some new mutation. There are 12 variants that we're monitoring across the world right now. 2 of them are variants of concern. Omicron, which is the one that's in the news right now, and then certainly Delta, which is still our most prevalent variant of concern in the United States. So when it comes to Omicron, again, it's the latest. You can't turn on news or read a paper without seeing some article on it. I will say that similar to early in 2020, there is way more that we don't know than we do know. We're not at the point where we can speak definitively about anything really when it comes to this new variant. There are 3 things typically that we look at in variants in terms of how they're going to affect a population: transmissibility, severity, and effectiveness of our medical countermeasures. So vaccines, tests, treatment modalities. So when it comes to transmissibility, again, it's too early to tell. We don't know. It looks, some of the early data indicates that it may be more transmissible than the Alpha variant and may actually be less transmissible than Delta, but we don't know. The studies aren't there yet to back that up. Severity, again, there's so many factors that go into that. The demographics that are being affected and reported on, we just don't know. It appears that it may not be as severe as the Delta variant, but we don't know that for sure. And then the effectiveness of medical countermeasures. So there's most of the vaccines, the manufacturers and the medical professionals that are out there anticipate that the vaccines we currently have will remain effective, certainly against severe disease, hospitalizations, and death. But they also anticipate that there will be breakthrough cases with this new variant with the current vaccines that are on the market. It's also of note that most vaccine manufacturers are already spinning up vaccines targeted at some of these new mutations. The tests are still accurate. We're still, the testing that we're doing is picking up all the variants all the variants that we think we know about. The tests are continuing to identify. Certainly with Omicron, the tests that we have are identifying COVID-19 disease in those people. And then treatments, we don't know. We don't know what our current treatments, how our current treatments are going to be in terms of efficacy against the new variant. Time will tell. So in terms of what's in the headlines now, we don't know. There's not enough data out there yet. We haven't known about it long enough yet. What we do know is we still have 1,000 cases or 950 cases in Pennington County. The Delta variant is still our most significant variant, and it's still, regardless of the variant, COVID-19 is still in our community. It's still being transmitted through our community, and vaccines are still our most effective countermeasure against it. Omicron has been identified in Nebraska, Minnesota, multiple other states. In terms of where it is, if people are concerned, Dr. Curl highlighted in our last conference call with Monument that across the country we only test about 2% of the tests that we take. Only about 2% are genetically sequenced. So by the time we identify any variant, it's already out there and circulating. We're not in a preventative posture when it comes to our genetic sequencing of variants. So it's out there, it's circulating. What it does remains to be seen, but Delta is still our variant of concern. So in conclusion, we're beginning to see some increases in flu cases as well. So probably just under a couple hundred cases suspected or identified in South Dakota up to this point. And we're starting to see some hospitalizations. So far, only 3 or 4 hospitalizations for flu. But we're starting to see our flu season is starting to pick up a little bit of steam. So in closing, again, vaccines, both flu vaccine and COVID-19 vaccine are safe and effective, and I encourage anybody eligible that has not already availed themselves of those vaccines to get vaccinated. And like I've said multiple times during these last few reports is we as individuals in this country have agency. We're free to choose, but we're not excused from the consequences of those choices. So happy to stand for any questions.
Questions for Dustin?
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock?
just a couple of things on this. For me, I find, and with my customers and people that I know, it's trust. It's trust that the media is telling you what's up and it's the truth. And your hospitals that you want actually to be up straight. So it's kind of weird that we have data on the variants, we have data on everything else. Do we have data on the side effects and how many people that has affected out of the 8.2 billion? And how many people at this point, based on the shots and the booster, now they're finding that they have another, so they'll keep getting shots. I have nurses, I have doctors, so what you hear is some doctors are like, heck no at Monument, and they're having problems with the mandate and keeping employees. Also the medical center, those areas, and nurses saying the same thing. So where do you find truth in all of this? And pretty soon, I think your community is just feeling, okay, is this nonsense or is this not? That's why I think with shots, boosters, another variant, the data that we're talking about, the side effects, do we know the side effects of all the shots and what it has done to people? One of the doctors said his arm went numb. Some of the people with the blood clots, some of the people with, and it hasn't been out long enough. So do you trust that through you could die if you don't have the shot? And how come people aren't trusting enough for everybody to just go, this is a great thing, let's just go do it? I think there's just too much nonsense in between there for people to feel that this is truth. Is that a good way to put it? From what I'm hearing from every different version, whether it's people's kids, whether it's their elderly, because I deal with many different people, and people that are low income, to trust government is a huge thing. It doesn't matter if you're low income or you're not in that sense, but I'm hearing so many different things where people have, like some of my people that had COVID before, but never got the shots, went in there with COVID and they had the same thing with the shots. They didn't really have bad side effects. They just checked them up, make sure they were doing well. I heard that the hospital gets $500 for every ventilator. Do you put them on a ventilator because you get money, or do you put them on a ventilator because they need it? Some people might need it for a couple hours. Is it about the money that this is generating from COVID? I hear a lot of that. Pretty soon, Dustin, you're full of distrust because you kind of hear so much of people that are working places that we're supposed to trust, the media, government, which we already know, without sounding mean. it drives me absolutely crazy, and pretty soon people just are sick of it all, is what I'm finding. They're just sick of all the nonsense of it. They don't want their family members, or they don't want to pass away from this, but they also, again, felt trusted enough, I think you'd have more people. And I don't know how you gain that trust because of the data.
So Commissioner May,
Absolutely.
I agree that trust is a foundational issue and problem with vaccine uptake and many other issues that's facing society right now. So I agree with you that trust is a foundational piece and a foundational problem right now. Respectfully, I would say that there is consensus in the medical community, both in our community, both in the country, and globally. There is medical consensus that the vaccines are safe and effective. Yes, there's data in the United States on side effects, and it's minuscule. The number of side effects and the severity of side effects absolutely pale in comparison to the advantages of being vaccinated. That data does exist. I'll certainly provide it to you. I had some of that the last time I came up here. I neglected to bring that up this time, but I'll get that to you.
But what I keep hearing, Dustin, is they don't know if the issues were from the side effect or the people already had those
True story.
issues. So then what side are they going to put it on? Are they going to say because they had a
They report all of it. They report all of it. So the actual, not only are the side effects minuscule, but some of those reported side effects may not even be related to the vaccine. We don't know, but they report all of them as side effects once you've had that, and it's voluntary. So it's people that voluntarily submit that information in that vaccine tracker. So, in addition to there being consensus about the safety and the efficacy of the vaccines that we have, I will also say, and it speaks to the trust issue that is absolutely a part of this. If anybody in the community has personal beliefs, personal feelings, personal inclinations, one way or the other, you don't have to look very far to find a data source that agrees with you. The question is, again, consensus and the majority. If you want to have a dissenting view and opinion, again, you are absolutely entitled and allowed to, and you can probably find somebody that agrees with you.
So, Dustin, just a question. I'd like to know, in the medical community, how many people are doing religious or exemptions that work in these medical communities? Because I know one area that 8 took religious.
Nationally, less than 1%.
Okay, so at one of the centers here, there was like 8 they said that they had to let them do the religious part of it because they wouldn't have no employees to do surgery. So that's a lot of people that are in that medical industry doing surgeries and things that don't have them as well. So that's where I said it starts freaking us out as community members going, okay, these medical people are saying, no, thank you. So why am I going to go in there and get boosters and shots? That's what it's telling the community in general.
A very, very small subset. Most of our medical community is vaccinated.
Okay.
But again, I'll get you that some of that other data that I didn't bring up. Thank you, Commissioner.
That would be good, sir.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Laster.
I know you don't have the information on this because this question came up as you were talking, and so I would be interested next time you bring data to find out how many individuals that whenever they were admitted to the hospital, if they were admitted for something else, and then contracted COVID while they were in the hospital, if any of those numbers are in that aspect.
It's true.
Any further questions? No action needed. Dustin, thank you.
all right, thank you for your time.
Item 23, Highway Department.
Good morning, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway. First item up is bridge inspection report by Sean Mayfield with KLJ. This is part of their contract with the state. They did this last year. I believe it was just, this is a move from the state to get the information to the commissioners on what our bridge inspectors are seeing out there. So with that, I'll let Sean take over.
Morning, John.
Good morning, everyone. Just a short little synopsis of what we saw this year to present that to you. So overall, there were 67 bridges inspected for Pennington County this fall. 60 of those bridges, no changes were identified. Everything is in good to fair condition. So essentially no news is good news in that sense. 7 bridges noted some changes, 3 with deterioration of some components, and there were 4 that reduced the load limits of those bridges. There were no critical findings, and a critical finding is something that happened to the bridge that would require it to be either closed or a portion of it closed, but there was nothing like that this year, which is always a good sign. So like I had mentioned, general results, there were no changes. And an example of that, this is the bridge on Sheridan Lake Road, bridge 323, 365, and it's classified in good condition, still functioning very well. Now for a bridge that had a noted change, this is on Forest Road, just off of Highway 44, Bridge 310, 306. And as you can see in the circle, there's a girder that supports the traveling public and is showing signs of deterioration. As you can see in the photo, salt is starting to corrode the beam. That's a concrete beam that has reinforcing steel in it. And there are stalactites coming from the salt out of the beam. So it's just a continued review of that, making sure that we keep an eye on it. Inspection frequency typical is 24 months, 2 years is what your bridges are inspected. This one, we moved that to a 12-month cycle just so that we could review it every year to make sure it's not getting worse.
Is that normal runoff for the salt? Is that normal or is that abnormal for it to be?
That is pretty normal to see that,
Okay.
actually. The girder that you see to my right is a new girder that was installed, so that's new. This is the next one that's in from that, so it's essentially salt deteriorates from the outside girder in, just from the runoff portion of it. So newer, that was replaced, and now it's the next one in that's starting to show some deterioration.
Okay.
So when do you think that would have to be replaced again, based on what you've seen on the inside girder?
I would say within the next 5 to 6 years, most likely.
Are we talking about total bridge, or are we talking about just a girder?
This would just be a girder. These are double T girders, and they act independently. So you can actually take one out, put a new one in its place, and the bridge functions just fine.
Thank
so
you.
These are very easy to rehabilitate.
Okay, thank you.
Another noted change, this is on Thunderhead Falls Road. This is a timber supported bridge with concrete beams. And as you can see in that circle, a portion of the cap that supports the beams has some deterioration, rot. And this is already on a 12-month cycle, and it's scheduled for replacement, I believe, Joe, 2022. So,
I sure like the look of the old bridges, but they don't last as long as the new technology ones and the cement and different things that we do. But I sure like the look of the old bridges with the timbers.
this one is from the 1960s, so it's served a pretty good purpose too. So
It has.
another noted change, this is on 176th Avenue, Bridge 759, 479. And this is more just minor erosion. As you can see, runoff from rainfall and some cattle movements, sloughing. And it's just more to keep an eye on than anything. It's not a structural concern by any means, just to make sure that the bridge is functioning and the flows are being carried underneath of it. Next, we'll move into the load postings. And when we rate a bridge or just decide if it's capable of carrying legal loads or less than legal loads, there's a few causes for that. Deterioration of the bridge, the age and the overall design, when it was designed, how old it is, and if standards change. So with the recent federal highway guidance, they're requiring now to rate every structure that has a set of plans available. So you can't use engineering judgment anymore to say that it's just okay. If there's a set of plans available, we have to make sure that a rating is completed on those bridges. So in 2020, we rated 25, and in 2021, we rated another 23. So it's a considerable amount of bridges that we went through the plans, make sure there were plans, and if those ratings could be done. And on top of that, they've also created a new rating for emergency vehicles, which are very heavy. So those have to be checked for any bridge or structure that's 1 mile from an interchange.
So
Interstate interchange.
how do the ratings work then? Obviously, that dropped 2 points in ratings, of course, of the year.
That question.
How do the ratings actually work? What do the ratings mean? How low can that rating go before you have to consider doing something?
Rating can go down to 0, actually, which means it can't be traveled. Generally, they only drop a ton or 2 at a time. But as I'll follow up here on a couple of more slides, when the plans are available, they can go down significantly if, when you check them against today's loads, how it'll.
To answer your question, Gary, that 2020 to 2021, that's the number of bridges that they looked at the actual set of plans and did a load rating for. It's not the load rate. It's not the rating point. It's the number of bridges.
I follow you.
So if you have a weight load, how do you know your vehicle's a weight load? Because I don't ask when I'm driving something, is this 1,500 ton or is this 5 ton? I mean, I just drive across something. Okay, maybe that's not quite right. I'm not a farmer or rancher that has big vehicles, but I'm just asking in general. Do most people know how much their vehicle weighs before they go across the bridge that has a weight limit?
If you possess a CDL, you're required to know that before.
Well, do farmers and ranchers have CDLs?
Well, if they're driving a commercial vehicle, they should definitely know how much their vehicle weighs. The hay wagons and hauling hay, all that stuff, they should have an idea. Do they all? I doubt it. But they should have that, because they're subject to the same tickets everybody else is, even if they don't possess a CDL and they're using the ag exemption. If they go across this bridge and they're at 20 tons or 22 tons, if they go across a bridge that's rated for 18 tons, they're still going to get that same ticket.
Are we taking in consideration, like Sean said, on the different changes that are happening with vehicles? They're becoming heavier, or are they becoming lighter because we're getting technology driven, so they're being able to make those out of different product that actually are lighter, or are they heavier? Or you're seeing both?
There's actually a number of different vehicles that have been added to the rating list of configurations of axles and loadings for those axles. So as the original ones, I should say, are still checked, but there's additional ones beyond that too, just to make sure that there's not a configuration that skips through the cracks.
To answer your question, Deb, while the vehicles probably are getting lighter, that just means they're going to haul that much more payload.
There you
right?
go.
They're going to stay right at that limit. The vehicles are going to get lighter, but they're going to haul more payload, so they're going to get.
Make more money if you have a lighter vehicle and haul. That makes sense.
Exactly.
Thank you.
There are 2 bridges on Highway 1416 that were reduced in rating, 511-280 and 512-280. And these bridges were actually constructed in 1924, and we did have a set of plans available for them. So these would be the engineering judgment up to this point, but now it was required to actually go through the calculations to see. And in 1924, they were not designed for today's loads, so we had to reduce those a few tons, not considerable, but they did have to be reduced.
Cool looking bridge.
This also is on Highway 1416, Bridge 666-290, and this is a newer concrete box culvert that needed to be posted for the emergency vehicles, as I as I discussed before, it's close enough to an interchange that it needed to have that posting. It does not affect your traditional trucks, just the emergency vehicles. And an additional one on Jensen Road, this is by Wasta, Bridge 830 307. Very much a similar thing to the previous one. Emergency vehicles only, still rated fine for traditional trucks. So that information was brought to the Highway Department for their postings. And that is what I had.
Mr. Chair.
Any questions?
Commissioner Roskinek.
What can you tell, there's some folks here today from Silver City. What can you tell us about the Silver City Bridge? Was that one of the bridges that were inspected?
It was one of the bridges.
That is a bridge that there's a weight limit?
And there was no changes on that bridge, and it's actually being designed for a replacement at this time too. So that bridge did not change the load posting or the condition of it.
Another question, seems to me that the life expectancy of a bridge is roughly 50 years. Does that make sense?
Those are 100.
Some of the
Because a
older
lot of those bridges were replaced in 1972 after the flood, and they're 49 years old now, so I'm assuming they're gonna last longer than 50?
Yes, with today's technology, they're upwards of 75 to 100 years. 1950s, 60s, 70s, the 50 to 75 year plays into those, yes.
And then when you do a site or an inspection, is it just visual, or is there other testing that you can do for items that you can't see visually?
It starts with visual. If there's noted cracks and deterioration, we can do some kind of testings where we, for a steel member, for instance, we can put dyes and penetrating to see if their cracks actually do penetrate farther than what you can see. So yes, and if you see more there, then you can hire another firm, specialty firm, to come in and take even a closer look at those.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Laster.
So I got a question for you. So those last two bridges you talked about, and you talked about the reduced load limits, is that reduced load limits only for emergency vehicles, and is it because of their, the axle configuration on them?
That is correct. An emergency vehicle, roughly 80,000 pounds for an emergency vehicle on 3 axles versus a traditional 18-wheeler has 5 axles. So you're putting all of that weight on 3 axles versus 5, which plays into the weight limit on it.
Yep.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
how about the pre-built bridges? Are they holding up? Have you seen a lot of those that are holding up pretty well?
Pre-built bridges?
What are they called, Joseph? Joe? Modular, there you go.
Yes, I have limited knowledge of those, and yes, they are holding up well.
Okay.
We've used those in the past on bridges that have good abutments or supporting, where you can take them off and put a modular bridge on top of it, and they function very well.
Okay. We had tried those in Pennington County, a couple of them, and I just wondered how they were holding up.
We've only done one, the 164th.
So we're not doing one in Thunderhead Falls or that area at all?
Nope, those are all concrete deck, concrete slab. We are in the midst of researching some other things to try, so.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I thought we were gonna I knew we wouldn't put one out east of town on for some people to get across their road and their cattle and their farming and stuff, but I thought we were doing it in that area too, but just wondering how they're doing, because they were a pretty good cost savings for Pennington County, so.
Yeah, I talked to Alan Bonema, or actually John, their foreman up in Lawrence County, and they just did one in Spearfish Canyon. It was a fairly short bridge. I think it was 25 or 30 feet long. It was a true north bridge on their super sill abutments. And you can get away with those in the hills, because a lot of times your bridges are on bedrock. But out east, we learned that you don't want to do those super sill abutments because there's nothing tying them down. You need to drive piling. But they did that, I believe it was about, what did he say, Sean, about 80 grand all in? I think all in with the contractor doing it was about 80 grand, so.
Compared to that, up to 500,000, 750 for us each bridge at least, just to start, so.
Yeah, we're researching where and how we can implement those into the 50-some bridges that we're gonna have to replace in the next 15 to 20 years.
I appreciate that because I thought they were pretty cool how we did that, and we could do it quick and efficiently for those people that were actually needing that bridge and that road to get home and for safety. So I thought that was one of the unique things we did when we did bridges. And I like just the way they are pre-built and how quick they could be, but I just wanted to make sure they are efficient and effective for longer term,
Yes.
just like the other bridges we have in Pennington County.
They have a lot of the same components that a traditional built bridge does.
Aren't as pretty. It's all good.
Thanks for the update on the
Thank you.
bridges.
Thank you, sir.
Joe?
All right, next item here, let me get my agenda. I believe it's our 5-year amendment to our 5-year plan. So as we're learning here, we've done our 5-year plan for quite a few years, but now submitting it to the state, we're learning that it's always changing. We got our bridge inspections back from KLJ, so the bridges on 1416 now had to go onto our 5-year plan because it's a very high traffic route. It does need to be pushed up in priority. So it's one of the just many reasons we're updating this 5-year plan. Notable changes are the bridges on Highway 1416. We're adding Neck Yoke Bridge to a rehabilitation. We're applying for big funds. We were going to rehabilitate the bridge on Reservoir Road, but to meet the state standards, we have to put some guardrail, some different types of guardrail on that structure at Reservoir Road near Green Valley Drive. And in doing so, we're going to have to go through some more survey basically to make sure we meet our no rise certification that is put forth by the federal government. Other notable changes was our gravel stabilization project for Rochford Road was pushed back. Hopefully we'll be able to get that done in the spring. Louisa's committed to us to be out here first thing in the spring. So with that, I'll stand for any changes.
Any questions?
Any questions, I should say.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek?
Joe, can you explain this, one of the items that I'm looking at is reconstruct SIB loan for the South Rochford Road, is it?
So back when was that? August? When we went through all the rigmarole for the swapping of the funding from South Rochford to Sheridan Lake Road. So essentially we took the earmarked money that was allocated for South Rochford Road and we put that towards Sheridan Lake Road. So then we no longer needed an SIB loan for for Sheridan. Hopefully I don't get all these confused. So now we're going to get an SIB loan when we do finally get South Rochford Road to letting. We'll obtain an SIB loan because that earmark money is no longer there. With the infrastructure bill that just came through Congress, we were fearful that there was a possibility of losing that money.
Sure.
So we just eliminated that risk. So
I just, so the South Rochford Road, that's still on track, funding, and hopefully we can let that in 2022.
I don't want to say too much, but yeah, I think we did have a meeting, if I may, I guess. We did have a meeting with the tribes last Friday. The Great Plains Tribal Nation there, and Rosebud was there. We did with Deb's Mark Van Norman, I believe is his name. Met with him several times and finally got a chance to appear in front of those individuals to inform them why we need temporary easements for PESLA to grade their approaches. So that'll check off the right-of-way needs and we can get our right-of-way certificate and get the ball rolling further down the road. So it's just taking a lot longer process when you get the federal government, the state, and us involved, and then you involve the tribes and the Forest Service. I'm learning it takes a lot longer than I would like. I would like to get it done, but it just takes some time.
Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock?
So we did a big grant for a reason. Can we tell the people that are listening or bring this meeting up later what those totals are on your 5-year plans on roads and bridges so people know that Pennington County, we needed your help, and this is why we needed your help for funding from the citizens of Pennington County.
Let me get to that here.
I have it too, Joe, if you need to.
I've got it. It's just down the way here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that we're On our 5-year plan, so bridges that we have planned to apply for, and I'll just go through the 2022 ones here. 22. So bridge projects. Okay, right there. So 161st Avenue, we're going through the construction engineering on that. We will plan to apply for big funds for that in the future. We'll be going through the design in 2022 for that. Sherman Street Bridge, we're actually in the design phase. I believe, Sean, you almost got it done? Sherman Street will be done, so we'll be applying for big funds for that in 2022, and hopefully, if awarded, we'll get that. Let's see here, another Thunderhead Falls Bridge. We were successful in one big fund grant last year. We're going to apply for another one on Thunderhead Falls this year, with the intention that if we don't get the grant for that, we're going to actually let those two bridges as a package deal to hopefully get the taxpayers a better bang for their buck and get one contractor and whatnot.
So Joe, how many of those bridges wouldn't you have been able to do if you didn't have the big funds? So
We'd have to cut that list in probably half, if not 3/4.
And then your bridge totals for 5-year plan and your road totals for a 5-year plan?
Just for 2022, we've got about $3.6 million on deck for bridge replacements and about $10 million on deck for road improvements.
So I have total funding on bridges was 12 million, 5-year road was 40 million, for a total of 52,207,850 for roads and bridges in the next 5 years. So that tells you how much we needed the funding and the help to get some of these things done, and for the safety and protection of some of the citizens in those areas that, again, needed those roads and bridges taken care of.
Yes. Thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd move to approve the amended 5-year transportation plan 2022-2026, which includes the additional of the bridge structure number 52-395, 367, 52-511-280, 52-512-280, and 52-608-298.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any public comment relative to the 5-year plan? Seeing none, back to the commission. Any further questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Joe.
Next up, this is a speed limit resolution for Sheridan Lake Road. Earlier this year, we did a speed limit resolution to reduce the speed on Sheridan Lake Road in the construction limits. Sheridan Lake Road is now open, and we'd like to get that speed limit back up to its design speed. So,
Move to approve.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Any public comment?
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
we have a public meeting on this, on that road at all?
on Sheridan Lake Road,
Yes, sir.
as far as what type of public meeting are you asking about, I guess?
A public meeting to see what the citizens, because later on, we usually find out that in this part, we need 35 miles an hour, in this part, not that you should have a different speed limit in one sense, but is it more populated? Is there needing to be sidewalk? You see what I'm saying, Joe,
We didn't necessarily have a public meeting, and really, we won't have, until the road is complete and we get a couple years of data and do some traffic counts the first couple years, we won't really know exactly where to set that speed limit. The design speed that Ferber set out when they designed this road was 50 mile an hour.
What was it before?
It was, I believe it was
35.
Well, there's all sorts of different portions in there. I think it was 45, 50. I think the majority of it was 50 after you get outside of the city or the residential type stuff.
Well, it makes sense to get the data, and then, you'll start finding complaints or areas that are being more populated in between those next couple of years as well, so those might change, but I appreciate that, Joe.
Thank you.
Any public comment on the speed limits? Back to the commission. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
All right. Next up is an additional FTE request for 2022. While I realize our budget is already done for 2022, I believe we can still absorb this into our budget. The reasons were, I guess I'll go through what we currently have in our department for our administration. Currently, right now, we have Kira up front. She's very great at her job, goes above and beyond. She's at our front office, or our front counter, answers the phone, greets the public, along with a number of other things. We have our office manager, Connie Bertolato, who's, she does all the office day-to-days, make sure we're getting everything in, staying on top of our agreements. Chris Grable, our accountant, does all of the reporting as far as and figuring out PubWorks, our new program, and Time Clock Plus. She's been a pioneer in that, not only for Pennington County, but for the state. It's taken a lot of work to get that thing customized to what we need and for the state of South Dakota, the GASB 34 reporting. And then we have Sean and myself, and then project manager and engineering techs that all help us keep the balls rolling. The addition of an admin will allow our admin 2 to start cross-training and start a succession plan for Chris Grable. Chris has been with the county 35 years, has a lot of experience and knowledge that when she does decide to retire, will be walking out the door, and she's really the only one in our office that knows what's going on and how to do the GASB 34 reporting. She's expelled some of that knowledge on me, but she's the keeper of all that stuff. So it's very important and vital to our office that we get somebody in there training with her. And Kira just can't do that with having to man the front and do all of the things that she needs to do. So that, along with the increased needs of our public and our everything that goes along with that. The new admin would be doing things such as answering the phones, filing, logging POs, as well as many other duties as assigned, depending on the individual that we get. With that, I'll go over the overtime portion. So Chris Grable in 2020, 2021 put in 2020 was 160 hours of overtime. Kira put in 90 hours of overtime. Connie, though she is salaried, we still keep track of her time. She put in 200 hours above and beyond her 2,080 hours. And then Kira in 2020 put in 44 hours of overtime, and then 2021 so far she's put in 56 hours of overtime. So I feel this is very much needed in our office. I was taught from right out of school that it's always it's cost effective to hire another person than it is to pay overtime. Not only with employee burnout, but to your budget as well. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
I'll move approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Any public comment? Back to the commission. Any further questions, discussion?
Chairman, just one comment.
Adcock?
Are you going to have any supplements because of this new hire? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Joe, thanks for bringing this forward, because I've, in the last couple of weeks, I've learned a lot more about this software program and the work that's all involved with getting this stuff done. And I've always appreciated how you stick up for your employees and you came to us and feel that this is going to save you and your employees not only time and money and the county money, but I think, as you said, it's going to alleviate the workload you had in your planning for succession period too. So I appreciate that.
Always trying to look forward a little bit anyways.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Joe. Item 24. John Morrill.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Morrill, Pennington County Human Resources. So I got a couple things to present today. The first is the compensation administration policy for the upcoming fiscal year. Over the course of the past several weeks, we've held multiple meetings with the department heads to run through our existing compensation rules, if you will, the administration policies, as well as what our intents were as far as what we hope to accomplish with the upcoming year. As you know, we put Gallagher pay scale and the compensation administration rules in place just this year in January of 2021. After nearly a full year under our belt, we've discovered there are some things that we can tweak that would help us better address some of the things regarding pay and consistency within the county. So in the memo that I provided, it actually highlights some of the steps or the changes that we would wish to see with the new policy should you decide to approve it. First is the annual steps. Currently, those annual steps are being done the pay period following the individual's hire date. What we're suggesting is that we would move that back to a system that was in place a few years ago, where those are done in January or July of the fiscal year. It simplifies the process for the departments, for their accounting teams, and for the auditor's office as well. What that will do then is give the employees the opportunity to receive those in advance of their actual anniversary dates or hire dates, if you will. Similar to what we had done for this year. With the introduction of the Gallagher pay structure, we actually put everybody's increases in place in January. So that would be one of the changes. The annual steps being withheld due to performance issues would be granted upon successful completion of the performance improvement requirements. The current structure does not allow for an increase in that year. It makes that person wait until the following year to actually qualify for a pay. Or increase, excuse me. The third change is regarding promotions. Currently, it says between 2% and 5%. We're suggesting that that top end be increased to 10%. That actually would allow us to give an allowance, if you will, or an increase for those that are moving from an hourly position into a supervisory position. 5% does not compensate for the overtime hours that that person's probably working in their current role. And that compensation should be addressed and rewarded as well as they move into a position of leadership. So we're asking to move that 5% up to 10. Time of service, we're changing or requesting a change from currently 2 cents per year worked per 2,080 hours to $50 for full-time employees and $35 for part-time employees. The difference there over the course of their anniversaries, if you will, for the course of a 10-year anniversary is about $80 difference. It would increase the payout for those people that have been with the county at least 10 years by about $80 for full-timers and about $60 for the folks that are in the part-time roles. So again, minimal, but it's a benefit for the employee, much easier to calculate rather than looking at 2 cents per hour worked, per 10 for the years there as well. What we're trying to do also with regard to compensation levels for elected officials, and that's our next item on the agenda from HR today, is to change that so there's recommendations made actually during the budget cycle so that as the departments and offices are actually trying to build their budgets for the following year, they'll have that information much earlier in the cycle so that it doesn't come as a surprise like this year with inflation and the things that we've experienced. We'd have that information recommended earlier in the cycle so they could actually build that into the projected budgets for the following year. So with those changes, what I'm asking today is board approval of the compensation administration policy with the changes I've just discussed. And the motion is I move to approve the updated compensation administration policy for the 2022 fiscal year and to authorize human resources to update the Pennington County Employee Handbook to reflect those changes. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for John?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
So John, these all come from the department head meetings?
Yes, sir.
And so I see we got a lot of staff here today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they have any comments, but I definitely, if these come from from the department head meetings and it was a conclusion from everybody, I'm in support of this.
Yes, sir. No, thank you for that. If I could, Mr. Chair. What's been really, from an HR perspective, really cool, scientific term in HR, by the way, has been the participation of the department heads and the elected officials. We've had some amazing meetings, and they're not short. These are full 2 hours of discussion and suggestions and recommendations, and we send them back out for further refinement. I can't thank those that have participated enough for what they've done to help us move something like this forward. So.
Do I have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. I'll ask for any public comment. Seeing none, questions, comments by the commission?
I got
Commissioner
Mr.
LaCroy.
Chairman. I'm gonna put Holly on the spot.
Look at that look. I
And
saw that.
and the reason why I say that, Holly, is because, part of this discussion that brought us all into this was we were talking about bringing the compensation committee back together and some other stuff. And a lot of these discussions were happening at this department head meeting. You do such a great job of taking the notes, and so I rely on them every month. I go over those and learn what's going on. And I guess I just like to hear your input on what you experienced in the last few meetings. Do you think these were good discussions?
Yes, absolutely. And commissioners, I will apologize. I have not done notes for these meetings. They're so detailed and so complicated for me to put these down in notes is just, it would be complicated. And I will tell you that these are not unanimous. There are some department heads that don't necessarily agree with all of it. But overall, they are wholly supported, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was wanting to know.
Yep,
Got a motion and a
absolutely.
second for the discussion. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
D.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The next item I have before you is the elected official compensation levels for the coming fiscal year for 2022. As we've gone through and evaluated the process and the data, what I would recommend is we retain the current base levels. I didn't see anything in the market data that would suggest that there would be a change in the base levels. But what I am suggesting is that the board reward existing elected officials with a 3% increase for next year. And then the motion, I believe, was on the last page of the packet that I presented. And the recommended motion could be this. I move to increase the 2022 annual salary levels for Pennington County elected officials to the levels indicated in the memo. That would be for Auditor Mueller, an amount of $94,329.87. Register of Deeds Castile, $87,559.89. Sheriff, who also is our coroner, tell him an annual amount of $130,043.68. State's Attorney Vargo, the same amount, $130,043.68. And Treasurer Saylor, $105,111.50, effective December 26, 2021.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner LaCroy.
I'd move for approval.
I've got a motion. Is there a
Second.
And a second for the discussion.
Follow up.
If I could, Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry. I forgot a line. I missed the gap. It also would move to allow the board chairperson to apply their signature to the Pennington County elected officials' wage policy resolution for 2022. So it's approving the wages plus the signature.
Is that agreeable?
Motion makers, okay.
Is that agreeable?
That's agreeable. Second.
Okay. Is there any public comment in regard to this? Seeing none, Dr. Commissioner LaCroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a good move as far as moving to the 3% with the current situation. And I've always struggled with, I'm going to give the example of the Civic Center. When they used to rent out spaces to nonprofits and so forth, they didn't have the political will to raise up the costs for those rental fees for many, many years. And so when they finally come to the point that they had to do it, it hurt. It hurt the people doing it. I look at that as the same way with these wages. We've done that here also. We've not given raises, and then all of a sudden, 3 years later, we have to reevaluate, or 5 years. I think we need to incorporate that small percentage every year so we don't fall behind. That's my thought process on this. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any further comments? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Item 25, request for variance to ordinance 14. Holly.
Commissioners, I've received a request from the applicant to continue this until the December 21st commission meeting. They want to continue to work with Highway on this request.
Got a motion and a second to continue until the December 21st meeting. All those in favor indicate by, well, first of all, I'll ask for public comment. Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Chairman, could we get a 5-minute break?
Sure. Do a motion.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to do a 5-minute break.
Or 10 minutes?
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Come back in.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to come, return to the regular session. Next item up, we have item number 26, which is the Silver City dumpster issue, which in my own opinion should not even be before this board, but it is. So, we've had a lot of conversation in regard to this. I'm going to, I know that there's been a motion that's been prepared for it. I'd ask that the motion be made and see if there's a second for it, and then remarks can be made relative to the motion. Commissioner Roskinek.
Mr. Chair, I will go ahead and make this motion after visiting the site 3 or 4 times and numerous phone calls, emails, and whatnot. I would move to approve to keep the community dumpster at its current location with the following 3 conditions: that it's situated out of the clear zone, that it's situated out of the roadway, and it does not impede snow plowing. Furthermore, I move to approve the commercial dumpster that is locked to be located in county right-of-way once the county highway department has verified that it does not impede snow plowing, that it's located outside of the roadway, that it's located outside the clear zone, and that would be my motion, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
And I have a second. I'll call on Commissioner Roskinek. Do you want to go through and explain further in regard to it so everybody has an understanding exactly what the motion is doing?
Okay, the motion is the current site where the community dumpster is. Community dumpster is a 6-yard dumpster that roughly, it's managed by the Silver City Garbage Association. I think it's been in that location since 1971. The day that I looked at the dumpster, it was clearly in the roadway. We think that we can find that same pad, put that in a location that it would meet that criteria. If it does not meet that criteria, and the county highway department will have that final say, then we're going to have to look at Plan B. And we have other locations picked out. But if that dumpster's been there since 1971 and it can meet those 3 conditions, I'm in favor of it staying there as is.
Chairman.
I'm also, I'll call on both of you, but I'm also going to ask Highway Superintendent Joe Miller to come up and express his opinion on it. Commissioner Hadcock, do you want to go
Nope,
before you?
Nope, I was going to ask Joe questions, so if
Okay.
that's a good move is to
Commissioner
ask him
Lassiter?
first.
I just have a question. Do you have a copy of that that motion, just so I can kind of read it, because it was a little long. We don't have one here to see it. I just wanted to be able to
Like, can
see
you
that.
Print that off for us.
Want to ask a question, or you want me to go through first?
Well, I'd just like to know on that motion, does it make sense? Because it seems like it has 2 different connotations, not saying the same thing. Maybe mine.
It does make sense. So I think, you know, after hearing it out loud, Ron, I think it's the basis of it is good, right? Where the Silver City dumpster is now, we need to verify that it can meet that clear zone. So just for everybody's knowledge, the commission, clear zone is the area adjacent to the roadway that is free of objects where a vehicle can recover safely should it leave the roadway. So DOT has a clear zone of about 30 feet. It's all dependent on the ADT, or the average daily traffic count, and the speed on which that road is being traveled. I don't have any counts in the town of Silver City. Just with the nature of it, I guess we just don't have that data. The ADT on Silver City Road going into Silver City, which would get the majority of the traffic from the town of Silver City, is 134. And the speed limit is 25 miles an hour on Main Street. With that, with our local roads design guide from the state of South Dakota. The clear zone should be a minimum of 6 feet from the edge of the roadway to whatever object. Highway Department, Sheridan Lake Road, Ferber designed it to a 10-foot clear zone. That's what we would prefer. We can go down to that 6 foot. And then, I know mailboxes have been brought up, and I don't want to get into that. Currently, where the dumpster is, we've been managing since 1971 for snow removal. With the additional dumpster there, there's probably it's going to cause some issues. So we'll have to figure out exactly where we can place both of those dumpsters within that right of way outside of the clear zone. And I want to be very specific that anything that's in the right of way needs to be out of that clear zone, wherever that criteria is, whether it be on Deerfield Road or Gillette Prairie Road or any of these other roads that you guys have seen pictures of.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Oskinek.
if this motion is approved by the commission, I think going forward, similar situations like that will be out of our hands and will be in the county highway department's hands where it should be.
Correct.
So Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
So, my main thing was having things in the right of way and causing issues and liabilities to the county. But if this follows basically your rules and regulations in the county, the clear zone is the key here. If it's out of that clear zone or in that, is it out of the clear zone or in the clear zone?
Currently, it's in the clear zone, very, very much so. It's actually in the traveled roadway. If you were to drive up past it, you're going to have to drive around it, depending on which way you're coming.
And why I say that is because the rules and regulations, not just Silver City, but throughout the county have to be the same. So I appreciate that. And number two, I still think these kind of things can be handled more through a road district than they should be through county commissioners. So I would encourage Silver City to end up making a road district. That way you all can figure out your issues and not have to bring them, without sounding too rude, to the county for dumpsters or things that I think y'all can figure out by yourselves. But I do appreciate Ron working at this. At first I was like, okay, I don't know about that, but on knowing the clear zone and that he made a good motion, it's situated out of the clear zone. It is situated out of the roadway. It doesn't impede snow plowing. There you go, Ron. There's some common sense. So, thank you very much, and it is a good motion, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Go ahead.
If I may, read the first part of that motion again once, Ron. Just the very first part of it.
Okay. Move to approve to keep the community dumpster at its current location, meeting the 3 conditions: being situated out of the clear zone, being situated out of the roadway, and it does not impede snow plowing.
I think it needs to probably read move to allow the community dumpster if it meets these following. Because I think
to allow the community dumpster to remain in its current location with those 3 conditions.
And then gravel maintenance needs to be added to it does not impede snow plowing or gravel maintenance.
And not impede snow plowing or gravel maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, second.
Is that agreeable with both, Ron, is that language agreeable to you?
Yes.
The change and.
Seconder's okay.
It means the same, just some change wording.
Okay. Anything else, Joe?
No, I guess, we did point out 3 other locations for the dumpster that are a possibility. Though they are still in the right of way, they would be, in our opinion, a much better location than where they're at. It would be our opinion that the dumpster would be moved to the northeast corner of the fire hall on Sherman Street there. I do believe there is adequate space for it there to meet all this criteria as well. So,
Thank you,
Joe. So going forward, if folks are looking for a different location, they should not come to the commission. They should go to the highway department.
Correct. I believe you guys are putting this discretion solely in our hands with the motion that's on the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have several speaker request forms. I'll call them up in the order that I have them here. And we're going to limit the talks to 3 minutes. You ready for that, Holly?
Yes, sir.
Explain how this actually works, because I can't see it.
The speaker box in front of the chairman has three lights. The red indicates when the time is up. When I push the button, the light will turn green. That means the 3 minutes has started. The light will turn yellow, which means there are 30 seconds remaining, and it will turn red when the time is up.
Okay, thank you. First one I have asked to speak is Sarah Beth Donovan.
Thank you, Commissioners, for today, allowing us to speak, for allowing me to speak on September 7th and November 16th. And I really appreciate Vice Chairman Rossneck spending the time to deal with this. I'm sorry that you had to. I'm sorry everyone had to. And I hope that after today, if this motion does not work, that this community can get together on our own and resolve our conflicts. You have seen a plethora of conflict in Silver City, and we don't need to go through it again. We've been going through it for way too long, and the people in Silver City need to sit down at the table and look at each other and respect each other and talk to each other.
Sarah Beth, I ask you to keep your remarks to the motion that's before us.
Okay, and so to clarify for the motion, the community dumpster stays in the location, the garbage association dumpster stays in the location that it's been in since 1971, correct? With the conditions. And what's been dubbed as a commercial dumpster stays in the county right-of-way location if it can also meet those conditions. Did I hear that correctly?
That's the way I understand the motion.
Okay. So I thank you for that resolution, and I appreciate your time, and hopefully this is the end of it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So going forward, I just hope that whatever location it is, that you're right. I just hope the folks in Silver City can mend some fences and get along with each other and get it worked out. I mean, I love that community, and it's saddened to see the turmoil in such a small little town.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we ought to be grateful that we can live there and vacation there and love it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next person I have listed is Jake Cameron.
I'll defer to the end.
Next person I have is Kevin Albeck.
Commissioners, thank you for taking the time. I'm Kevin Eilbeck. I'm the second dumpster guy. Silver City's been part of my life, my entire life. Our family's had property there since mid-1950s. It's unfortunate that we couldn't get this resolved. We attempted on 2 different occasions. I've reached out to the Garbage Association people, and with no success either time on September 7th and on November 30th. 0 response. It is a simple solution. I think if we can get the management of the Garbage Association into somebody's hands that's capable of administrating it fairly and as per their fees, a full-time fee or a part-time fee, come together in one dumpster, eliminate the second one, and whether it stays at the end of East Main or the northeast corner of the fire hall, so be it. It's very simple to correct. That's all I have.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Next one I have is, I've got 2 names on here, Tally and Rita Chapman.
Callie decided to stay back. I'm Rita Chapman. I live in Silver City. Our family's been in there we've been there 26 years. My husband's family was 20 years before that. We raised our daughter there. We recreate there. We love it. We love our community. We have just been totally upset that this has happened and that this is coming about. I would like to see a change in this. I would like that there is not a Silver City community garbage and a commercial garbage. I think we need to change the wording on that because they both serve the community and they both have commercial entities involved in them.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
I think the reason I categorize that as commercial, because it's locked. So to me,
That has nothing to do with it. We locked it because we watched people from the other garbage who didn't pay for that particular dumpster dump multiple pieces of garbage into it. It was mainly a security issue. It is not because it's commercial. There are a lot of private property dumpsters out there that have a lock on them strictly to keep unauthorized dumping of garbage.
so could we refer it to as a smaller dumpster?
That's right.
Or
Either
dumpster
smaller
number,
dumpster or you
or
can,
dumpster number 2?
right,
probably be good.
because they're equal. They both have commercial entities in them. They both have community people.
This is already confusing enough, so I thought by trying to identify each one, but
I
it
know,
doesn't
but
make
then
any difference to me what you want to call that
Right.
second dumpster.
The deal is that if you have it as a resolution and it comes out into, and it's written that way, then it changes the whole aspect
Yeah,
of
we
it.
can change that to second dumpster.
I appreciate that. And as long as they're equally, it's equally, if they're treated equally, I'm happy. I love your resolution. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions?
And yeah, do you have any questions for me? I'm happy to go into anything you want.
Seeing none, I'll call on the next one. Yule Donovan?
Thank you.
Resolution, because you just put to approve. I don't have approve of
Pardon me?
Resolution, yeah.
It differs.
resolution, and there's
Differs.
a resolution
Okay.
written.
Jeff Segru?
This is resolution, yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jeff Shagru, the Assistant Fire Chief for the Silver City Volunteer Fire Department. Thank you for addressing this issue that we've been unable to resolve, unfortunately. And thank you for the work done by Joe Miller and the Highway Department providing some background into the issue. My only comments deal with the potential movement of either of the dumpsters onto locations adjacent to the volunteer fire department. One location that was previously mentioned was northwest of the fire department in the Sherman Street right-of-way. My concern there is it's somewhat an unsightly thing. The first thing you would see when you cross the bridge into Silver City would be, instead of the beautiful sign and bell for the fire department, you'd see a dumpster in front of that. Not our preferred first impression. It also, I feel, would create a very, potentially a very significant safety concern with a large dumpster right on that corner of Sherman Street and Edelweiss Road as a blind spot to ATVs, UTVs, and cars, because it would prevent people from being able to see people that are coming down Sherman Street to the north or coming east or west on Edelweiss Road to see the opposing traffic. The stop sign is kind of really off to the edge of that large intersection, and just my concern is that somebody might not see somebody else coming, and we could potentially create a situation and a condition that could cause accidents right in front of the fire department. The other location that was just mentioned was northeast of the fire department. If you get into the nitty-gritty of the rapid map and look at where the property lines are actually located, that location is on fire department property. It's not in the right-of-way. The right-of-way is actually most of it's in Rapid Creek, and the road is at the very south. Edelweiss Road is at the very south edge of that right-of-way, and so placing a dumpster there would be on private property, which we'd rather not do. Secondly, it would obstruct our snow removal off of the apron of the fire department, and third, that's also a location where we park emergency responders. They pull up alongside the apron to get out of their cars. They also park parallel on Sherman Street. So there's very little parking in and around the fire department for first responders. And this will take up approximately somewhere between 30 and 50% of our available parking. It also could prevent access for a septic truck to be able to back up to our holding tank, which is at the area just to the south of where the dumpster was proposed. So I would say that's not a viable location. And I just wanted to make that clear. If the highway department pushed for a recommendation to move either of the dumpsters from the location that they currently are at because that location doesn't have enough space. I don't feel that this is an appropriate location on fire department property. And I would appreciate it if somebody was to move forward with that recommendation, that they come to us, so our board could address that in our approval process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions, Jeff?
Mr. Chair, no, I totally agree with you. I mean, you guys did a great job with the Dell, and I wouldn't be my choice neither. And hopefully it doesn't come to that. And I think there's some other locations, and there's a lot of right-of-way in Silver City, and that right-of-way is 66 foot. And you got, every street is roughly 66 feet. So I would think that there should be plenty of locations that we could find without sticking in front of the fire department.
Much like Kevin Eilbeck, I'm a longtime resident and grew up there vacationing as a child. I wish we could put it a quarter mile north of the schoolhouse, back where the old open pit was, because then it wouldn't be in anybody's front yard. But I don't think the Forest Service would probably like that very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I have one more speaker then, Jake Kammerer.
Morning, Commissioners.
Just identify yourself.
I'm Jake Cameron from Silver City.
And you're part of the...
And part of the association, Garbage Association. There's been a lot of effort by Ms. Sarah Beth to try to make this other dumpster, this commercial dumpster of the Chapman, Heilbeck, Happy Trails, and Donovan's, be a second community dumpster. And this is hard to fathom when it's been locked since the get-go. She gave reasons for it, that's fine. But this dumpster in question was placed 2.5 months ago on private property. A nice pad was made, gravel hauled in. It was there for 2.5 months with everything was fine and hunky-dory. Then Tuesday before Thanksgiving, it was picked up and put right back in the controversial spot just to purposely antagonize the homeowner right there, because the homeowner doesn't want it there.
So Jake, I hear what you're saying, but my question to you would be then, are you in favor of the motion that's on the table at this
I'm in favor of the motion if the Silver City Garbage Association dumpster can remain where it's been for 50 years, and the other dumpster go back to a location other than in there, because you're going to create the same problem with the landowner. Is not going to go for having 2 dumpsters right in front.
Okay.
That said dumpster was only placed there after McLean on North Dugan complained and made them move it off of there. So instead of putting it in front of their property or on their property, they moved it to East Main. Well, then they made a place on their property for it and hauled in gravel and everything and made it nice. And then after 2 months, took it out and stuck it right back to antagonize the association and Mr. Slife and the landowner there.
Okay.
So the problem is going to go away if that dumpster stays there, if the highway department allows it to stay there. I don't personally see how it can, but I wanted it known now, right here, that the controversy is not going to go away.
Okay. Well, the conditions are set out in the motion as to what standards it has to meet in order to be able to be there, so.
But there's one other standard that's going to create problems for you again, and that's the landowner.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskin.
Hey, Jake, my original motion would have included, and the adjacent landowner would have to agree.
I agree 100% with
I was asked to take that out.
Yep.
The highway department asked me to strike that, and Joe can probably best explain.
Yeah, I will explain my request for the removal of that. It is public right-of-way, and if we're going to allow one dumpster, they both need to stay there, and the landowner shouldn't have a say in it. It is public right-of-way, and if one dumpster is going to be allowed to stay in the right-of-way, they both need to be in the right-of-way and meet that criteria. I mean, if this issue continues, I think the commission very well could, or however this might transpire, both dumpsters might end up going. So I would be very careful as to how far this goes, as far as the commission goes, you know what I mean? That was my reasoning for that. It's public right of way. And both dumpsters, if they're allowed to remain in the right of way, they both need to stay in the right of way.
So, Mr. Chair, when I put this motion together, I was trying to find an equitable solution for everybody involved. My original motion the commission wouldn't have voted for it because you can't have one and do something different with the other. So my motion is equitable, and it still allows the dumpsters to be in county right-of-way, which Joe did not want in the very beginning. So I worked very hard to put this together so that we could find some common ground for everybody. It's not gonna fit perfect for each side, but I would hope that the motion finds some equity in the way that it was written.
I appreciate you trying, and I understand where you're coming from. I don't see where another dumpster sitting there the way it is now, how that will work for snow removal.
And we can address that off the dais. That's solely in the highway department's hands, and we'll make an effort to make that.
But again, all this boils down to the fact that a week ago, from a good spot, this dumpster was plopped in there to antagonize the community.
Okay, thank you, Jake.
I rest my case.
Chairman,
Thanks, Jake.
Commissioner Adcock.
so the motion, I don't think it needs to have furthermore in there. I think it just needs to have the first part. I don't think you need to put commercial dumpster, residential dumpster. It just, the first part says everything we need to do. Number two, I still think if you want to solve the issue, it's between you guys. It needs to have a road district. So, again, we're going to follow, or I'm going to follow personally, what the highway department says. It's not just Joe that doesn't want stuff in the right of way. It should be the whole county. Because anybody hits a dumpster in a right of way, we know from the city and how many times they've been sued for hitting things like in Canyon Lake and different places, how many millions they lost because of it. So that is a big liability in the right of way. And I think Joe and Ron found a good solution with the clear zone. So if this comes up again, I'll just tell you, I'm going to recommend a road district, and then I'm leaving it at that. That way, we don't deal with dumpsters in right-of-ways, which, again, has caused a huge controversy in a city. So that way, again, there's a reason for road districts. Y'all have to agree, and you have to have chairman and everything that we have, and then decide what is best for the community instead of yourselves. They also can vote on if you can lock the dumpster or you can't lock the dumpster, because at that point, anybody who's ever had a dumpster knows everybody fills the dumpster. It's probably even tourists and different people. So if you don't like dumpsters and you think other people are not going to use them, that's pretty mean to lock it. That's all I'm saying. Just tell people politely you can't use the dumpster. I mean, these things are pretty simple to me, but they seem to be huge in Silver City. Silver City is a beautiful area and has some really nice quality of life there. So it's funny that the people that are arguing on this is really not a quality of life thing. So I would hope in the future that y'all could get along and find some solution with this dumpster. Thank you.
So Commissioner Adcock, are you offering a substitute motion on this?
So do I have to just say that we're saying the first part, and furthermore, commercial dumpster, whatever? I don't think, it just repeats what the first part is saying.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek?
I can reread this one more time.
Go ahead.
I would move to approve to allow the community dumpster to remain at its current location with the following three conditions: that it's situated out of the clear zone, that it's situated out of the roadway, and it does not impede plowing. Any additional dumpster to be located in county right-of-way would have to be approved by the highway department and meet those same three criteria.
I have a substitute motion.
Got a substitute, Ron? Or
Yeah, that's a substitute.
I've got a substitute motion. Is there a second? Second. And I have a second from Commissioner Lloyd LaCroix.
I have another substitute, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Hancock,
Um,
are
is
you
moved.
talking about a substitute, you're talking about an amendment to it?
No, I think with highways direction, it makes more sense. It's kind of saying what Ron is saying, but it comes together a little better. How about that? So it's moved to allow the community dumpster at its current general location with the following three conditions. It's situated out of the clear zone, it's situated out of the roadway, it doesn't impede snow plowing or gravel maintenance. Furthermore, I move to allow the second dumpster to be located in the county right-of-way once county highway has verified that it does not impede snow or gravel maintenance plowing. It's located outside the roadway and is located outside the clear zone.
Second. Seconder is okay with that amendment.
You want to read it, Ron?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So that's just
So
an
are you
amendment?
offering that as an amendment, or is that another substitute motion?
Yeah.
That's-
It's another substitute if I'm correct.
I think that was a substitute.
That
Yes.
or a
Okay.
friendly amendment?
No,
No.
No. Okay, so is there a second to the second substitute motion?
I'd second that one.
Lloyd
I've
did.
got it.
But I think Lloyd did. I just didn't know.
Okay. So I have a substitute motion and a second on it. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Eliminates the need for the first substitute motion and the original motion.
Thank
So
you,
we only
Joe.
have one substitute motion, is that correct?
We just
We're
have
going
this
with one?
motion. There you go. And we voted on it, so it's good. Thank you, Kara.
Thank you. Thank you for those that came for it. So. Pardon me?
Rita Chapman, so clarification, so which dumpster is considered the community dumpster? I've been having more and more people, and I'm not in charge of the dumpster anymore, I tell them where to go to, but I have had more people say that they want, how do they get a hold of the dumpster that's the other dumpster? So is that the community dumpster?
I think you guys
or is
can
the
figure
first
that one out. Yeah.
Okay, because
Rita.
it either has to be plural or, okay, so is that the community dumpster or is this one the community dumpster?
We'll let you guys figure that
Okay,
out.
I'll let Joe figure
I
that.
would, I'd make one suggestion. If you're gonna try and park it next together, I'd leave them both unlocked.
Well, I will tell you, I don't mind them being next door to each other.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
We have completed the discussions on the
Dumpster.
Silver City dumpster. Items from the public. Is there any members of the public here wishing to just address the commission on any items that are not on the agenda? These would be items that we would not be voting on, but if you want to bring something to attention to the commission, we're open to that at this time. Okay, not seeing any. I would go to item 28. Items from planning and zoning. I need a motion to go into the Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for Board of Adjustment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item A.
Good morning, Commissioner Chutima Sabun, Planning Department. Agenda item A is variance VA 2136 to reduce the rear yard setback to an agriculture zoning district for a cell tower from 330 feet to 220 feet. The applicant and agent is Elevated Towers, Jonah Schneider. The owner is Roland and Donnet Owens. The property is size 3.08 acres. The location of the property is at 23828 Highway 385. That is a coffee shop on the property. The current zoning of the property is highway service. The applicant obtained a variance VA 2112 to reduce the setback to a residential zoning district from 500 feet to 100 feet for a telecommunication tower, which is in the yellow color here. That's a residential district of the north and the east. The applicant also obtained a telecommunication facility permit TC 2103 to allow a 300-foot self-support telecommunication tower and an equipment shelter. So when the applicant submitted a building permit application for the proposed cell tower, the site plan shows that the applicant is not able to meet the minimum rear yard setback requirements. Therefore, the applicant is requesting this variance to reduce the rear yard setback for the proposed cell tower from 330 feet to 220 feet. The criteria review for this variance, prong 1, whether granting the variance runs counter to the public interest. Consider the entire public, not just the neighbors. Does it injure the neighborhood? No, the request does not appear to be a threat of nuisance to the neighborhood. Does it conform to the neighborhood? No, the telecommunication structures are not common in the area. However, telecommunication support structures are allowed in highway service districts. Does it conform to the general purpose of the zoning ordinance? No, the zoning ordinance requires a minimum setback requirement of 1.1 times the height of the tower for the construction of telecommunication supports from all the property lines. Does it harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community? No. Placement of telecommunication support structures within the required setback does not appear to harm the public or community. Prong 2, whether spatial conditions exist to grant a variance, physical conditions, not money or economic hardship. Does a spatial condition, exceptional narrowness, topography, siting, or the like exist on the property? Yes. Telecommunication support structures must be sited in the area that provide adequate cell phone coverage. The topography and location provide service to an area that otherwise does not have adequate, reliable cell phone coverage. If a spatial condition exists, thus enforcing the ordinance create an unnecessary hardship? Yes. This area has significant deficiency in cell phone coverage for this area. At this time, first responders, police officers, firefighters, and EMTs in the area do not have reliable connectivity. If spatial circumstance exists, thus granting the variance observe the ordinance spirit while doing substantial justice. Yes, allowing this variance would allow a telecommunication tower and provide cell phone coverage to an area that does not currently have reliable coverage. Allowing this communication tower will provide reliable cell phone coverage to first responders, police officers, firefighters, and EMTs.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
move approval per staff recommendation.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to move approval. Any public comment in regard to this?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross Connect.
I might point out that where this tower will be situated, it's across the street from Prairie Berry and just down from the Rushmore Forest Products, which used to be the sawmill in Hill City. That area really needs some better cell service because you cannot, the minute you get out of Hill City, you have no communication. So that cell tower is going to fix those issues.
Thank you, Chuchina.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Thanks, Ron, for that. At this point, this is just asking for the variance, and when they go to construct, I guess we have some requirements where we can have the tower mimic what a tree looks like, if I remember right. at that point in time when they come forward with a building permit, is that, there we go.
Blend in with the environment.
I want it to match the area.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, Planning Director. For this one, at a 300-foot tower, it has to be the lattice type. In order for it to have that tree look, it'd have to be a stealth tower, and those are not over 199 feet.
Okay, so the past review that we've done on those, we can't because of the height on this one.
Correct.
It's needed for that area.
Correct.
Okay.
I tried.
Any further questions? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item B.
Morning, Commissioners. Jason Thennison, Deputy Planning Director. Agenda item B is subdivision regulations variance 21-25 to waive road improvements to Sherman Street. The applicants are Don and Laura Elliott. Their agent is KTM Design Solutions. Janelle is in the audience if you have questions for her. Location is 307 Sherman Street. Existing lot is 0.93 acres. Currently zoned suburban residential district. Access is off Sherman Street, and there is no special flood hazard area on the subject property. This agenda item was continued from the November 16th board meeting per the applicant's request. This allowed the applicant's contractor time to make drainage improvements to the subject property. On December 1st of this year, staff and County Highway verified the applicants have made drainage improvements to the approach of the subject property. County Highway stated that they had minor concerns with the improvements and have addressed them with the applicant's contractor. These are the improvements here on the screen. This is facing west. This is the applicant's driveway. This is the opposite side of the culvert. This is further north on Sherman Street. See, this is the existing drainage on Sherman Street. And this is one more picture even further down. The applicant's agent pointed out road grade concerns after this report was written. The slope of the subject property would create a road grade 3 times above what is allowed in a residentially zoned district. With that, staff would like to change the recommendation as it's written in the report. With that, staff recommends approval as there are special topographical conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County subdivision regulations.
So moved.
Move to second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve following staff's recommendation, amended recommendation.
Thank you, Jason.
Any public comment in regard to this? Out to the commission. Any questions, comments by the commission? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item C.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor, again, Planning Director. Item C is subdivision regulations variance SV 2127 for H&H Land Company Number 2 LLC. Brian Hammerbeck is the agent. And the request is to waive the submittal of percolation test and soil profile hole information in a rural residential district. Staff is recommending denial. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends one condition be included. This property is located off of Highway 44 and, St. Germain Road. It's zoned rural residential district and it's vacant of any structures on most of the lots. There is a proposed plat on this lot and it will be residential in nature. So when looking at a variance, whether granting the variance runs counter to the public interest, I will just read the findings. Proposed tracks 2 through 5 and 8 through 11 are vacant of structures and thus does not require any septic. Proposed lots 6 and 7 have approved septic systems. Item number 2, the neighborhood is residential with large lots. Percolation tests and soil profile holes are required at the time of a building permit. Item number 3, percolation tests and 8-foot deep soil profile information are required for any lot or subdivision that will utilize an on-site wastewater treatment system. Number 4 does not apply. Number 5, waiving percolation and profile hole information should not harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community. Percolation tests and profile hole information are required to develop the property at the time of a building permit. This was routed around through the interdepartmental review process. No items of concern were
Chairman,
received.
Commissioner Adcock.
I'd move approval of this.
I'll second that motion.
With the one condition on the variance to waive the submittal of percolation tests and soil profile hole information is only for proposed tracks 2 through 11 of South Compute Addition and not for any further development or subdivision. If I could have a follow-up after that.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment relative to this? Does the applicant wish to address this? Back to the commission.
I think you had a hand up.
I'm sorry.
You need to come.
You need to come forward.
Just one thing.
Identify yourself.
What's that?
Please identify yourself.
I'm Ben Holmberg. I have a property off of Derby Lane, which is just adjacent to the property. I don't think they should be allowed to not have to do a perk test or the profile hole. I mean, it's kind of a county rule. Everyone else has to follow it, so I don't think there should be any reason that they should be waived those abilities. That's kind of all I have. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
Okay. Are you aware that once they require a building permit or apply for a building permit, they will have to do those?
Yeah. But I guess maybe I didn't understand the letter correctly. They were applying to not have to do those, correct?
Right now.
Right now. Okay. Okay. I didn't. Maybe. Okay. I misunderstood then.
Right.
Okay. Nope. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Commissioner Adcock.
I guess that was what I was going to say, is that because we changed the rules and regs a little bit and we put it with the building permits, that we have to leave it like it is until they do their building permit. So you still have to do percolation tests. We confuse a lot of people by doing this, which we did you, sir. But again, Gary's right. Those percolation tests have to be done no matter what. You already know because they need septics out there. So thank you for coming up with that concern, sir.
Commissioner Roskinek.
I was just going to point out when we did that same, waive that condition when we did the David Grover property in the Hill City Keystone Road, because those lots were going to be 5 acres and nobody really knew where the house was going to go. We didn't see any need to go, where would you put the profile hole? Because that you could put the hole and do all that test and not build a home in that area. So that's the position we took then, and I think that's the same position we're taking today.
Okay. Any further public comment? Back to the commission. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item D.
Item D is subdivision regulations variance SV 2128 to waive the submittal of percolation test and soil profile hole information in a planned unit development district. The applicant and owner is JKRK Properties LLC, Laredo Holdings LLC, Ryan Caskey. The surveyor and engineer is Long Branch Civil Engineering. The property consists of 383.42 acres. They are proposing a plat of 39 lots of this property in the planned unit development, and it will be residential. Whether granting the variance runs counter to the public interest, again, the proposed lots are currently vacant. The neighborhood is residential in nature. Percolation tests and profile holes are required at the time of a building permit application. Percolation tests and soil profile holes are required for any lot in the subdivision that will use an on-site wastewater treatment system. Any plans to develop the proposed lots will require that at the building permit process. The current comprehensive plan identifies the property's planned unit development, which requires a 5-acre minimum lot size. All 39 of these lots will meet this requirement. And waiving the percolation and profile hole information should not harm the public safety, health, or general welfare of the community. Percolation tests and profile hole information are required to develop the property and at the time of building permit. Prong 2, whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. No, there are no special conditions that would warrant granting this request. However, any plans to develop the proposed lots will require soil profile and percolation test information at the building permit process. So staff is recommending denial as there's no special conditions that exist. However, if the Board of Adjustment agrees and approves the request, staff recommends one condition be included.
So Chairman.
Commissioner Adcock.
Brittany, can you show us the location in the county where this is at? Instead of just that map, do you have an overall map in the county where these subdivision is?
It's in between New Underwood and Rapid City in Box Elder, south of 1416.
It's 383 lots with 5-acre lots.
No, there's 383 acres, so there's 39
sorry,
lots
sorry.
that are 5 acres.
That wasn't, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'll approve that with the one condition.
Second.
Got a motion and a
Is that
second.
going to be the same language as the previous one? Ron?
Yep.
Okay.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. Further discussion? Is there any comments by the applicants on this one? Any public comments? Back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item E.
Item E is subdivision regulations variance SV 2129 to waive the requirement to dedicate and improve the section line right-of-way. The applicant and owner is JKRK Properties LLC, Laredo Holdings LLC, Ryan Caskey. The surveyor engineer is Long Branch Engineering. The property currently consists of 383.42 acres. There is a plat going through the process for 39 5-acre lots. It's currently zoned plan unit development and is used as residential. Whether granting the variance runs counter to the public interest, I will read the findings. Due to the lot configurations, north and south access is provided by Ironwood Court and Rustic Road. Section line improvements would not align with current road alignments to the north, and access to the proposed lots is already dedicated or provided. However, improving the section line to the south would provide access to lots to the south of the subdivision. Number 2, the neighborhood is residential in nature. Improved and dedicated rights-of-way do exist to provide access to proposed lots and not to the lots to the south of the subdivision. Number 3, where an existing section line right-of-way or a portion of a section line right-of-way is located within a new subdivision or adjoining any portion of a new subdivision, the entire 66 feet of section line right-of-way shall be dedicated and improved by the developer at the approval of the Board of Commissioners. Number 4, the current comprehensive plan identifies properties planned unit development, which requires 5-acre lot sizes. The proposed 39 lots are 5 acres. And does it harm the public health, safety, or general welfare? Access is provided by Ironwood Court, High Bluff Drive, and Rustic Road. However, improved access is not provided to the lots to the south of the subdivision. Prong 2, whether special conditions exist to grant a variance. Access to the proposed lots is provided by dedicated and improved right-of-ways. Requiring the section line right-of-way to be improved or dedicated would require the applicant to construct a road when dedicated and existing access exists to the north. However, access is not provided to the south. And the ordinance is in place to ensure that all lots of the proposed subdivision are provided access. So staff is recommending approval of subdivision regulation variance SV 2129 to waive dedication and improvement of the section line right-of-way for the portion of the section line right-of-way north of High Bluff Drive to 226 Avenue, with the following condition: that the portion of the section line right-of-way located south of High Bluff Drive between sections 4 and 5 to the south property lines of the proposed lots 10 and 11 of Sunset Ranch subdivision be dedicated and improved to Ordinance 14 standards. And I can show that portion on the map.
So Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
so Brittany, I guess that's where I got confused. The other lots, how many lots are in total besides this development?
So this development is 39 lots, and then there's these 2 large tracts of property to the south.
How about the ones to
So
the
that
north?
was the concern from the highway department for the request that this be dedicated and improved, because otherwise
Right.
that's that.
So what about the lots above them? So how many total is in this development area without just this phase? That's a lot of lots
A
in
lot,
there.
there's a lot.
Are they all 5-acre already above them?
Yes. So this section line goes through right here, but there is access right here through this and right here to the north.
Would it make an isolated track if we didn't have them improve that section line?
Well, the section line would still exist because they're not vacating it. It just wouldn't be improved, meaning that it wouldn't have a road built in it.
Okay, so are the development above that, or is the section line improved?
In some portions of it, here it is,
And why wasn't the second part?
but because there was access here and here to those north.
So can I, Joe, Chairman, if that's okay?
Talking about a train issue here or not?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Joe, you have an opinion the highway is opposed to a variance until seeing the preliminary plan. Have you seen the preliminary plan at this point?
This is the preliminary
This,
plan.
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, the original routing with our comments came, or the preliminary plans came after the original routing, so we never seen any of this by the time we made our comments, but I believe the reason that this portion here to the north of this section line here wasn't improved is there's actually a large drainage that goes through here.
Okay.
This is actually 156th Avenue, which is actually a county highway.
Right.
So up, well, right here, it's actually in a road district. And then right here is a large drainage structure, a pipe that goes this direction, and then there's another one. You can kind of see it there. That's the reason we're requesting the improvement of the section line on the south portion of it, or this portion here, is to allow the landowner to the south here access.
So you're disagreeing with what's on here, and if you,
I believe I agree with the way Brittany's written it.
Right, not to improve it to the north, just the south portion.
okay, I appreciate that.
Move
Thank
for
you.
approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to approve. Is there any public comment? Gail, I do have you down here.
Yeah, thank you. It's Cale McVille, Long Branch Civil Engineering. Yeah, we appreciate the comments from the staff and from the county highway. We would like to propose an alternate solution to the problem. As we're talking about this piece of the section line south of High Bluff Court, we're looking at, obviously these roads are going to come through. We're obviously not asking for variance just to not construct the section line stays. But the location is problematic, and if I get back up to the aerial photo, I think I can explain to you why it is. You see this drainage that comes through here? That section line highway, if we built it in this location, is gonna parallel the drainage. There is approximately 740 CFS that runs through here in the 100-year event. So what we've looked at is crossing it at a 90. So if you imagine this drainage is coming through this location, we're gonna put two 60-inch culverts at this crossing. What I'm trying to avoid is running a road up this drainage because all that water is now kind of paralleling the road. An alternate solution, though, I think I've got a really good one for you. If I can get back to the aerial.
Okay, would those two big culverts flood out the next set of properties?
No, we're building a detention cell.
There you go.
At that location.
Thank you.
If you look at, these are the subject properties we're discussing in this area. This land to the south, it's outside of our road district boundary. But you can see that access to it right now is in this location. There's a 2-track trail. It's not following the section line that the gentleman who owns the property to the south actually comes through this corridor to access his property. He doesn't follow the section line because it's going up over the bottom of a ravine. So what I would propose as an alternate solution, instead of building this portion of the section line, is that we come down to here and dedicate the right-of-way in this location, which more closely lines up with.
Cale, how about the drainage above it? Remember where the highway said there's drainage above that?
Yep.
2 lots?
Yep.
Where's that drainage going then?
It's going across those lots.
So it's coming down from above and coming across
It's coming south and north. So this is the top of the basin. The water's coming through this location.
Okay.
Crosses that section line, goes through the lots, and trends this direction.
I thought there was a drainage on the section line, Joe.
There is.
Right above that space that we said was drainage, Cale.
Yeah, there
It
is.
looks like
That location.
Yeah, it would appear that drainage actually splits in two if you go back to the aerial.
Yep.
And now, without having been out there, and I know what's at the end of 156, but I haven't obviously ventured south of there. But I guess my request would be to the commission to continue this. If you guys want to entertain Cale's idea, I would request that you guys continue this so we can do a little bit more investigation. And Sean did just point out in my ear here that the road to if you go back to the other layout, this road over here, the access location has not been approved. We have not been out to look at that either. So,
Cale, is that okay with you if we continue so we could go look at it?
Yeah, I believe that's just fine. So in the gist of it is I would propose that we would have a connection to the south that would occur in this location to keep us out of the bottom of the drainage. And it more closely resembles the location that he's using now. I think the rancher picked the spot to access his property now. We should probably stick with
Commission
close
okay
to
to
the-
continue it?
If I may, just
okay?
one more comment here, just to try and alleviate maybe some future issues that we've been seeing here in the recent past is, that section line's there, somebody's gonna buy the lot 10 or 11 and not know that that section line's there or what have you. You guys could also relocate that section line to the end of there. And then that way the section line there's no reason to vacate it. The section line's still there. It's just moved.
Maybe you and Kale can come up with a solution that works for highway and this development, Joe. You've done that before, so.
I've got a substitute motion by Commissioner Hadcock.
Second.
And a second to continue this. Is there a date that we should be putting on this, or should we leave this?
2 weeks from now. Are you okay with that,
The
Kale?
21st?
21st.
Okay.
Okay.
Does everybody understand the motion?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Need a motion to come out of Board of Adjustment.
So moved.
Got a motion and a second to come out of Board of Adjustment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. So the following planning and zoning matters in our uncontested hearings are those which the planning department has not yet received or provided comment contesting the item. The documents for each item have been reviewed by the commissioners, and decisions during these hearings will be made based on the information provided in the packet in the short presentation. If we receive comment contesting the item, the matter will be addressed in the same manner as a contested hearing. Brittany.
Item F is minor plat MPL 2175 for Kevin and Jeanette Grover to subdivide and create lots 2R1 and 2R2 of Grover subdivision in accordance with section 400.3 of the Pennington County subdivision regulations. And Planning Commission recommended approval of minor plat MPL 2175 with 5 conditions.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there anybody in the public that chooses to ask that this be put into the contested? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item G.
Item G is layout plan LPL 2176 for Rockerville Goldtown LLC to reconfigure lot lines to create Tract 1, Tract 2, Tract 3, and Tract 4 of Rockerville Goldtown subdivision. Planning Commission recommended approval of layout plan LPL 2176 with 19 conditions.
Move to approve.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve. Further discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. H.
Item H is preliminary plat PPL 2177 for JKRK Properties LLC, Laredo Holdings LLC, to create lots 1 through 21 of Block 7, lots 8 through 16 of Block 8, and lots 9 through 17 of Block 9 of Sunset Ranch subdivision. And Planning Commission recommended approval of preliminary plat PPL 2177 with 14 conditions.
Move to approve.
Got a motion, is there a second?
Second.
And a second, any public comment? Back to the commission. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Contested hearings.
Okay, item I is public hearing of rezone RZ 2130 for Paul H.H. Renke Family Trust, Renters Associates is the agent, to rezone 9.541 acres from suburban residential district to agriculture district. And actually, Planning Commission did recommend to continue this rezone until the February 1st, 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting. The reason for this is if you did rezoned this property to 9.541 acres of agriculture, it would actually be in violation of our zoning ordinance. So we do have to wait until the plat is filed. There's a plat going through the city of Rapid City right now, which will incorporate this portion into a portion to the east. And once they do that, it will meet the 10-acre minimum lot size. So we have to wait until that plat is filed, and then we can move for the rezone to go through.
Move to continue.
Second. To what?
Okay,
Next
so,
meeting?
so I've got a
February.
motion and a second to continue, but do we have a date that we need to put that?
Yes, the February 1st, 2022 Board of Commissioners meeting.
February?
February 21st, yep.
Okay, I do have a, I've
February
got a
1st,
request by Angela Poches to speak on this issue. Angela, would you like to?
Good morning.
Since I live out there and I am adjacent to that property, I was just trying to understand how this rezoning works when there's a use on review, and then how that process is. So I thought I'd show up today since I wasn't able to be to the first meeting.
And Brittany can meet with you as
Yeah.
well, because we're
That'd be
going to
great,
continue it.
if I could just get explanation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Angela.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item J.
Item J is public hearing of Major Plan Unit Development Amendment PU 2115 for Douglas Schlabach to amend an existing plan unit development to reduce the common area from 73 acres to 9.67 acres in accordance with Section 216 of the Pennington County zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of Major Plan Unit Development Amendment PU 2115 with 12 conditions. The reason for this is currently in this plan unit development, this is Rushmore Shadows and Mountain Meadows. As part of the PUD, there's a requirement or a condition of the PUD that 73 acres be dedicated as common area. When this subdivision was created, there was no area that was actually created, or no 73 acres that were actually formally dedicated as common area, except for this 9.67 acres, which is a common lot. So in order for, so there's a bunch of undeveloped property in this subdivision. So what would happen is the last person to develop 73 acres would not be able to be issued a building permit according to this condition of this plan unit development, because there has to be maintain 73 acres of common area. If you do look at our plan unit development requirements, it does require that there is common area for a subdivision. So that 9.67 acres would meet that requirement of the plan unit development, as it's not a specific amount of common area that would have to be held, but there is. The current owner of that lot of common area is aware that it is common area and is of the understanding that that would be dedicated as part of this plan unit development.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hoskin.
Brittany, that wouldn't impact the neighboring subdivision, Mountain Meadows, would it?
No. So, well, what it would do is allow that common area to only be dedicated as 9.67 acres. Right now, if there's 73 acres, there has to be 73 acres in this subdivision that has to be held in common area. The issue with it is whose 73 acres is it? Because the developer never formally dedicated what lots those would be or what areas those would be. So it was never recorded with the Register of Deeds. It was never part of the actual conditions of approval of the plan unit development. It didn't specifically designate which lots would be that. It just said 73 lots. So Mr. Schlabach came, in order to do this, under statute, they had to get 20% of the property owners in the plan unit development to actually sign the application. So that was done in order to bring this in front of the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners.
And at the Planning Commission level, I sat on the Planning Commission for that. There was no opposition to this. It was.
Okay. It's kind of a hard one to understand.
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none, back to the commission. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Item K, Tax Increment Finance District number 6.
So item K is Tax Increment Finance District Number 6 by resolution. A Tax Increment Finance District has been submitted by Pink Cabin LLC for the purpose of developing infrastructure improvements along Anderson Road between East Highway 44 and Longview Road to support the Apple Valley Affordable Housing Development. This was continued from the previous Board of Commissioners meeting. I do know that the applicant does have a presentation that they have prepared, a PowerPoint, to present to the commissioners as well. Where's Andy? Or Andy or Brandon? You doing
I have a
it?
large list of speakers forms here also on this. Again, we're going to go back to limiting people to 3 minutes to speak on the issue. First up is Andrew Skull, the applicant. Andy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and County Commissioners. Today, my presentation is longer than 3 minutes. This was created in order to help answer the questions that you guys brought before us last time, as well as to address some of the neighborhood concerns. Since then, we have had extensive discussion with Commissioner Deb Hadcock, who raised a lot of questions, as well as Commissioner Lassiter. Rather than walk through this full presentation in 3 minutes, which I don't think is time
Andrew,
sensitive.
I'm going to allow you longer because there were a number of questions that were asked of you at the last time. So you just go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. A little bit of history. The area in green here is the area of the TIF district boundary, 120 acres. The TIF district does not go beyond any of the land current ownership by the existing landowner. A little bit of a view out so you can see the location comparison along Longview Highway 44 and Anderson Road. This graphic depicts the location of the proposed TIF district and its location within the 3-mile jurisdiction that implicates requirements of the city of Rapid City as well as the sanitary district's opportunities. This is per South Dakota codified law. I think one of the big issues here and a misunderstanding is whenever the land is platted to less than 40 acres, different requirements and infrastructure requirements take effect. So if any of this is currently platted, I believe as 3 40-acre parcels, anything less than 40 acres would require and stimulate the need for this infrastructure development and improvement. I do know that previously a previous landowner did look at subdividing 1 40-acre parcel into 4 10-acre pieces. You never saw that here in the county or the county commission because it died at arrival due to the cost of the infrastructure improvements made the project financially unfeasible. So what does that mean in the big picture? At the end of the day, the requirements of the infrastructure really drive the need to increase density in order to make the project financially feasible and meet the demands of the allowable jurisdictions. So we feel our approach is such that it'll better serve the area residents with safer roads, better water quality and service, better groundwater quality with less maintenance due to the septic system decrease, as well as an overall increase in safety and security that would be offered by the proposed satellite sheriff's department office. Our development plan, we spend extensive time with the county, the city, Rapid Valley Sanitary District, and other utility providers, as well as the sheriff's department, to determine what the requirements would be and what they really desired in compilation of creating this TIF. At the end of the day, what we heard was they wanted improved infrastructure beyond the required area to allow for future growth and provide for better utility service to the current residents. Relocate, I believe the electrical service provider would like to relocate all overhead power lines to underground along Anderson and Longview. Really looking at properly sizing the infrastructure, not only allow for the best service for existing residents, but also to allow for future growth in that area over the next several decades. Widen and improve Anderson Road and Longview for 2 times the required length. This really improves safety, pedestrian, bicycle, equestrian, and any other vehicular traffic items. And then, of course, the Sheriff's Office provides improved community safety and response time, which I think is highly desirable from what I hear from comments in that area. Road improvements specifically, really this was coordination between the county as well as the City Public Works Department, utilizing data from the preliminary traffic study. I think one thing that needs to be cleared up is no additional right-of-way or easements is being requested of us. There will be no loss of driveways that are located on private land. Existing driveways will have new approaches paved. The existing pavement surface will be resurfaced as well as new striping. Culverts will be replaced and updated. This graphic depicts both the current and the future road section for Anderson Road and for Longview. The area here in white is 24 foot wide. This is the existing pavement that's located on site. It's about 2 12-foot driving lanes with a very minimal shoulder. So to clear up any confusion, the proposed road section has a total pavement width of, just gonna double check my math here real quick, 21, 31, of 40 feet, which would include a 4-foot shoulder on both sides of the road. It would include 2 11-foot driving lanes and a 10-foot wide turning lane. You also see that the existing right-of-way is 66 feet wide. Also graphically depicted is the location of the new sewer trunk main, the existing Rapid City water main, and then the new Rapid Valley water main. Now, these are not located appropriately in this graphic. The existing roadway has substantial amount of depth of pavement as well as base course, but it will be milled and overlaid and restriped to match all of the new pavement structure. So I hope that clears up any confusion as to what that road section would look like. In terms of road, approximately 2.3 miles of road would be improved along Longview starting at Remington, which previously in the last year, 18 months or so, was improved and widened. So we'd pick up where that left off, improve it down to 7860 Longview Road, as well as along Anderson Road from the terminus of Longview, or intersection of Longview, just about down to Highway 44. That's where that road section would exist. In terms of the sanitary district and their needs, I'd like to, if you're so willing, to have Rusty Schmidt with Rapid Valley Sanitary District come up, answer any questions, and also talk about their existing service.
Rusty, would you like to come up?
Hello, as you know, I'm Rusty Schmidt, General Manager for Rapid Valley Sanitary District. So we're the ones that operate, maintain potable water systems in Rapid Valley Sanitary District and the sanitary sewer, approximately about 4,200 current accounts, 10,000 people. So have any questions?
All right.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I just, sorry.
Questions, Rusty?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
I
LeGros?
really don't have no questions, Rusty, but as far as like this goes, but this is extending out your service a little bit further. And a couple of years ago, Green Valley, did that get upgraded?
Correct. We actually provide the services, water services to Green Valley Sanitary District in 2012.
And so with this, that it would extend out. I just remember we had a lot of problems out in Green Valley as far as water quality because the sewers or the septic systems and so forth. And so you being moved out, so the quality of water is going to be much better. And
Correct. This will improve their water quality. It won't be just one feed for them 230 plus residents that are on our system right now. It'll be a looped feed, so that way it improves adequate fire flows as well as you got looping, so you don't got stagnation.
Okay. Thanks, Rusty.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Just in full disclosure, me and Travis, as commissioners, went to a meeting at the Eagles Club last Wednesday and also invited the developers and Rusty and engineers from this TIF. I thought I always like to be fair, and I also like the residents to know the full story. Sometimes when you pick one side, you're only telling one side. So they did well. People don't always like what you're doing, but at least you had the respect to come and see what their thoughts and their feelings were. So I have a lot of respect for people that can be able to go up there and, be able to take those questions whether people like you or not. So that's why I like to see it as well, because you see both sides. You also see as a developer or sanitary sewer, people that deal with water and sewer, what people's concerns are. And in the future, you're going to understand more of what their feelings are. And some are very substantial and and very legit. And other people, there's a lot of feeling in there, but it's good to see both sides. So I always like going to those kind of meetings, whether people like me or not. I just appreciate their thoughts and them to be able to speak freely at a meeting like that. So I appreciated that you guys came. Thank you.
Yeah.
I guess I'll keep carrying on here.
Thanks, Rusty.
I guess some of the high points is Commissioner LaCroix asked, it does loop in the Green Valley system. Their Rapid Valley has very high amount of water capacity to serve the area, and overall the sewer will tie into the Rapid Cities 42-inch main on Highway 44. This area has been annexed previously by the sanitary district. I thought one of the high points is that these residents can connect to Rapid Valley at their choice, and no connection fee would be imposed by them, by Rusty's crew. That's just depicts the service area of Rapid Valley Sanitary District. What this shows here on the left-hand side in the orange, this is the current dwelling units that are located in the area that would be immediately able to connect onto this new infrastructure in terms of sewer. I don't know if my count's exactly right, but I think it's about 27. And then on the right-hand side in purple shows where water service could be supplied to existing residents of the neighborhood. I believe that's around 19, give or take 1 or 2. And it does, as it showed, connect to Green Valley to loop their system. We do know that there has been some existing issues with wells drying up, and there are concerns about the decommissioning of the Hawthorne ditch and what the impact may be. Sewer, properly sized, allow existing residents to connect, and also for a substantial amount of growth. This depicts the area of improvements for the sewer, basically from Carlin Drive to 7860 Longview Drive, as well as the mile or so of Anderson Road in the subject area, about 2 miles. This mosaic picture, this sewer trunk main, although it only served those sections that we shown on Longview and Anderson, and also what it does is it opens up about 1,950 acres of a basin that can be and has the potential to be sewered in the future. So I guess I see Commissioner Drews kind of straightening his eyes. This would be the location of Longview and Anderson Road. But as you see, is this infrastructure as part of the TIF would not be installed anything going north or over here to the west, but it does allow for the potential in the future. Now we're to this point where this can be accessed for sewer use in the future. I believe there is sewer service on most parcels located directly to the west of this mosaic area. I think water we've touched on pretty well. Subject area is about 1.52 miles. The water improvements actually go from Carlin to this quarter section line and then along Anderson Road. Public safety, there is money allocated for satellite sheriff's office, conversations with the sheriff and their needs. I think the goal here is to increase safety officer presence, decrease response times and calls for service, and allow for business with the sheriff's office to be done at the satellite office. And I think in terms of fire flows, better water pressure and quantity for fire suppression. The area here on your left, all this great colors shows the first 4 phases of development. You see this circled area right here. This is the proposed location of where that sheriff's satellite office could be located, subject to final discussion in terms of their needs. I think one thing that's important, this doesn't all happen at once. This is a large project and takes a long time. Phase 1 through 4 projected desire to build about 80 lots a year. So the colored area is the first 4 phases. Everything out here to the north is the last 3 phases. Ultimately, this is best case scenario. I would suggest this is a 7-year project, and based upon demand and need, it could be an 8 to 10-year project. Water line and sewer lines in Anderson Longview, as proposed, would be completed in 22, improvements on Anderson Road in 22, and Longview Road improvements most likely in 23. Here's some general information just to help a little bit, some general TIF questions. You know, the one question was, how do you get to this 82 million magic number? Well, that's based upon 300 homes with a valuation of $275,000. TIF cost is in your packet, 12.5 million total with interest. I have Toby Morris is available to answer questions. I think one thing that's important, this is an affordable housing TIF. My understanding, and Toby can better define, it does not impact the current mill rate. It holds the school general fund harmless in terms, so I understand that they still receive their money. The burden of payback is on us as a developer. We're taking the risk. This is a conservative approach. We're approaching it at 250 homes being built in 5 years, which allows for the TIF to be paid off in 16 years. Any specific questions for Toby? I know he's available if you so desire.
Question for Toby, right? Commissioner Ross, can I?
No, not for Toby.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
You have questions for?
Andy,
Yes, sir.
was this land open or available for sale to anybody that wanted to buy it?
I don't know that specifically, but I do know that the existing landowner purchased the land, and I'm assuming when it was available to be purchased, he made the option to purchase it, and where others may have chosen not to.
So why this site opposed to other 120 acre sites in the area? I mean, I assume you taking the risk, you had to reduce that risk, and I'm assuming this site had some other features that comparable sites didn't have.
Yeah, I mean, specifically to the development plan that's put forth today, this is, in all honesty, well, we have many different things going on in the market. Number one is the cost of lots. What you want to say, Rapid City proper has gotten very expensive. I don't know of any available lots for less than $55,000. This is a very flat area. Outside of the TIF work, inside the development, the sewer mains and the water mains would be more shallow. So you have more productive labor and less deep in sewer, so it makes it more cost-effective in the approach. As well as the availability of finding 120 acres to come up with a master plan and to be able to develop it effectively over a longer period of time versus 20 here and 5 there and 15 over here and 17 maybe. And I think that was probably the driven desire of the landowner.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Laster.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Toby a couple of questions.
Okay.
Toby, how's it going?
Good, thank you. Toby Morris with Collier Securities.
All right, I got a couple of questions for you. I've gone over a lot of this. We've talked to a lot of the community members and stuff, but last night something dawned on me. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because you were involved with TIF number 4 and 5, and obviously you're involved with this one. So I've got some questions that I want to clarify in my brain. So TIF 4 and 5, what did they fall under as far as the type? Do you remember?
They were under economic development.
So they fell under economic development, okay. So that gives me an idea to how this is gonna go. So with those, it exempted from imposing an additional school levy on all real property. So basically, there was no added levies to the properties. With that, it came out of the state general fund to compensate the schools. Is that how I understand that?
Correct, and if I may just further explain a little bit, there's 4 different classifications of how a TIF, the Department of Revenue: industrial, economic development, workforce housing, and then other. If it's classified as other is when your taxes will be impacted.
Gotcha. There'll be the school district then has to do a special levy to make up the cost in that other one.
Actually, the county does. The school district still remains harmless. It's just a matter of who's providing that harmless to them.
Okay. So in this particular TIF, the way it is that the county is not paying the amount that the school should be getting. It's actually coming from the state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How is that determined? Is it determined based on the evaluation of the land, and then what they would have paid as property taxes then is added to what the state then would supplement to the school?
Yes, it's quite the application process where I fill out the application, submit it to Department of Revenue. A lot of times that's with a follow-up call. They examine the preliminary TIF plan. They review it, they assign that classification, then preliminary, which is in the TIF packet, as workforce housing, where you have to fall within the parameters of that. Providing this is passed, then I then take this back to Department of Revenue, who does the final certification after they review the plan again. So there's several eyes that go on it because Department of Revenue is essentially the TIF police.
Gotcha. So then my last question, and I hope I can put it out there. So the way I'm thinking about this, so maybe you can clarify it, maybe I'm thinking about it wrong, but maybe you can walk me through it. TIF 4 and 5, the tax, property tax that's taken out of that, the schools are held harmless, but they're not bringing in any new residents, if you will. I think TIF 5 may have a small amount of residents that may come in, which means they could add a couple of students to the school district. And this particular TIF, number 6, it's all residential. So whenever it's all said and done, if 400 houses are built on there, I'm just going to throw a number, not that this is the exact number. You could potentially have 200 or 300 or 400 students that would then go into the school district. To me, that sounds like a significant impact of what the state is going to have to make up in monies for students going into that school district, as opposed to the other 2 where there wasn't any students being added to the school district. Does that make sense? Are you following my logic?
I am
Okay.
on that. I think it's important, though, to look at without getting too much in the weeds in terms of how school districts are funded. And it's by the per pupil. They're
Right.
going to tell you they want attendance. One of the issues that's been with Rapid City School over the past few years has been that decline in enrollment. And so, because the way the state funds them on a per pupil basis, and then even now with the capital outlay formula basing it on a per student or X amount of dollars, everything is shifted to the numbers of students. So the school, and I serve as a lot, advisor to a lot of schools, they want students. That's how they increase their general fund.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Is there plans for a new school for Douglas School District? I've heard word that there may be, and that there might be a request for a TIF in that one. Are you familiar with that?
I can help answer that question unofficially, because I'm not involved with any of their current plans. I just have knowledge of them. They currently have, they started with a $40 million master plan upgrade. Douglas School District is different because they get impact aid from the federal government because of the federal installation versus Rapid City School District. My understanding is that $40 million plan has been increased to $150 million. And I don't know the exact location, but in terms of this site, but at the corner of Liberty and Interstate 90, they have a new 300,000 square foot high school planned. And I'm just going to guesstimate you're looking at that 75 to $80 million. And so they are also looking at their elementary schools as well. And that has a completely different funding source. So I do know that they have a lot of master planning going on. I think they're at their final stages of securing that impact aid. But I'm speaking unofficially. I'm speaking just off of my general knowledge.
Fair enough, fair enough. I just want to make sure that something that I've heard is accurate. So, all right, I just wanted to understand that because to me, compared to TIF 4 and 5 versus 6, 4 and 5, sure, there's going to be some requirement to pay to the school district, but what's really going to drive some of the payment from the state is the fact that this particular TIF, if approved, is going to drive it more money because there's a potential to have more students from the community.
Correct.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock?
So you said the qualifications were 4. Number 3 was workforce housing and 4 was affordable. What is workforce housing? What's affordable is 300,000 or less. What is workforce? Toby?
Thank you. I think the terms are interchanged. It's essentially the same where there's parameters. So on the purchase, the first time of the home must fall within 300,000 or less. And remember, this is the state putting out the guide.
That's the affordable one?
As affordable / workforce, it's really the same term. So like when I look at how the state classified this on, was it that last attachment?
So Toby, why did you pick, when helping these, affordable instead of workforce? How about that?
It's the same. I guess I accidentally keep interchanging the deal because a lot of times when you say affordable, they put the number on it. And then when you say workforce, it's really to fit that working family, whether it's say a plumber and a teacher and what they can afford on that. And so the parameters are set on that as well as any apartments that go in. It's restricted to, on apartments, multifamily, which can still be classified as affordable. You cannot exceed X amount rent per year.
Number 5 did have some workforce housing in it, I think, in that economic development one. I thought Hanny had the outlining areas in that big complex that they were going to build out there. I think he had housing units on the south side or something around there.
He did, correct. It was a mixed use between the commercial, the Liberty Plaza, and then trying to make it really a master plan development is what that was entailed. So when I took that before the state, they reviewed everything and said, we're going to do this as economic development because it was so broad.
So how many workforce or affordable housing TIFs do we have currently in Pennington County? Do you know?
I believe this would be the only one that you've considered. I can't speak for the city of Rapid.
How about the cities too? No, Toby?
I don't know exactly the number of what would be considered there. I can tell you recently within the past year, you've seen the development in Spearfish where that was a 200 some unit. Deadwood just recently passed one. I get calls every week. It's amazing the housing demand.
Did we have one in Hill City?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, that is Pennington County.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ford, yes. We did more workforce.
Yeah.
That's why I said
Yeah.
difference between workforce and affordable.
Other questions of Toby Morris? Not, I ask you to stay around because you might get called back up.
You're right here, Mr.
For more
Chair.
questions. Go ahead, Andy.
Okay, we're almost done, folks. Thanks for your patience. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but I think we're just providing data that we believe supports the demand and the need for housing. And some people may or disagree with what some of these numbers are or are not. I do think that there's a very important statistic that we've seen here in the last 2 weeks was the base commander saying that the base itself needs 1,100 housing units, single-family housing units for base personnel that are coming here. I think that another important factor, which this particular development supports, is the current stipend for an E4 or less. So if you're familiar with the military and those different rankings, if you're an E4 or less with dependents, your monthly housing stipend is $1,224 a month. In this development and how the VA financing would go for a $275,000 home with a 0%, zero down payment, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance would be about $1,285 a month. So we envision and see that a large portion of these potential homeowners would be military families, and it does help support that price point for which those military officers can qualify. From there, we're going to speed through some of this, and here's from our objective what we feel. We're promoting responsible and planned growth now and for the future. Improved and additional sewer and water infrastructure for the current residents of Rapid Valley and Green Valley, improved traffic network and safety system, allow for emergency services to be located directly in the valley. My planning mind says this reduces future spot development and encourages development along existing infrastructure, allows for future growth of infrastructure of approximately 1,950 acres, and with almost zero financial burden specifically on the county. So I'm here for any additional questions that you may have. I appreciate your time, and thank you for giving me the time, allowing us to speak.
Any additional questions for Andy right now?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question. Going back to, and it doesn't have a page number, but your development plan that's got the homes that are on it, your phases. If I'm looking at this plan correctly, and maybe I'm missing it, those houses along Anderson Road, are there driveways dumping right onto Anderson Road, or the way it looks,
No.
they are?
Yeah, let me, that's an excellent question. Let me, I think this shows it a little bit better, although it's just a kind of a spot of the sheriff's office. There are no driveways that will extend onto Anderson Road. Access to every dwelling unit would be from the interior streets. I can't quite remember. I think this is Cortland Drive. This would be built as a collector. Other roads that you see within these first 4 phases would all be residential streets, and all access comes off the collectors or the residential streets with just the proposed locations of the approaches for that section of the development.
So, follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So then if I look at this, and I can't see the numbers, but I think I see the number in that first section to the left. It says like 477 is in there. Is that going to be 477 and whatever that street name is? Is that Alburn? Brayburn? Do you see what I'm saying? Because if I'm looking up there, I see 477 and it looks like it's next to Anderson Road. But it's pushed behind you. Where you're at with you're kind of close.
Yeah.
Just go north. It doesn't matter what number it is. That one right there. So I think that one's 480.
Yeah.
Is that going to have a driveway from there all the way to that Brayburn Road? I think it's Brayburn.
Yeah, I think the numbering is more for, we're looking at a very large acre and a very small picture. The numbers don't represent the location of the homes. They just represent numbering of the lots. Everybody would have direct access to, let's say, Brayburn Drive. There wouldn't be a staggering of homes where some are back or some are front. I believe that the setback requirement is 25 feet, and I would expect the front of every home to be built at or very near that 25-foot setback.
Okay. And none of them have a driveway going out onto Anderson?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Get your questions answered?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Any further questions of Andy?
Just one more question. Where's the drainage areas? Meaning, do you have sediment ponds, different drainage areas in between? So some of those lots are gonna be drainage?
Yes, good question. Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. This layout to the north is modifying slightly. You can kind of see it, the existing drainage kind of comes diagonally through here, like so. You can see it right there. There is a little bit of a modification of that layout. The area, there will be retention and detention pond for water quality as well as discharge quantity located in this area with an improved drainage channel through the property. And then when we look at the south portion, this unnumbered lot, it says Phase 1A detention. This serves the southern portion of the property.
Andy, have you ever had problems in between because of the densities or because it causes a little bit more drainage, so you have to put the ponds a little bit more in the middle? Meaning for developments with that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair question. I think it all depends on topography and engineering calculations. I'm interested in the TUI design group and their calculations. They're here to answer questions if necessary. This is a very flat area. Flat can create as many problems as a lot of topography at times. But I trust their judgment, their calculations, and the location of those where we would potentially have issues with, there would be storm sewer installed. I can't speak specifically without Mr. Tui's help as to the extensiveness of the underground storm sewer, but I do feel that they will finalize their design for appropriate drainage.
Do they have wetland in that area?
Another good question. I know that this area right here, and I may need a little help from my consultants and team, I believe that this is designated as, I don't know if it's specifically designated as wetlands, but I'll ask Mr. Tui, and I know we've been working with the Corps of Engineers on that.
Mike Tui Design Group. The area that Andy's talking about that comes through the North 40, kind of at a diagonal, is designated wetlands. We have recently completed through a subconsultant wetland delineation, and we will present that to the U.S. Corps of Engineers for them to give a jurisdictional.
Mike, they have you do an EIN?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. There is, the North 40 has a pretty good section. The lower detention pond, the one down here on the south side, there's a small part of wetlands that are delineated in there. So we'll work through the Corps to make sure that we can make modifications and our improvements as are allowed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross.
Andy, what's the typical lot size?
Typical lot size is approximately 6,500 square feet. I do know that some of the lots will be smaller on that 6,000. I also know that some will be larger in the 7,000.
So other developments in the area, Box Elder, stuff that Handy's doing, I believe those lots are about the same size?
I can't speak specifically to Hanny's. I would assume that they are. We just completed Phase 5 of what we call Raider Point subdivision that was developed by my partner Jim Scull and another partner not involved in this project, Kevin Andreessen. And those lot sizes varied. They were at 6,000 or slightly larger. Anywhere from the townhome lots were 50 by 100, so they were down to 5,000, but the vast majority of lots were 60 by 122 or 60 by 124, which puts you in that 6,000 to 6,500 square foot range per lot.
So the idea is to get as many homes as you legally can to make these things what you call workforce.
That's correct.
If you want bigger lots, you'd have to be in above 300,000, probably, just be my guess.
Yeah, and I did some quick calculations, and I know Toby has as well. And I know that, I appreciate all the comments and the interaction I've had with the neighborhood. They've been respectful, and I hope that we have been as well. And I know that is a concern, is the density. But here's the reality of the financing. If you reduce density by anything more than about 7%, which is really nothing, the TIF doesn't work. It does not pay for itself because it pushes you over the $300,000 mark rate. I'm going back to the $275,000 home times 300 units equals $82.5 million. Very simply looking at it, right? So if I reduce capacity, if I reduce it more than 7% or so, I'm pushing that 300 number so tight. And you need to be conservative on these. There's a substantial amount of risk for all involved. And so we have the number that works to support the TIF, to support the current and needed and the future needed infrastructure. And therein itself drives the density and the need and the type of housing that this is able to provide.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the methodology and why those lots are the size they are to make it, as you said, financially feasible.
That's correct, sir.
Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So, Andy, why a TIF on this one when you have many different developments that you're doing? You have explained over and over, and I know you guys do a good job at your developments. But why a TIF on this one? Because you put more infrastructure in, because, I don't know, because why?
My own opinion,
Yeah.
the demands of the jurisdiction, which is to me, the city, county, Rapid Valley, their desires for what is needed to improve this land, as well as what they desire for future capacity to serve growth, there's no other way to do it. You can't pay, at these will average $45,000 a lot, okay? You can't pay for $8.5 million of offsite infrastructure and build any development. I don't care where you're at, what you do, it doesn't work. So the only way that this works today is to seek tax increment financing.
So, to the opposite of that, if you put the infrastructure that was needed, which would be that whole corner, that's a pretty big infrastructure
Correct.
area. Then you added more in order to serve other areas. Why not use it more as building the infrastructure and having tap fees or something in that, or have Rapid Valley sanitary water and sewer, which would be added, meaning adding their costs, meaning they would be making money off it so they could help with some of the infrastructure. Was that discussed before?
I think the basic answer is that the project still does not financially work to support how we brought it forward in terms of the cost basis of the land as well as the houses.
Okay, thank you, that's fair.
Anything further?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
Just out of curiosity, and as I'm looking at this, because I see how far because we're taking Anderson all the way down to 44.
That's correct.
There's a piece of land just south of what this 120 acres is. Did you look at purchasing that just to kind of bring that in there? I mean, if you're doing the infrastructure all the way down to 44, if that was also part of that, I don't know if that would have changed the cost. I mean, it would add probably total more homes in the area, but if you had a little bit more space to kind of space them out, would that have helped? And it's just purely a gee whiz question, not that, I'm trying to question your business tactics. I'm just asking if that was even a possible thought consideration.
Let me get to a better picture, and I'll ask for clarification of your question. Are you specifically referring to this parcel here?
Well, is that parcel, that one right there where is that one, was that even potential to buy? Because I believe the one right above it is the one that's part of this. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is part of the 120 acres, and the current landowner owns this land as well as all of the 120 that were of discussion today. I personally was not involved in any discussions about the impact or the idea of potentially purchasing this land as well.
You said you were not?
I was not, no.
Okay. And I just totally was asking because, the more land you have, the more you could kind of spread out. Since you're carrying the road, in your plan, you're carrying the road and the infrastructure that far down. I just was wondering.
A fair question. Maybe my partner Jim Skull or people could answer that question. At the end of the day, you got to have a willing seller and you got to have a willing buyer. And that's the nature of capitalism, right? So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hoskin.
So when a Walmart comes to town or a Costco or whatever, they know what the plants are going to cost because they build these things all day long. They know what the building's going to cost. The only variable is when they come to Rapid City and they say, how much is the land going to cost? That is the only variable. And I kind of see the same thing here. If you went somewhere else and bought 120 acres and it wasn't that flat, didn't have the potential for water and sewer, that would drive up your development cost.
That's correct.
It just wouldn't pencil out.
Yeah.
I mean, am I looking at that right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a little bit of history, I think Pink Cabinet LLC with various different partners, I might have the numbers wrong, but we're engaged in somewhere between 5 to 7 current or current and/or planned developments, and we're hitting every market base from what I call the high market to the mid-market to the low market. The price of those lots has a lot to do with the cost of the infrastructure, which has a lot to do with the topography and your ability to tap into existing infrastructure. I mean, that drives it all, right? So your transportation network, your sewer, your water, what is the topographical features and how does that limit your ability to develop? And really that is our number one hindrance to cost-effective development in western South Dakota. We're not Sioux Falls, we're never gonna be, we don't wanna be, but we have topography and they don't. And that really drives a lot of change in how we have to do things and looking for appropriate parcels to meet the market and their demands.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
I'll go to the speaker request forms. I have, first one I have is Bob and Mary Anderson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bob Anderson, and this is my wife, Mary, and we live at 3365 Anderson Road on 4.3 acres. Right now, I'm going to request just a few extra moments, perhaps for a few speakers, because you granted Mr. Skull additional time. It would just be a few moments. Thank you. I'll continue.
I'll call you, when your time is up, I'll call it. And if you need another 15 or 20 seconds, fine.
Thank you. I purchased this property in 1987, and we've been actively custom haying the neighborhood fields for 33 years on shares. We have a customer base as far south as Hot Springs, as far north as Belle Fourche, and as far east as Interior, and as far west as Newcastle, only by means of word of mouth. We have reviewed the new comprehensive plan, and the plan is to move the agriculture and open spaces to the eastern plains, which has a higher level of alkali in their soil. The central area is currently zoned agriculture. The reason Rapid City was referred to as hay camp in the 1800s is because of the high quality horse hay available in this area for animals. The 120 acres that was recently purchased was purchased knowing full well that it is owned agricultural land. There is a high demand in the Rapid City area for 1 to 5 acre lots, all because people are desiring a hobby farm. A 1 to 5 acre design would nicely fit in the current footprint of the existing neighborhood. The petition that I brought before you was generated by volunteers in our community and represents 60 individuals who are unable to attend commission meetings held during the workday. The speakers to follow me are speaking on their behalf and also have been in contact with city, county, state, and federal authorities to gather and present factual information. All signatures we have gathered are from residents who live less than 1 mile from the proposed Apple Valley subdivision. I will now read the first 2 paragraphs of the petition. The purpose of this petition is to allow residents of the homes and properties impacted by the proposed Apple Valley housing project and TIF number 6, which supports this project, an avenue to express their concerns. The project will develop 120 acres into 460 plus residential lots. Thus, the TIF as it stands supports and assumes an urban development of high density that does not conform to the existing rural neighborhood and carries with it potential significant negative impacts. We do not oppose development and recognize that this is a necessity of a growing community. The second document will be explained by one of the later speakers. This is an extremely important decision for all parties involved to make, and the wrong decision will be attached to your name and your integrity for years to come. Please vote no in TIF number 6 in this proposed subdivision.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out, I had received a email signed by Bob and Mary Anderson. Took a couple of the commissioners to task on things that we had done. One of them was for myself, when he said, I asked at the last meeting I asked Andy if the timeline of continuing would work out for them. The intent on that is that if the timeline was not going to work out, I was going to come back to the commission and ask them then to reconsider continuing and take a up or down vote on that date. So.
Thank you for clearing that.
Next one is Jared Crandall.
We moved from Benjamin Court in 2019. Sorry, I'm not a very good speaker. Which is 1.2 miles as a bird flies directly to the west. To get out to this area, to see all this, I'm actually the third place to the north on Longview. Just really hope you disapprove this TIF, because if there's nothing like this out here, and if this opens up 1,900 acres, why do we have to put this big a stamp on the first one? We're coming in hot and heavy. That's all I got.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Crandall? Jessica Pendergrass.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. My name is Jessica Pendergrass, and I live on 3205 Crane Drive. I'm here to speak on behalf of the current residents on Crane. My family and I moved out to the valley from south side of Rapid to have a smaller community feel where we can feel safe to raise our boys and be out of town and more in the country with acreage, our own well, and septic tank. When we purchased our home in 2019, we still owned our other house for 10 months before we could sell it. We paid 2 mortgages for almost a year because moving out to the valley was worth it for us. We had no idea then that this proposed development would happen out here, something that we were getting away from. I've researched the comprehensive plan, and it seems to have ag, ranchette residential, rural residential, and low-density residential as levels of development, and the proposed Apple Valley subdivision is skipping from ag to about 6,500 square foot lots, which fits in the city but not in our community. I know that it will be years before the proposed development is finished, but my kids will still be young. I love that they have a safe place to play and grow, and we can enjoy the quiet. I love that I can free range our chickens. I love that we know our neighbors and that they have become family and allow my boys to ride their horses. We can trust everyone around us, but that will change if the density of this proposed development doesn't. And it devastates me knowing what our country life would turn into if this is approved. Before you vote on this TIF, I ask that you please consider the livelihood of the current residents who live there and how this will hugely impact our lives in a negative way. I don't feel that the current residents were taken into consideration at all when the proposed Apple Valley subdivision was created. Studying the TIF and looking at the proposed plan, it doesn't make any sense to build a development that dense in a community like ours. I understand that growth has to happen whether we like it or not. I just ask that you please put yourselves in our shoes. Those of us who own an acre or more, seeing a development pop up that close that doesn't match what is surrounding, it makes living in the country not the country anymore. I am afraid of the traffic and crime that this proposed development would ensue. I'm not opposed to the growth, but I am opposed to the density of the proposed Apple Valley subdivision and TIF as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there also Anthony Pendergrass?
I'm gonna first read from one of my neighbors. He wanted me to off something here. One second. His name is Mr. Jeremy Farr. He said, I'm worried and concerned about the proposed Apple Valley housing development near my home at 3120 Crane Drive. I feel like this takes away from the uniqueness of our neighborhood and also made this a great area to live. I'm a younger person, and moving into the neighborhood was attractive to me because of the sense of community, low crime, low noise, wonderful county support for services. I feel like this type of housing development will impact what we have currently in a negative way. Please reconsider current proposal as I feel it doesn't fit what has made this area so wonderful. Thank you. All right, so I have a few questions. The density part, right? Everybody's kind of referring to the density part. Like I came from California, and the density part is really what affects me the most because you become a number, you become a taxpayer. Like that's the problem that I have. Like I'm waving my neighbors, right? Waving to them, having a good time, saying hi, and when another 800 cars comes down my road, who am I waving to now? Like who's gonna stop for me? I don't know. You know, who's gonna stop for me? The second part of this is the roadway that they said they were gonna build. It's not gonna help with traffic. It's just helping with the waterways and the sewage. So they're taking away people's, we won't say property because that's what the kind of debacle was at the meeting the other day was. They're not taking away people's property, but they're taking away the safety ditch that's in there, right? I mean, they are taking away the safety ditch. That's going from what, 8 feet to 4 feet, right? I think that's what we proposed. I'm going to try to move quick here. And what is your projection for our area? Is it to turn into a Sioux Falls or California? I mean, is that what we're looking for? Because my parents live in a 7,500 square acre lot, right? Or not square acre, but 7,500 feet lot, right? And I'll pass this around. You guys can look at it. You can't find anyone. I mean, you're a number. Next one, new roads. And then from the outside looking in, without sounding like a bad person, I've heard 2 comments that stuck with me the other night, and it was, this is gonna come, and there's nothing we can do. Well, our representation can do something about it. And then the second one was, if you didn't like it, you should have bought it. That's what we're doing. That's who we're developing for. So with that, and also I see that you guys are not okay with compromising with us, via anyone who's not willing to compromise. And so, but you expect us to be very compromising to you. So I just say vote no on this, maybe find another way to arrange things, you know.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Oshkosh.
Sir, do you feel it's our responsibility to try to address the housing shortage? Today, we met new employees. They came in at 8:30, and I talked to them. We had the Sheriff's Department, IT, all the different departments. And the one common denominator, I said, did you move here from out of state?
4 years ago, yes, sir.
And there is a major problem finding employees and finding housing for employees.
Absolutely, yes, sir. I agree that there needs to be some addressment. Absolutely, we need to address that. But on the flip side of that is that we don't need to overpopulate as well. Like I do think that there is a need for that. And he was talking about E4s and below. You know, I was in the Army too. That's failure on the basis part. That's not failure on your part. You don't need to support that. They need to support that. They failed to pre-plan. It's not anything that you guys have to do. Although it's nice to have them here.
But understand what a TIF is. It's a tool that the state of South Dakota lets us use to help folks like the Skulls do a development. And if it's 450 homes, I guess it's 450 homes. Keep it in mind that based on Elevate Rapid City, which I go to a lot of their meetings, they're saying we're 3,000 short and growing. And the state and the governor's task force, the governor's saying we're 10,000 short. And so I think, you know, we're caught between a rock and a hard spot. We all agree nobody likes growth. I mean, I don't like it myself.
I'm saying steady and easy growth is better than taking it. I'm not. Okay, try. It's steady and easy growth is better to take than to say we're just gonna throw 1,000 people at you and you have fun with it.
Well, I don't want you to think we're a bunch of heartless people.
I don't.
We're just trying
I don't think that. I'm just, and that's what my comment was. Is like, so I feel personally like we don't have any representation, and that's why I'm asking you to maybe represent us a little bit, and maybe we can. I know you said money's an issue, so that kind of sucks, and I thank you for being here, Mr. Andy. So, yeah, like I get it, but it does suck, and I know it's going to come, but maybe ease into it. We got another 1,700 plus acres we're supposed to plan for. Like, is that what the projected is supposed to look like?
I think that's why I asked Andy, you know, couldn't you find another 120 acres? And they probably could, but would that 120 acres work for for the housing shortage that we got right now.
Right.
And it's my understanding that they probably did look for 120 acres or some other land, but what they found, all these different pieces had to come together, and this is why we're here today, because evidently that piece was probably for the number that they were looking for, that's probably the
Yes,
piece
sir.
that would
And
work the best.
I'm not disagreeing with anybody. No, I'm just asking for help, that's all. And then I'll just kind of show you, I'm going to give you guys this paper, I'll take it back later, but this is what's 7,500.
And we appreciate you coming here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
7,500 square footage. Here's the information on
Seth Purcell?
Well, Mr. Chair.
Lloyd had a
No,
question.
Commissioner LaCroix first.
I just wanted, I think this is a perfect opportunity for me to give my observation on some of the growth. A lot of what we've been hearing in our community is that all this, we've been planning, all this growth is coming because of the air-based expansion. That has been part of it, but, they've been planning for that for a couple of years now. I think the pandemic has created a lot of people moving into our area. Years ago, we wanted more manufacturing in our area for jobs. So far, we've got announcements of 2 manufacturing companies that are coming to this area. So, I mean, with this growth and the move, it's not all just the air base. It's people from all over, just as Mr. Jeremy said, he come here from California. I mean, a lot of people from the pandemic are coming in our area. And that creates part of the problem too. I just wanted to make that note since that seemed like the perfect time. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Seth Purcell. I live at 3010 Anderson Road. I've lived in the Rapid Valley area since I moved here to Rapid City 23 years ago. My first house was on O'Brien Street. Houses were spaced there much like the development that is being proposed. Maybe not quite as tight, but they were still pretty tight together. We purchased our land on Anderson Road and built our forever home so we could live in a rural setting, have space from our neighbors, and room for a large garden. Subsequently, my plan, since I've heard about this development, my plan to build a year-round greenhouse has been put on hold. When I bought this land, my 1 acre was still zoned as agricultural, and all of the land around us was agricultural. And that was kind of the draw. We've considered ourselves fortunate to live in a country setting and have enjoyed the quality of life it provides. I feel there is a market for larger lots to give more people the opportunity to hobby farm, such like myself. I would ask that the comprehensive plan that was approved in May of 2020 be used as a guide in developing the Apple Valley subdivision. I'd stand for questions.
Any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross.
I got some notes here relative to, I've been trying to do some homework. And so, number 4 on this report that Holly put together for me, it says Rapid City's MPO, that's Metropolitan Planning Organization, identifies the proposed area of Rapid Valley Affordable Housing Subdivision as low-density neighborhood, which is in harmony with existing residential development in the surrounding area. Several other locations within this surrounding area are also slated for residential development. A, Pennington County's comprehensive plan did not take into consideration the infrastructure improvements in the area when adopted in 2020. B, the infrastructure improvements in the proposed TIF would support higher density zoning district not reflected in the county's comprehensive plan. C, with expansion of the Rapid Valley Sanitary District to the area, the future land uses would and should change to reflect availability of public utility and infrastructure. So this is just a report that was generated based on some of the questions that I had.
Okay.
That I thought I'd share with everybody today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Jim and Linda Hayward.
Good afternoon. We're Jim and Linda Hayward. We live at 7860 Longview Road. It's about a quarter-mile east of the proposed project. You've all received a lot of feedback, both verbal and written, from the residents of our area regarding this proposed development. The vast majority of it has been negative, mainly due to the present scope of the project. We realize that development is necessary for the growth of a community, but how that is done is very much a different matter. As stated by some of you, expansion of this infrastructure is necessary for future use of the area, and that development with new housing will ultimately occur. However, the housing should fit the present and general layout of this area and not try to remake it into something that's not currently in place. Not one of our present area residents are planning or willing to subdivide their property so as to accommodate more houses so we can look like a city. That's exactly what this project will look like upon completion and will be very much out of place in our rural, low-density agricultural area. A rather snarky comment was overheard recently that we should move further out if we wanted to have our country style kind of living. But that's exactly what we did 10, 20, 30, 50 years ago. So now why should we have to move further out again just because a few individuals want to remake what we have and enjoy? That is not right. Each of you have been elected to serve not only the interests of the community in general, but also the residents of an area as a whole, not just the interests of a handful of people who don't even live in our area. Surely there are better or alternative ways to explore and move this project forward to improve the area for future growth without making it look like a small city in an agricultural area. While you folks cannot tell what people can do with their land, you can certainly direct them as to how it should be done by using the current rules and regulations in place.
I bought this property that we are on at 7860 Longview Road when I was 21 years old. I've been there for over 55 years. I don't appreciate having something like this crop up on me without having any knowledge of what was coming. In the old days, there were signs posted on property that said that this property is up for development. There's notifications that should come out to all these people. I have fought with this county on several occasions. They wanted to put a racetrack in out there. They wanted to put a garbage dump in out there. And in the process of that, then Mesa View developed, and then Mesa View comes along, and I don't know if any of you have seen Mesa View, but it's not pretty. It was supposed to be stick-built homes. Then the man dies, the wife takes over, and somehow mobile homes creep in and becomes a big mess. And recently, when they put infrastructure in out there before, they brought in the water, and then they convinced us that we got to pay an extra $60 a month because they brought that infrastructure in. That should have been the city's problem. It was not fair to us. It was put on our backs. And now this development is being put on our backs because we have to put up. We're talking about 120 acres, which is growing completely over to be in front of my home. So there's going to be 400 and then 800 and then 1,600 houses out there. Not one of you would want to be in a development like that. I don't see. I'm thoroughly aggravated that we were never notified. We should have been notified from the very onset of the idea that this was going to happen. I want a vote for no on this TIF because I feel we should have the time and the opportunity to get this lowered down to at least 250 homes because it's going to go completely across that whole area out there, and we don't deserve to have 1,600 homes when we can maybe have 600 homes or something. This is agriculture property. It has been utilized for cattle and horses and hay crops all along. It's not property that's just sitting there idle doing nothing. And so, oh, well, this is a big flat spot out here. Let's go take it. I don't mean to be angry, but I am.
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Askinen.
you're right. It was called hay camp. That's what Rapid City was called.
Exactly.
And because we had hay. And probably that area that we had the haze right downtown Rapid City, which is the central business district. So I think what you're looking at is evolution, and that's really hard to swallow. My district, which is District 1, it's more in the Black Hills. 2010 census, I had 15,500 voters in my district. 2020 census just recently come out. Now I have 21,000 folks in my district. That's an increase of 37%. Somewhere, new homes went up, and whenever a new home goes up, I'm sure that the neighbor goes, I'm not gonna have the view. I'm gonna have neighbors I don't know. It just seems like this thing just doesn't quit. It just perpetuates. And I don't know how you can stop growth. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what they say. But how come we were never notified? How
That
come?
part I can't answer.
Well, it should be answered. This should be held up until we have the opportunity to be able to say and feel and do. It's all developed now. It's all been drawn up. So we have to just swallow it because it was snuck in on us. I don't appreciate that.
Brittany,
Should
do
have
you
been
want to
notified
address
from the
that?
very beginning.
Notifications?
Sorry, the notification requirements are not notified until the rezone. So they haven't made a petition to rezone. The TIF notification only goes to the districts, the taxing districts in the TIF, and it goes in the newspaper. Those are the only requirements in state statute.
Okay, thank you.
Don't you think that should be changed then? People find out at the last minute, and these construction companies has put all this money into this, and then we have no option to change it. It doesn't work for us. So, in order to make it fair for everybody, we need to be changing some rules.
Okay, thank you.
I want to vote no and change the rules.
Patty Breener.
I'm Patty Bruner. I live at 6679 Longview Road, and I've been a resident and a tax-paying citizen there ever since. And I know each of you, I serve on committees with each of you, and I consider myself a rational person to deal with. The other night, I mentioned at the meeting that I feel a little bit like the roadrunner with a wolf on their tail and kind of run over a little bit. I did receive a letter of notification, and I did go to the water department and attend that meeting. And from what I hear, I was maybe one of the, I don't know how many were sent out, but I did receive mine, just to acknowledge that some letters did go out. At that meeting, I was led to believe that this was a said and done deal. And if it would not have been for the research of some of the people behind me that you've been hearing from, I would have continued to assume that. And I think you as commissioners would probably have assumed that when this was first presented. I can't reiterate enough of what has been said already. Safety is my major concern. Safety for children, safety for livestock, safety for people who live there. Longview is already a death trap. It's taken numerous pets. It's taken the lives of animals that have gotten out, and it happens. No animal owner can ever claim that their livestock will never get out because accidents happen. I am concerned, even though it says taxes won't go up, we know someday you can't ever say never. And it's going to impact the property, the value that we're on. And if it impacts our value of the property we're on, it's going to mean a difference in taxes down the road. I do think it's a mismatch of lifestyle. I think you could talk to any realtor in the room and know that there's a demand for small acreages. And that would have been so much more acceptable to us living in the area. I have a particular acreage that's a little different, and it's been platted, and I do have other individual rentals on my property, and it's a minimum of 1 acre per. And whoever did that platting back then, I think was pretty smart, knowing that people like space. Another concern I have is down the road, am I going to be grandfathered in on the property that I'm on? Am I still going to be able to have livestock? And I'm sure there's others in the room that probably feel likewise. So is there any protection for us that are in that industry? Anyway, I thank you for your time. I know this is I identify with being caught between a rock and a hard place. But just consider the safety is my big push for everybody.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
And
Huston.
So
questions?
I've been really trying to get a hold of, exactly what's going on. So if the developer would have come and said, we're going to do 900 homes on that 120 acres, and each lot's going to be 3,250 square feet, and we'd have this gathering today, and then the developer said, look, I'll cut it in half. So I'll do 450, and there'll be 6,500 square feet. And now we're at 450, and what I hear is like you'd like to cut it to, I don't know that there is a number that would have really worked. It's just, I think it's just the perspective.
I think the word here is maybe compromise, because I can identify with the developers and I understand what they're doing and I understand growth.
Responsible growth.
Yeah. What is going to be accommodating?
I think the compromise would be bigger lots, but if I understand what they're saying is that that economy of scale is what keeps that workforce down.
There's what we're dealing with.
I don't know that
right
it's
there,
dollars.
folks. Is money. We get that. We get that. And just on a side note, I can't begin to tell you how many letters I receive in the mail and how many phone calls I get all the time. Do you want to sell your land? But the word that they interject in there is bare land. And I don't even bother to call them back or I don't acknowledge. But if I do, I'm going to say, you come in and buy lock, stock, and barrel. I'm not going to divvy it up because that's not what I'm about. But anyway.
Okay,
for
thank
what
you,
it's worth.
Patty.
Thank you.
Cheryl Rose.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Rose, and I live on Morris Lane, which is in close proximity, and I have been there for over 40 years. So I heard about this development from the neighbors and was invited to attend the neighborhood meeting and received the handout that Andy Skull presented to you. So that was really my first exposure to it. So I'm going to address the last slide, which was titled Summary of Benefits of TIF 6. These are the points from the slide and our concerns. So the promoters say that they are promoting responsible planned growth. How can that be when it doesn't follow the comprehensive plan? Improved and additional sewer and water infrastructure for current residents. Not all will benefit from the water and sewer, and development jeopardizes existing wells. Improved traffic network and safety. That's highly debatable due to significantly increased traffic because they're only adding a turn lane. Allows for emergency services. If I'm under correct assumption, there's already a satellite station off Covington for the sheriff. So are they concerned about the safety impact of the development? That's our question. Reduce future spot development. Let's face it, this is spot development. Allows for future growth and infrastructure improvements on approximately 1,900 acres. So our question is, does this mean at 4 homes per acre, will there be 7,000 more homes and more spot development? Financial burden of infrastructure development on the developer, not on the county. The taxes are deferred for the duration of the TIF. So our question is, who picks up the tab? This area is rural and has ag operations, such as moving of hay equipment, large cattle trailers. So this will create a traffic safety issue for the ag producers. Also, the concern would be, I've been in some of the areas up by Homestead and Reservoir, the construction trash, blowing into the hayfields and surrounding areas, causing a problem for the people who still are haying. So I live in the country for a reason. So please vote no on TIF 6. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Questions, Sean? Thank you.
Thank you.
So one of the points that's been brought up is, on the cost of the infrastructure. And so that everybody understands, the money that the county has comes from property taxes. And I don't think you want us spending your property taxes for putting in infrastructure either. Next one is Dan Mullally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And just my philosophical thoughts on this is growth should pay for itself. And TIFs are government subsidies, but that's not really my main point here. What I wanted to bring out is I think we need to, my name is Dan Mullally, and my wife and I live at 6390 Longview Road. And I speak for many of the other residents in that area too. But let's look at this big picture. Let's back off from this one development and look at what do we want our county to do. And the way I see it, this development is a tactical move. And tactics without strategy usually don't work. As military people would tell you, they don't work very well. And the county commission in May of 2020 approved the comprehensive plan, you guys. And why, what changed, and we knew about the base back then, all that was built into it, all that extra residents that we're going to expect. But this development totally violates the spirit of that plan with the 6,500 square foot where we should have suburban residential. So a couple concerns there. If the plan, if you start modifying this plan, it really isn't a plan anymore and it has more meaning. If we're just taking things and throwing them against the wall, these developments, and wherever they stick, well, that's okay. We'll just modify the comprehensive plan. You've spent a lot of money for that plan, so what does it really mean? That plan is designed so people coming to the area, a resident or say a company wants to move here, they can look at that and have some confidence that this is the way it's going to be. That plan in the very title, it says to 2040. That's 20 years. And I'm afraid the county is going to lose credibility. If you've spent all that money on the plan, nobody's going to believe it anymore. So it's going to set a precedent for this thing to happen more and more. So the other thing I completely don't understand, I knew about this plan when it was passed. Did the developers, they knew about it. Why are we just finding this out now? Why didn't anybody raise a flag and say, oh, does this correspond to our plan? And at least have some discussions back then. So that's my point there. I wanted to just quickly mention that we had on the school levy, you have another hand out there, and clearly the school loses on the mill levy because that's applied to the lower validation. Now, if there's others. Okay, should I keep going?
Finish your comment.
Okay, sorry. We've been working with Tony Randolph, District 35, and he called. I don't know why they weren't notified, but he said the Douglas financial officer said they were not notified of this TIF, so and that directly affects them.
Okay.
So clearly, money moves around, but the school is going to end up with a lot of extra students. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Nutter.
Mr. Chairman, Drews and Commissioners, could I respectfully ask a few more minutes as of the last speaker in representation of the residents who are unable to be here today?
We'll call your time and probably allow you some additional.
Thank you. I'm Sherry Nutter. I'm a real estate broker associate for Land Brokers Incorporated. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of the impacted project area. I want you to know I do understand the tough position that you all are in that you believe there is a need to fulfill a housing shortage that I see also. But we are looking to develop in an area where this kind of urban development of high density does not belong. We've had several residents spending considerable amounts of time researching, including representatives seeking other options. I had a great conversation with Andy Skull and his consultant Mike Toey. I've expressed to them we would love nothing more than to find an alternative solution working together as one team. I've had several conversations with city personnel to know that they don't believe this is necessarily the right area for this kind of development. They're concerned about urban sprawl in a rural residential area. And this project is currently in a suspended status at the city level. But they are subject to the decisions of you all because you control the zoning decision. I want to take you to your comprehensive plan. The purpose of the Pennington County Comprehensive Plan is to guide government officials, residents, and developers in sound decision-making about current and future development of Pennington County. The comprehensive plan is an advisory document that provides a framework for decisions. And then I want to take you to page 2, the planning framework for Central Pennington Focus Area. Let me read this. The growth in this area will require joint planning between the cities and the county in order to provide growth that fits the needs of all county residents, current and future. The area will need to focus on providing an appropriate mix of housing, with the cities providing higher density residential opportunities, while the unincorporated areas focus on more rural transitional housing and continued support for industrial, agricultural, and resource management. This TIF, Commissioners, supports a development that does not fit this area or comply with your comprehensive plan. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayers' money was spent on the comprehensive plan and 3 years of your valuable time. It should mean something to us, to all of us. The future use of this area is not and has not been planned for developments of this density. 80 acres are designated.
I'm going to give you one more minute.
Thank you. 80 acres of this are designated as future use, low-density residential. And 40 acres, the middle 40, is designated future use agriculture. That is not urban development of 6,500 square foot lots or less. I feel that it is our responsibility as stewards of our greater Rapid City area to really look at our area and what we love about it. Voting on this TIF today that locks us into a density, only an affordable housing TIF works. Do we really know that for sure? Voting on it before the zoning decision is made and before we can even look at alternative options would be wrong. It's our responsibility to take care of our greater Rapid City area. It's our responsibility to look at a different way to do this. We can do better. I know we can.
Thank you, Sherry.
Mr. Chairman.
Any questions?
I have a question for Sherry. You said in your speech there, you said you had a good conversation with Andy about this. Can you tell me a little bit about that conversation, how that turned out?
Well, I left a message with Andy yesterday towards the end of his day, and he was respectful enough to call me back in between his city council meeting. And we just had a really good conversation. We did get cut off because he needed to go to the meeting, and we haven't been able to totally finish it. But I shared with him that we were caught off a little bit off guard, the meeting on Thursday when they came to our meeting. Our intention was to actually have the bigger meeting with our neighborhood who had not received letters, educate them on where this development was, field their questions and concerns to Commissioner Deb Hadcock and Travis, to you, and then have a smaller group of us potentially meet with the owner, the developer, the consultants, and just see if there are alternative options that we have not uncovered. We talked about how the affordable housing locks us into a density and doesn't seem like it's in the right order. It's like we're putting the cart before the horse. We're voting on a TIF that locks us into density because we're saying it's financial. But do we really know that for sure? Tony Randolph has been working around the clock during his legislative time in Pierre right now, so he wasn't able to be here, on another TIF that could possibly work, on some state funds that could possibly work to help bring the infrastructure costs, to a different avenue. So it doesn't fall on the developer, and we can still provide what is needed, and then we can do something different that fits the comprehensive plan and fits that area. I shared with him that I know he's a ranching person. I know he has that background. He has the Skull family owns ranches. He's an outdoorsy person. I come from a ranching background. I want you to know it's not only because I live there that I'm fighting for this. I am a realtor too, and I'm involved in developments. I'm going to tell you that right now. I work with investors on developments. I have worked with an investor on the purchase of a 12-plex multifamily home. I'm working with an investor right now in a builder building 2 5-plex townhomes and a 15-plex in the next 6 months. And they're all in Box Elder, where the growth is expected. And they're all in areas where the zoning supports it, where there are already other apartment buildings, where there are already other townhomes. So it's the right kind of development. I shared with Andy, and he agreed with this, that because he lives in the 3-mile jurisdiction on the other side, and he has an acreage property, and he was on the planning commission, as you guys know. So he understands the other side of things, and we just didn't have enough time to really roll up our sleeves and work together, because I think we've been working too hard against each other.
I'm going to stop you there,
Yep.
Sherry.
Thank you.
Yeah, as one of the things that Commissioner Roskinek pointed out, is we've been told we're 3,000 units short right now. We aren't anywhere near close to coming up with the ideas and the wherewithal in order to meet those needs. And so we're trying to meet needs as they come along, as developers are willing to be a part of it. And so, how much of that 3,000 housing units what that need will be met, I don't know. So.
Can I answer that? Or can I say something to that?
Sure.
So we've also been trying to do research, and I know Commissioner Hadcock has been trying to help us too, but it's been a hard number to attain. We've been trying to get a total count of current and future single dwelling units, both in the county and the city. That would include apartments, houses, anything that would work for people that are wanting to move in here. The city has told me they're too busy right now fielding permit requests to help me get that number. So I don't have that number for the city. I think Commissioner Hadcock has some current numbers, but nothing that's been approved for the future. There are other subdivisions in the city limits that we've researched that are already being developed for affordable housing. Johnson Ranch, Diamond Ridge, Shepherd Hills, just to name a few. Shepherd Hills has over 700 acres to do something of this kind of density. Yet I've been learning that they're doing more of a mix than this development is. They could do 1,500 homes or more in Shepherd Hills and keep it in the city limits where it's zoned to be high-density urban development. I don't know the answer. Why are they not exploring that? So to answer that question, Mr. Chair, I don't think any of us have the data. I've been trying to get it, and I can't get it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
So our last meeting was, I think, 3 weeks ago, and that's when we decided to continue this. So in that 3 weeks, how many of these people on this list that was provided to us have contacted the developer to visit with him or them one-on-one?
Well, and with all due respect, Commissioner Roskinek, Thanksgiving was in the mix, and that's why we had that 3-week stint. So we did all lose probably about 4 or 5 days, because I know Commissioner Laster went to Texas for vacation and to see his grandmother, and I went to North Dakota. I mean, realistically, we all have working jobs. It hasn't been for lack of not wanting to reach out to them. It's been the right timing for us, and we just ran out of time. We did have Commissioner Hadcock invite them to the meeting. We learned a couple hours before. I understand now why she did it. At the time, I felt like the rug was pulled out from under us because we didn't get to explore that next step to meet with them on a smaller basis. But I do understand why she did it, and we were running out of time. So I am thankful for that. They were very respectful at that meeting, but I don't think we had the time to really roll up our sleeves and work together on an alternative solution.
Okay, I have one more speaker request for him,
Okay.
that being Barb Lewis.
Thank you.
Commission, my name is Barb Lewis. My family owns the property immediately to the west, and we also have property south across Highway 44. I have two things that I would like to bring up. I realize that there have been additional conversations concerning the drainage, because right now the drainage is directing that all of the water off of this development onto where my property is. The other thing is we are agricultural people. Our property runs south also on across 44. I don't think that there has been any anticipation of a stoplight or some traffic device on 44, because getting on Anderson Road or Radar Hill Road, getting across that with agricultural equipment is going to be difficult. So that's the only thing that I would like added on to this. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will, if this goes through, we will be working, our highway department works well with the other entities involved in making sure of the safety concerns on stoplights and stop signs and so forth. So I can assure you that'll be worked on. Those things do not usually happen in advance. They happen as the development occurs. Correct, Sean? Yes. Okay. That's the last speaker request form that I have. Toby? You worked on a lot of these TIFs. I guess I'm going to ask for your reaction to anything that you heard that would change your idea that this is something that should move forward.
Without sounding extreme bias, Commissioner, it is a true issue within the state. If we would have listened to the governor's address today on her budget address, she has dedicated $200 million towards the housing issue in South Dakota. That tells you the severity of what's going, but one of the primary points within her addressing was it's got to be a partnership between developers, the local, and the state. I think we're bringing that all together in this, and not necessarily to fit the governor's mission, but to fit what the issue is here within Pennington County and the surrounding area from Box Elder to Rapid to so forth. Technically, the TIF is solid. I've written a lot of TIF plans. I can't speak to the emotional side, but anything on the technical side, I can gladly answer.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Probably that 200 million, was that split between Opportunity and Ready Fund?
I haven't been able to see the detail, and obviously what's said here in December is very different what comes out in March. Living in Pierre, we know how that system works. I can do comparisons. City of Spearfish, they issued $10 million. The city government issued $10 million and took that responsibility on themselves and the liability to do the work of a developer. In this case here, as you know me, I've always put the county in a hold harmless position. You're not liable for any of that. And in fact, you address the infrastructure issue, but not on the backs of the county.
Thank you, Toby.
So I think we can all agree that we need the housing. And we pretty much agree that you can get 450 home sites on 120 acres. But I don't know where you could find another 120 acres that would be that suited. That's my question. It's not like you can go north, you can't go south and still have the same characteristics. Or I'm sure they wouldn't be looking at that 120 acres. That'd just be my guess. A
The
lot of things
infrastructure,
have to fall together to fit.
the infrastructure is our biggest impediment in the state. I do a lot of work for the city of Box Elder, as you know. Anytime we talk about over there, we're into the millions of dollars. It is that big of an impediment, and it doesn't look as though that infrastructure price is going down.
Chairman,
Commissioner Adcock.
do we have a map of Rapid Valley? So we can see an overall map of the area there and what kind of developments we have in that area? And where's this development compared to, you can leave it bigger, Brittany,
It won't show the parcels, like the parcels.
but that square is on that, what side?
It's right here.
Okay. So how many developments have we just, like Murphy's Ranch in a couple areas, the density, we have put some out on the east side of this development and some on the west already?
So this is all within either Rapid City's plating jurisdiction or Box Elder's plating jurisdiction.
Okay.
So the current zoning districts. So the blue is the Trailwood Village planned unit development, and then this orangey brown color is suburban residential.
Okay, and where are we at on this? Okay, thank you. Okay.
And that's
so-
current, is that correct? That's current zoning, okay.
So a couple of things. I keep hearing we have a housing shortage and we have to meet the needs in Pennington County. We have to meet the needs in cities and states. I understand that, but I also understand responsible growth. People know me good enough. I don't like future land uses because what happens is it's developer driven. It always has been. I'm okay with that in some senses, but others, it's called responsible growth. The infrastructure in the area needs to fit what you are proposing. For me, been in the city and they did the same thing we're starting to do here. You don't have the infrastructure support right now to add these huge pods of 450 or 300 homes or whatever in these areas. And you can see right there, you got a lot of infrastructure to bring out before you decide this is responsible growth. You're adding a burden to the taxpayers of Pennington County and to the road districts, to the sheriff's office, which he's going to get, sounds like an office there, to the fire districts, to the different areas that the impacts that people don't get when they do developments that are further out than where their infrastructure is. Do I respect that they're putting the infrastructure in this area? I do. But does it go together with what's already out there? I know the future is to bring more people onto the systems and do all that. Well, Rapid City did the same thing and caused themselves some major areas when I was in the city in 9 districts. 9 areas in Rapid City. They didn't have fire flows, water protection, fire services, different things that you have seen over the years that have been coming up that cost millions of dollars. Is this a burden to the county? When we do future land use, we change it and then we say, okay, that's what's going to be there for the future. Does it fit the area, which in its mixing with, does it have the infrastructure to support it? And will it cause a burden on anybody in the, meaning the county or the residents out there from that not having the infrastructure for it? You do have a housing shortage, but you also need to think about responsible growth. So when you're doing things that you have to do, does it meet the needs of the citizens by having more houses? Of course it does, because we fixed the housing shortage. But are we adding burden to the infrastructure in those areas? by making pods of developments. I also think on major arterials and minor arterials, what the hell are we doing in Rapid Valley? Does anybody see any commercial in between there? Anybody see any grocery stores and all this other things that we are supposed to be planning for as county representatives? Or is it developer driven? Because it will make the money in order for us to pay off a TIF. Could we not have done some grocery stores or something so that development could pay off a little bit different than with just houses? Could it have fit in with the area and still paid off the TIF? Those are my questions. I don't get a pick because it's not my land, but I do like responsible growth. I think, again, I usually agree with TIFs because they have the infrastructure, and I respect that Andy and his group came out there. I don't go to meetings without having another side. People know that about me. I also don't like one side to tell people non-factual information with the other side not being able to counteract with facts. So I respected everybody, how they treated the people that I invited. But I also think that if you're going to have a meeting with the people that can actually tell you the facts, or you can come back and counteract and say, Andy, you were wrong, and Mike, you're wrong, and Brandon and Rusty, those things aren't facts. That isn't true stuff. Long story short, I'll keep saying, I do like TIFs, I'm going to tell you that. But I think this could have been done differently to make the money for the TIF. The state needs to change the rules and regulations. It's not the counties for this, so they made this possible. Developers just did their job and followed those rules and regulations, and so did Toby. That is their job. But again, I'm going to keep saying, does that look like responsible growth? That looks like crazy mess to me. I think we keep adding to the mess. I think we'll keep adding to the mess until you figure out, folks, that there's got to be some commercial in between there. That's just some huge drainage problems to the east that are going to cost this county. Ask Joe, I went around in those areas, major issues. We already have major issues with drainage because of that sprawl, and now we're going to do it again. Thankfully for Rusty, I appreciate you, the water and sewer is coming out there. There's more issues to creating a small city in a county than what you're doing today. So, I respect Andy, and I respect his group for what they did, but I think it's on the county. I think it's not on the developers. I think it's on the county to do responsible growth. I'll keep saying, look at that. We're adding to it. We're doing exactly what the city said we're doing because they did it before, so they know. They know. Andy, you've been on the planning commission. How many times have we went in areas no fire pressure, water flow to put out a fire? Red Rocks was one of them. Haynes on the west side was one of them. That's why they put those big water towers there. There was drainage. There was sewer issues when I was there. They had sewer lines where people were backing up in those huge houses at Enchanted Hills. They had drainage issues from someone putting the drainage in the wrong areas, saying it was a great area, developer driven. I'm not against TIFs, and I'm not against doing stuff on your land. I'm against what we're doing in this county, in Rapid Valley, and we're adding to the issues of not having infrastructure and the planning in order to keep it so it moves forward in a positive way. Again, you have arterials. Usually in future land use, you'll have commercial, you'll have medium density, which is usually apartment houses to buffer, and then you have residential. You have residential everywhere. You barely have some commercial on 44. If you're creating a little city, you need all of it together. So, again, not trying to be disrespectful to this development and to this TIF, but I think there could have been some commercial to help that area in the future, and it would have added to what would be possible to make that a responsible area. Did you have to do it my way? No, but in the future, there's going to have to be some grocery stores and some things out there in that area that I think, in future land use, I don't know if we considered it, Brittany, but right now, I think we're just we meeting the needs of the housing shortage. So what's gonna meet the needs of the burden of the county when we don't have enough cash flow to pay for all the infrastructure once we met the needs of the housing shortage? Because I don't know if the city's doing the same thing or not, but they've done it before, and I haven't looked into their issues before. But they created urban sprawl all over Rapid City, and their infrastructure could not support what they let people build. So I've heard a lot of different things today, but my bottom line is I'm an infrastructure freak, and I'm a person that's into future land use and doing things right, and I'll keep saying it. Future land use, and Brittany knew this from the beginning, take my word for it, I don't like it because it needs to have the infrastructure and then let the developers build on that infrastructure in those areas responsibly. I love it when I see good developments. I don't mind 450 houses if we have the infrastructure to support those and the infrastructure before then. So the people on the left-hand side or the west side of this development or these areas that we keep putting pods of many houses, that they support that. So those are my thoughts.
So Commissioner Adcock, I don't disagree with your responsible growth. You know, and as you look at the valley, it's obviously been pretty willy-nilly over the years as to how it's been put together and come together. I think this is one of the things that we need to continue to work on, but at the same time, housing is what we're talking about on this particular issue, and we're trying to satisfy some needs on that. I will point out that Commissioner Rosknecht and I, as chair and vice chair, along with Brittany and Jason from our planning department, met with the mayors of Rapid City and Box Elder last week, along with the Rapid City planning department also, to talk about where we go in the future as far as how do we follow the infrastructure, how do we create the infrastructure that needs to be laid out there for responsible growth throughout this area. I think probably universally, if you ask anybody, you know, how much growth do you really want? Most people are going to say they want very little actual growth. But we know that it's coming. We need to plan for it. And relative to the comprehensive plan, yeah, things have changed a lot since we were working on that 2 and 3 years ago as far as the comprehensive plan, especially how it impacts the area right around Rapid City and Box Elder at this point in time. And that's not only because of the base, but it's because of everything else that's occurred also. So as I was listening to former Mayor Barnett talk the other night about what took place 50 years ago here, the population of Rapid City has basically doubled in that period of time. And I presume that that's probably been the case with the county too, that we've probably seen about a doubling effect in that 50-year period of time. And we know that we're going to have further development, further people coming to the area, and you're not going to be able to lock everybody out. So the best thing to do is try to plan for that responsibly and do the job. And I think that's the course that we're trying to work on at this point in time. I do favor this TIF. I favor this development. And as I look at that, I understand, you know, that it is quite a ways away from a lot of the development that's taking place out in the valley. But at the same time, if I lived out there, I would probably be talking to my county commission at the same time, saying, you know, let's look at these further future developments, because this isn't the only one that's going to come along.
So Chairman, I understand that, but my bottom line is we know, and I told the residents there to be up straight. It's coming. You're 20 and 30 years ago, and even the last 10 to 5 years, it's coming. It's coming out there, and that's not going to be county forever. You can see that that's going to fill in. It's going to fill in because they just told you, and everybody told you how much housing we need and how many people are coming to Rapid City, and that's a flatter area, and they picked this area for that reason. Because it was flat, the infrastructure would be able to be put in that area, and it made it cost effective. So if The Skulls have been building a long time. If they think this area is cost effective, you think other people aren't going to think this is cost effective? They've been building a long time. They know how to build. They know how to do their job. Never saying that. I'm saying that area is not going to stay like that in the next 10 to 20 years. Unfortunately, if I'm right, if you are one or you are ag, you are grandfathered in. We can't change you or annex you in and make you city, if I'm correct. But the minute you start changing use or selling your lots and stuff, then you're going to start going into a little bit different platting jurisdiction, which is the city. As much as I'd love to keep it 1 acre and 3 acre lots, that's not going to be the future in that area. I'll just tell you, it's going to be developer driven. It's going to be hopefully infrastructure driven. Bottom line is, right now, to me, I don't think we have the rest of the infrastructure support what we're doing on this TIF. 16 years to pay off a housing unit. I think around that whole area in 16 years, we're going to have a whole new Rapid Valley. So I'm listening to your residents. I'm not your district person in a sense, but all of us are your district people. People always take it as that's my district person, but we're all your district people. We know what's happening. We're trying our best to do what's right by the citizens. These guys have a different perspective than me, and I respect that. But I'll keep saying, mine is more infrastructure driven because I've seen what city did. So, those are my thoughts.
Mr. Commissioner Lassiter.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple of questions I'd like to ask Andy a couple of questions if he doesn't mind, and then I'd like to ask a question to Brittany as well, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Andy, how you doing? Thanks for coming up here and
Doing great, thank you.
being right in front of the firing squad with all these questions.
Bet.
And
Used to it.
And just know whenever I ask you these questions, so I can understand rather than micromanage your business, because I'm not a developer. So, so before you chose this particular area, you didn't know the comp plan was stating that it was low density residential as far as future planning. Is that correct?
Sort of. I would say that the existing landowner approached us about the idea of helping develop this land, and that drove our decision more so than what the existing comp plan was.
So then my question is, in what I heard from you, or what I've heard from you in all of this with development right now, if you go into a development area, whether it's 40 acres, 120 acres somewhere else, is this almost regardless of the TIF? Let's just take the TIF piece out of it. Regardless of that, if you were to develop another 120 acres in a flat area, is it rough for homes that are going to be in that $200,000 to $300,000 range? Is it going to cost you this for those lots almost every single time in a flat area, not necessarily in something that's kind of crazy?
Are you talking specifically within the boundaries of the development, or are you talking about the offsite improvements?
I'm talking, take this development, put it aside for a second. Let's just move a mile down the road. Let's say it's the exact same land makeup, if you will.
Okay, so let me provide a comparative example. Raider Point development out in Box Elder that is fully developed out now, 145 lots. I don't know what it ended up being, 17 acres or 20 acres, I'm not quite sure. Ellsworth, North Ellsworth Road on the west, Briggs on the east, 225th to the north, right next to Vandenberg Elementary School. Identical to this parcel of land in terms of developability. Let's kind of a weird word, but which developability means cost-effective infrastructure. And those lot prices actually, the last phase are more expensive than what we targeted here, but the first phases was less expensive. But a lot of that has to do with inflationary price of pipe and other different materials. So this is very developable and it very much matches that. Here's the difference. The city provided the infrastructure to the property line. That's the whole difference. There is no infrastructure to the property line. So that's what really drives the whole, I mean, truly today, we're having discussions about lots of great things, trying to keep it very factual. I appreciate everybody's comments and respectfulness of those comments. Fact matters, we're looking for a TIF. The reason why we need a TIF is because there is an infrastructure. With that, I want to add one comment. So addressing some of Commissioner Hadcock's questions about spot development and different things. Spot development already exists. So if I was sitting here looking at a master map of what's in front of me today, the most logical place for me to develop without having spot development would be in section 11. You have a quarter section and you got about half of a section there developable. Guess what? There's no infrastructure to that. This TIF provides the infrastructure to allow you to get to section 11 to close that development gap.
What about across the road on 44 anywhere before you get there?
I'm sorry.
What about infrastructure and stuff on 44 across from not this area, but further up?
Across
Meaning
44 to
on-
the south?
Yes. Anywhere in there that they have, I know they have a sewer line that's on South
Switch over.
Street in those areas. I'll just tell you, Andy, I don't want to tell you where to put it. I'm just saying, because I haven't looked in the area for infrastructure and drainage, where you can put your development. I'm just saying, at this point,
I'm not.
you're on arterial or a minor arterial. If you needed to make a difference, if you needed to make more money at it, was there no commercial even thought out on it for making some of that so you could make it more of a
I think it goes
economic TIF or whatever they're calling it?
Understood. Not a market expert, but built a few things over the years. Commercial wants traffic. Any commercial development that you would ask, if I was to have a commercial retail business, they want to be on Highway 44. They don't want to be a quarter mile off of it. I think we'd be having similar conversations if a hardware store or a grocery store or a box store is going to be built on the same land. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with the sewer capabilities going south.
I'm sorry,
I want to make
Travis.
sure that I finished Travis's question here. Sorry.
Sorry.
Jumping back and
Sorry.
forth like I'm on both
You can
sides of
stay
the
at the
aisle.
same speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, you totally went, yeah, never mind. I guess my biggest thing is the driving cost, whether you develop a 20-acre spot here. If you didn't have to deal with the TIF in this, if you didn't have to deal with any of the infrastructure, would that drive the price down on these lots? Maybe that's the core of the question.
That's a good question. So there's really two components, and I think we're wrangling them together. The TIF component purely pays for the offsite improvements, with the exception of the sheriff's satellite station, and I think we have a very small portion of dollars allocated for drainage within that TIF. Every utility cost or every development cost associated with the housing development itself is within the cost of developing the lots.
The internal lots.
The internal lots.
So regardless whether the county, let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say the county did what the city did in those lots you're talking about in Box Elder. So if we put the infrastructure in, the cost of those lots would still be the same.
If they're platted to the density that we have so far presented. You got, I guess, a real simple way to put it, and it varies based upon location and different things. Think about it this way. Every foot of road costs a certain amount of money, okay?
Yep.
So if you had 1,000 foot of road and you had 10 lots that were 100 feet wide, that lot theoretically is going to cost twice as much as if the lot was 50 foot wide, just for easy math. The road, the sewer, the water, it's all the same. It's all, 8-inch this and 6-inch that and 26-foot wide pavement, curb gutters, sidewalks, street lights. It doesn't matter. That road costs X. And so how you get the cost of the lot has to do with the initial infrastructure and how do you divide it up. So if this was to have, what is our general lot width, 60?
50 by 120.
I think somewhere it varies, but so if this was, say we're using a rough number, presumed number of $45,000 a lot. If this was 100 foot frontage versus a 50 foot frontage, instead of being 45, it'd be 90,000 on the market. That's it. That's as simple as it gets. Because you have to be reimbursed for the cost. You have to cover the cost of the water, cost of the sewer, the cost of the road. There's some negligible cost, maybe $3,000 per lot in the services for sewer and water. Outside of that, it's all the same. So how do you want to cut up the pie? That really what drives the overall market value. Market value is driven by cost, right? And also demand. Is that fair? Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Other question. Comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix?
I really struggle with this. I guess one of the things I learned so far out of some of the public comment is I used to live out in the Mesa View back in '95. I bought property out there, moved my mobile home out there. I'm glad I moved out. Everybody's saying it's a bad place to live and it's, so forth. So, I moved out there because it was put my property on my own, my house, my own land and so forth. And I decided to move out from there because I didn't have the amenities in order to build the garage and do the road that I wanted. So I didn't have to drive on a gravel road all the time. I didn't want that. So I eventually sold it and moved in over the north side of town where I grew up. I mentioned that because what I'm also leading into is, there is other land in town that could be developed, but I talked with Rusty last year sometime, South Valley Drive, we had problems. People could develop there. The infrastructure to put it in was cost prohibitive. When you talk about responsive growth, you got that right there, but it's not feasible to do. But, I remember 40 years ago, Rapid Valley, there was when you look at growth, they seen Rapid Valley was growing, the city didn't want to annex in, and it went into a vote and it said no. Now, we'd look at 40 years ago, I remember Elkville Road only being a two-lane road going all the way across, right? 44 got expanded. Wally Byam, look what's going on at the old Wally Byam site now. It's all been redeveloped and so forth. So we all seen this growth coming. And it's not like it's a surprise. 40 years ago, they were going to annex in. Wanted them to annex in because they seen where the growth was going to go. Made sense. I just wanted to bring that point up because I remember that. I'm a long-time Northside resident and been out in Rapid Valley area, and I've seen the growth going on, and the stuff that's going on right now, I haven't seen in years, the building that's going on. And so when they say there's a shortage, I believe there really is. And that's one of the reasons why I expressed earlier in this meeting that it's not all due to the base. It's not, because you guys have been working, developers been working on that and planning on it. You've seen the apartment complexes going up in the last 3-4 years, way back. So it's been planning. I do believe a lot of people are moving in. They're from other states. And that's what's a lot of it's creating too. So, but I just wanted to clarify that I do believe the city's seen that there was going to be growth out in Rapid Valley. I mean, there was a vote on an annexation. I know we've held meetings out there before trying to annex in some parts because we put a stop sign light at Elkville and South Valley, or not Elkville, but St. Pat and South Valley, and we knew some of those residents right there, they wanted to see some improvements, and they still do. So I just, I understand some of these residents, they've been there for 40 years, 50 years, but I've seen it. I mean, look at the exit off Elkville Road, how much growth's gone on there also. Things have changed, and it's going east is the most logical direction, and I think it's been known for quite a while.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Oskinen.
I think we're all kidding ourselves if we think that 120 acres is going to stay like it is. It's going to change. This is just one idea. If it wasn't the current owner wanting to do this, it's just going to be another developer. That other developer is not, they're going to probably use the same methodology. For that thing to work, they're going to have to get that number of homes. And so I would look at the positive side of this. That other developer might not have the integrity that this one does, and I got a comfort level. This TIF involves a developer that's been around. It's got a name all the way across the state of South Dakota, and we should be thankful that we've got somebody with that integrity wanting to do this, and not somebody that would not be trustworthy.
Chairman.
Commissioner Edgart.
So ask yourself, how come the city hasn't annexed in the eastern part of Rapid Valley?
Commissioner Hadcock, is that a question for me?
In general.
I
Why?
have no
I do,
idea.
because I was on the city council. It doesn't have the infrastructure. They don't have the millions to fix the infrastructure that's happening in Rapid Valley. So I keep saying it, guys. Are we being responsible growth by what we're doing? Because who's going to annex that? It isn't going to be the city. So we're creating another city outside of Rapid City without the infrastructure and the burden on the county that doesn't have the money for the city. I didn't say these guys were bad developers. I didn't say that this TIF isn't putting in great infrastructure. I'm saying, and I talked to Andy, so he's not in the not know about what I'm thinking. He didn't love what I said, but he knows it's the truth because he was on the planning commission. We don't have the infrastructure. We're creating the same crap we did in Rapid Valley as we are on the outlying area of the eastern part of that. We're just going further east without the infrastructure. I'll keep saying, Rusty, thank you. You guys are trying to fix some of our issues, but we're creating urban development in rural areas and thinking that's just awesome. And we got to meet the needs and meet the shortage. That's what happened to Rapid City. They're meeting the needs to meet the shortage, and they're creating more burdens on their infrastructure, which who's going to pay for that once it's all done? Same thing's going to happen. It's going to be the taxpayers trying to fit the bill because we had to meet that shortage and make sure all those people had enough housing areas. Is the state going to come and give us some money once they say that, we got these tips going on and again, Andy, if you were further in, it'd be a no-brainer for me. I'll just tell you for the density. But I've been driving around with first Dirk Jablonski, then Robert Ellis, and then Joe Miller. Who else do we have? Tom on the infrastructure at Rapid Valley. It's horrible. So if you can tell me that we can do this responsibly and we can start putting these pods here, and I'll keep saying it's not the developers, it's us. We get to set the stage for what's going to happen next out in Rapid Valley.
Okay. I don't have a motion on the table. So I'm going to make it. I'm going to move to approve the resolution creating tax increment financing district number 6, County of Pennington, pursuant to SDCL's Chapter 11-9. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
I've got a motion and a second. Further discussion by the commission.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Lassiter.
A lot's been said here today. I'm just going to kind of run down my synopsis of things. I think I agree that I don't like the density. The community out there doesn't like the density. I don't like the cost that this is going to cost the state. And I get it, Toby. And if I'm messing up on this, I get it. But the way I'm understanding it is the state's going to have to pick up the cost of those students that are going to be in that area to that school district. And that's got me a little bit concerned.
They do it to public school districts, excuse me for.
Yeah, public school district, yep, absolutely. Y'all know this, I don't like that term affordable housing. I walk through that. I get it, it's defined by the state. I didn't like the way they came up with that. And I've talked about that in my concerns. And I've talked to the legislators, and I agree with Commissioner Hadcock that the state needs to change some rules, and I've actually started engaging some legislators with that. And where I'm struggling with this is I'm also a property rights individual. If you have property, I believe you should be able to do with it within the confines of the ordinances and the rules that are before you. So if I knew that it was going to stay LDR, I would probably have no problem with it because then that's staying within what we projected as the county as the assumed future development in there. Where it's going to be difficult for me in this is we're changing what the county projected it to be, and we're making it higher density. I like the infrastructure, the aspect of it, because we all know that the growth is coming. We do know that, and we do know that there's a housing shortage. So I'm still struggling. I'm waiting to hear what everybody else says, but those are kind of those are the things that I wanted to put out there where my concerns were, what I liked, what I didn't like, and things of that nature. Do we need the housing? I think we need housing. So that's just my thoughts.
Further comments by the commission? Thank you, Andy. Don't mean to hold you up there.
Sweating bullets
Sorry.
up here, so I appreciate you relieving me now. And real quick, Mr. Chair, I have a lot of friends at the city. I have a few enemies there too, Deb. I don't agree with most of the things that they do in terms of infrastructure, so let me put that on the
Not
record.
your enemy, you know that by now,
Further comments?
just like both sides.
Well, I didn't see an alternative, so I'm very much in favor of this. I appreciate developers coming forward with this proposal. So
Do we have a roll call vote?
ask for a roll call vote. So I'll call for a roll call vote. Karen?
Adcock?
No.
LaCroy?
Aye.
Lassiter?
No.
Ross Connect?
Aye.
Drews?
Aye. Motion carried. 3-2. Next item we have then is we also have a resolution for the project plan for tax increment financing district number 6, County of Pennington.
What?
Is there a motion to that?
Move to approve.
We've got a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Nope.
Motion carried 3-2.
Mr. Chair, I'd offer a 5-minute break for motion.
5-minute break?
10.
Second, yeah.
Got a motion and a second. 5-minute break. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thanks for everybody coming today.
Thank you all.
Back in discussion. Okay, so the next item up is, item 29. Holly.
Yes,
Wonder what
commissioners,
you're doing
this
up
is
there.
just a continuation of the discussion that we've been having, whether we want to start commission meetings at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m.
Yeah, I think we've got 2 commissioners that need to weigh in on that at this point.
Which two?
You and
You, sir.
Commissioner Ross Connect.
You know, I think at 9 right now, only because when I'm coming in currently, I have to drop my son off at 8 for school. Now, granted, that shouldn't be the only factor, but if there is a storm or something of that nature, it will take me a little bit longer to get here. I think as I've thought about it, 9 o'clock seems fine. If it's 8 o'clock, I will make it work and go from there. So I don't think it's going to be too terribly hard to do that, but in general, 9 is a little bit easier, but 8 o'clock I can make it work.
I'm saying 9. I'm saying 9. I like it.
I'm going to throw something in the mix, Mr. Chair.
No mixing it up.
And the only thing I thought about this, I mean, this is, I think, just something, I don't think we should change it right now, but I want you to think about something. You know, the highway department changes their hours, and I know this would probably kill Holly to hate this. Just saying. But with time change, if during the summer you could do 8 o'clock, and you go with the time change or something like that, and then go back in the winter, go back to 9 o'clock.
No.
Okay.
Well, that was a pretty straight up answer there.
I tried to find a compromise. I lost.
Why, Holly?
Yeah. Advertising requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it'd change everything. I mean,
I'm good with keeping it the same.
Thank you.
okay.
Anybody else?
I don't think there's any motions needed.
Okay.
Okay. So items from the commission members.
I have something.
Okay.
Being Gary, got to see the SWAT team at work on the lamplighter. That was the most amazing thing I've done for a long time. The sheriff invited us all in the city. And we went into the office building first, and Brian Mueller was in like the kitchen area, and then Tony Harrison was in kind of like the office area, and then me, Gary, and Helene were kind of in the bathroom hallway because we wanted to be protected because we just
I was just gonna ask, Gary was the victim and you were the perp?
no, he was in the bathtub.
Whoa, wait a minute.
I told him to go in the bathtub, but he wouldn't. Anyway, it was cool because they blew up the window in the kitchen, but it blew onto Brian Mueller. Thank God he had his glasses because the glass hit some of his glasses. And then they broke out the window to the left of us. And okay, so the left was Brian, the right was another room. They broke out the window. The primer didn't work on the door to blow up the door. So that was because I was all freaking out and your heart's going 100 miles an hour once you hear a boom anyways, or just anticipating that boom. But can you imagine if you were the person in there with the person that you were held hostage with and heard that noise, let alone all those people with AR-15s coming at you? And then me and Gary got to go in the Bearcat, and the Bearcat looks like a tank, and it is basically a tank because it's bulletproof. And they lifted the lid up, and it has a hole in there where you can put your gun in. But they put the ramming rod on the front of it, and they rammed it while we were in there. Had the lid open, standing up there. They rammed that ram rod through the brick door or the brick wall and the windows and the doors. So it was really cool. And then we got to show them shoot a door off. We got to see them break windows and how they try to bust the doors because that building's old, so it has these doors that are pretty tough. So that was cool because it took them a couple times on some other stuff to do their practice. And then they did this huge blast, and that was the one for the screen door with the regular door. Oh, Mike Cool was there. That was pretty cool on Mike. And then it was a huge blast, and we were probably, I don't know how far we were, about 20 feet, Gary, or more away from it.
Yeah.
And you could feel the shock wave of it. It was like, holy cow. And then we had, of course, where I get your ear stuff, but that's a cooperation between the county, the city police, the county sheriffs, and the highway patrol. So they have all three of them that cooperate and member of the joint agreement. So it's an amazing team. Great guys on there. Right now they have no women, so I encourage women who can step up to the plate for the SWAT team because they do some really good stuff and they're known throughout the state. Being number one. So something to be proud of in Pennington County and the surrounding area. So thank you to all the officers and Sheriff Tone for inviting us and Tony Harrison explaining to me and Gary lots and lots of questions. So that was pretty awesome. One of those things that go in the record book is pretty cool. For me anyway. Gary, did you have any thoughts on that?
So the only additional thing, when the primer didn't go off, what was explained to us was that they use new primers and so forth when they're actually going out, but they use up the old. So they figured these primers were maybe 10 years old. Oh, wow. So the one that failed, and it's basically a primer for a shotgun shell is what makes that ignite. So they would rather have them fail while they're practicing rather than when they happen. So,
No kidding.
yeah.
And they
It was interesting, very interesting.
They could use some funding sometimes, so they would be a great group to fund one of these days for other equipment that they need to save lives.
I didn't promise them anything, Deb did though.
Hundreds of thousands. I did not. I just said it would be a cool thing to fund. But I didn't say amount. Sorry.
Okay, Ron?
This is just not committees, but just commissioner stuff, huh?
Yep.
So I met, I don't think I reported this last time because it's been 3 weeks, but I think it was after the meeting I met with after the presentation that Jim Googles did. He's the district ranger for the Mystic District. I reached out to him, and there's a publication that says County Forest Service, County Commissioners and Forest Service requested some of those publications, and then I asked Jim if I could meet with them and just kind of visit about some issues in my district. So I met with them was about an hour and a half, really good meeting. We talked there again, we talked about the sustainable ponderosa pine timber harvests going into the future, the numbers that they came up with, and he explained why there's probably going to be a disparity. Then we talked about the potential exploratory drilling at Silver City. He said, he said, that's just going to be drilling. It's not mining. People have to realize that. And Gary and I have actually been to the site at Rochford where they were core drilling. But he said, if it ever got into the mining, he said it could take years before, just for that to go through. We talked about the increased OHV traffic and the 5G tower. 3 of those are going to go, one at Nemo, one at Rochford, and one at Silver City. The one at Silver City is pretty much a go. The one at Rochford and Nemo, they're having some right-of-way problems. There's a website, free camping website, and I brought that to his attention. You can go online, and if you don't want to pay for a campsite, it'll Calumet Road's where I live, and there's three mentioned on Calumet Road, and I wondered why, when I drive Calumet Road in the summer, why there's all these campers. Well, there's a website that shows them, and the Forest Service wasn't aware of that. So this is where one fire started last spring. And then Gary asked to talk about the SDN fiber, and he said that's still going as scheduled. And I told him to keep giving us an update on that.
Super.
Then I met with, then Deb and I had that's a committee. Met with Dave Johnson, and I'll let Gary expand with that at the Elevate Ascent building, the Dave Less building. And we met with some different senators and representatives, and I'll let Gary expound on that. I attended the Hill City Council meeting representing our Heart of the Hills Economic Development Corporation. Gary and I did a online with Health and Human Services Director out of Denver, and I'll let him expand on that. Gary and I did a redistricting meeting. I'll let Gary expand on that. I attended a Elevate Critical Thinking luncheon, and that we had Jessica Castleberry, Dave Johnson, Helene Duhamel, and Mike Derby talking about some of the bills that they want to sponsor. Helene, said, she's working on the Missouri Water. That's a $1.8 billion project, and Dave Johnson wants, he's got some major renovations or expansions at the Rapid City Airport. But it was a good meeting. And then Gary and I went to a meeting with the mayor of Rapid City and Box Elder. We had our planning and zoning people there. They had Vicki Fisher there. I thought that was a really productive meeting, and looking forward to more of those going forward. And then yesterday, me and Brian Aubach, our director of Pennington County Housing Authority, went down the pier and met with Scott Rounds and Chaz Olson, who's with South Dakota Housing Authority, and it was, at a minimum, will save just relative to. It's about a $10 million project. Pennington County gave us we have 2.25 in cash, so we're gonna have to borrow about 5.3 million. And Scott said, we can loan you $5 million for 3.5%, 30 years fixed. And that 1%, that'll save us 1% opposed to the bank that we were looking at, and that equates to about $35,000 a year interest savings. Then we got one property called Black Fox, which is, as Brian said, we're broke. And the reason they're broke is because in 2007 they had a bad mold problem. They had to shut that facility down for 1 year. And then the remediation was very expensive, and I think there was a loan involved. And so that thing's just a negative cash flow every time we look at it. So we worked with that South Dakota Housing Authority where the loan's through, and they're going to see what they can do to modify things so that we don't have a negative cash flow, because that's where the problem is that the debt service on that. So it's a very good meeting. Brian is very happy, and it doesn't hurt to get to know those folks down there at South Dakota Housing Authority.
That it?
Yep.
When we have 3 weeks in between meetings, we have lots of meetings to go to. So anyway, Ron mentioned meeting with the legislators, and this has been kind of an ongoing thing with local area legislators, not just ours from right here, but surrounding area and covering kind of the Black Hills, of trying to come up with what they felt was the proposals they should be taking before the legislature this year. And I think part of what Toby mentioned today is the governor coming forward with that 200 million for infrastructure. That was part of what the legislators were working on. So so she may have received this same kind of information from other areas of the state, but I think that's why that's probably part of the governor's recommended budget today. So with the legislators, I mean, we've talked about lots of things that involve the Black Hills counties. We talked about the water issues, sales tax issues that we've talked about and so forth. So they're trying to come to some sort of a consensus as to what needs to be brought before the legislature on their behalves. And a lot of what they try to do is, if they can get the department or the governor to present these ideas instead of coming from individual legislators, they've already jumped through one hoop then of being able to satisfy state departments relative to that.
You might mention, Gary, not to interrupt, but the one where, I don't know who was the sponsor of that, but it's a 400-acre shooting range.
Yeah, and that's,
county.
that's part of one. I think that Dave Johnson is actually maybe carrying the ball in that, I think. But anyway, a local group has been working, trying to come up with a shooting area for private individuals as well as the government entities involved, military shooting range that would kind of fit the needs for everybody for the area. And they've located some land, and this actually was Jim Skull that's been working, heading this up for him. And it's just basically north of Box Elder is the land that they have they haven't bought it, but have isolated at this point in time to come up with this range. The only difficulty they've had so far is that they've apparently got enough room for a 600-yard range on that, but the military Ellsworth would like to have a 1,000-yard range. And so they're looking at how they might reconfigure that and so forth. And I think this would end up probably under the control of South Dakota Game Fish and Parks once it was probably completed. And, but it would be a range for all purposes. So, great project. So, and I'll let Travis talk about the economic development annual meeting that we attended. And the Big Five collaborative meeting, talked about lack of teachers and generally all employees. That was a main topic of discussion at that meeting with the school board, the city, School of Mines, WDT also. And so the school district has now purchased some land for future school buildings. And School of Mines has now started a $100 million fundraiser going for future needs at the campus. And they're working on new accreditation there at the same time. So I went to the Pennington County 4-H Leaders Association because Commissioner LaCroix was out of town. And they recognize a lot of 4-Hers for their achievements, not only the 4-H youth, but a lot of the adults that have worked in that for years. In fact, Travis helped me out. The lady at the wall, that's the economic development.
Mary
Williams.
Mary
Williams she's in their Hall of Fame, and she was recognized for her 35 years of service to the 4-H youth too. So, Ron and I had this Zoom meeting with this. Her name is Lily Griegel, the Regional Director of Health and Human Services out of Denver. and Dylan Kinish. Holly was in on that. Brenda Dalkey from Health and Human Services was in on that too. And they were simply offering their assistance to us if we had some needs. And so the first thing we did is we invited them, Ron did, invited them to come up to tour the care campus and learn about our crisis stabilization center, which they said they would do. It would be up. So basically just saying their office is open to helping us on whatever our needs may be, which is kind of nice to hear from them offering that. So then last week we did have a water needs meeting. That was held at the School of Mines campus. Had some super presentations from professors from School of Mines. South Dakota DANR was there, Cheryl Chapman, Senator Duhamel, and numerous others. A lot of professors at School of Mines were there to help with that too. So that new nonprofit has been established for bringing Missouri River water to western South Dakota. And so they had a board meeting that day. They're interviewing engineering companies right now. Hope to have an engineering company, I think, on board by 1st of January for that project. So Deb talked about the SWAT training. That was fun and interesting. And then on Monday or Friday is when Commissioner Roskinick and I met with Mayor Allender and Mayor Larson, along with the planning departments from Rapid City and our planning department. And I do think that hearing from the elected officials as to what we'd like to see is not that they aren't cooperating already, they are. But I think it'll draw further cooperation from those planning departments and trying to move forward. So, Lloyd.
Lloyd, is that the mural you were talking about? Where's that mural at? Oh, the nest right by us.
Thanks, Holly. That's that mural. I asked them if they can get it up. I had that picture of Marcella and her daughter Elizabeth. That is, and that's huge. It's beautiful on East North Street.
Where's that picture at?
Right by
It's
us.
on East,
On the corner of East North as you're coming around that corner.
So you go to the Dakota Roads, then you go up the hill just a little bit on the right-hand side. It's the first motel on the right-hand side.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know what? I never go up like that way. I just always go the back side to the price, so I never notice. They have some buffalo or some other stuff on their walls too, don't they, Lloyd?
Yeah, on the other sides. But yeah, it's just amazing. When I noticed it was on a weekend. I went back and took the picture. When I drove by, there was already people out there, some young Native people taking pictures and looking at it. And I didn't know until this morning that was Marcel and her daughter.
Miracle's not, it doesn't have graffiti yet.
Well, this is the one, just down below. I helped fund money to have underneath the bridge painted, and they usually stay.
Yes, they kept graffiti in it.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of murals around town, even over off of Haynes up there by Haynesway Apartments. There's a church, they've got that whole wall done up. I mean, it's really, the artwork in town's really getting, and even local at the Doll, like I said, is really going good. Thanks for leading into that, because I wanted to thank Holly for the executive proclamation. I mean, that was a last minute thing, and she worked on it and shot it out to me, and I thought, and I sent it out to the Human Relations and MOA, and they liked it and put it on, and I really appreciate you guys, looking at it and going, yes, and all the work that you guys do with the Native community. It's just amazing. I was blown away with what happened this morning. I don't know how you guys were, but Geraldine Church, she's the one that got me in contact with the daughters, and because she's partially related. And I'm so proud of the work that she did. She really went after it on Saturday and Sunday. Our texts were going back and forth and trying to get things lined up, but she's really helpful, and the work that she's doing with,
What's nice, Lloyd, is we wouldn't have known anything about this lady and her service unless this is brought up. So, I think it was pretty amazing because I didn't know we had a lady in our community that had those honors and lived to 102 and kept giving that service back to the community after she was out of the military. So to me, that's
Yeah.
pretty awesome.
No, so that was really good. I appreciate it. It went well. I'm glad Malcolm a good HR man.
That's our Malcolm.
So, but otherwise, that's what happened this week. And as you guys know, I was out of town through Thanksgiving in Vegas. And one other thing that I did is I had a meeting prior to that with, I can't remember the name of it, but it had to do with Indian education and what's happening in our schools within Indian education and where the students fall. And there was an open meeting. I ended up missing the second one, which they said this morning was really good. I did attend, as Gary, I was talking to him earlier, they're doing the redistricting, not only for commissioners, but they're doing it for the wards for the city. I got invited to help look at the wards and go through that, and Lori from upstairs is working on it too. So it's kind of good to be involved with that because you can see it.
Did we figure anything out on that redistricting, by the way?
Well, it's when you go by the numbers, that's what you got to be within a certain number range, plus minus 10%.
The maps are in the conference room.
Okay.
The proposal.
Do you know the numbers, Holly, on
new
each
maps are
district?
in the conference room. I
That's
brought
for
all
the
that
county
for you
commissioners.
guys to look at.
That's for the county commissioners, right? This is for the city council wards that I attended.
Oh.
So, yeah, I asked them why they invited me. I don't know, but yeah, but even with ours, I would imagine you guys are running through the same thing. You got to make the numbers work. They got to be fair. So, if you get people that say, well, you're shutting down the native vote, but you don't have the numbers to get.
Anybody's vote.
You got to make your district lines where you can to get everybody within that.
So who has the most in our district?
It
They're
all
about
has to
even
be
now?
within 22,000.
Yeah.
21,000 something that,
Yep.
yes, we got
It all has to be equal within.
5% deviant.
So we're all pretty much equal now, or?
Yeah.
Well,
With the
you're gonna see a
proposed
map that's gonna have suggestions for us, so you can look at that.
Yeah.
Who had the most-
You guys will
Who
look
had
at
the
that
most
in
growth?
January.
Huh?
Who had the most growth?
Yours
Travis?
all is equal.
Oh,
It's
really?
all
For growth?
equal.
Wow. I meant before you did the changes. I thought it'd be Travis's area or Lloyd's going east areas, but not.
I thought everybody
No,
was pretty
I
equal.
think actually Ron's was the largest
Yeah.
growth.
Mine was 37% from 210 to 220.
Yeah, that's pretty high.
I think both ends.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
But then this morning before this meeting, I had a human relations MOA meeting with Malcolm and Karen and all them. Just remind everybody the red carpet welcome is next Tuesday, I believe at 5:30.
3:45.
Last night I went to go to the fairgrounds Christmas party, but I found out it's next Monday.
Yeah.
After I got in there.
Yours is at 3:45 next Tuesday, Lloyd.
It's next Monday?
3:45.
It's next Monday. 13th at 5:30 for the fairgrounds Christmas.
3:45 for the Tuesday, Elena.
On the 13th?
If you go at 5:30, you're gonna be late like Lloyd.
I think it's changed to, yep, I think it's changed to 4:45.
4:45 now?
For a 5 o'clock.
For the L&I?
I think it's 4:45.
And we meet at the Civic Center?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, for it.
What's that for?
For
The red carpet?
the LNI.
L&I.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You still got more?
No, I was,
We'll
Travis?
send Lloyd a memo, Joan, so she doesn't go at 5:30 or the next week.
Travis?
So Gary, I'm glad you reminded me of the Wall Economic Development meeting because I totally forgot that it was in this last session.
You were there.
I was there. I know. I know I was there, but I forgot it was in the last 3 weeks because there's been a lot going on in the last 3 weeks. So yes, Gary and I went to the Wall Economic Annual Meeting. They give a big shout out and thank you to the Board of Commissioners for our support to their industrial park, plan. And, we got to hear their annual meeting, and they treated us well and just gave a big thanks and appreciated what we're doing for them out there. During this last 3 weeks or so, you all are aware that because it was briefed today that Highway 1416, there's 2 bridges that are load limits now. There was concerns with some local businesses about redirecting their routes due to those load limits on those bridges. Talking with Joe and working with Joe did the heavy lifting part. I just went to the meeting with the local citizens and while they were at the Box Elder meeting to get approval for the detour route for their trucks for that particular bridge closure, so they can meet that weight limit on those bridges. And then went out to the Anderson Road meeting with Deb. She's already kind of covered that one. We met with all the individuals, a lot of them that were in here. I've also been in contact again with the EPA. We're working out some of the communications, her communication contacts for getting together to doing a public meeting for those that are impacted with the PFAS PFOA out here. And so she's looking forward to do that. And I think the base is looking forward for us to doing that as well. So as they get a closer idea of how it's going to look, then they'll propose it and I'll come to the board to let you know what they're thinking. Outside of that, I had other committee meeting. I guess I can go ahead and move into the committee meetings. My Elevate board meeting and my LEPC meeting kind of had a conflict, and so I ended up going to the LEPC because I had a work thing right beforehand, and then those two were right together. So I ended up going to the LAPC because I didn't want to go to the middle of the Elevate and then leave 5 minutes after getting there to go to the LAPC. But then I got to the LAPC meeting, and I had to leave that one because of some other constraints. And so I had a really weird day that day. But at the LAPC meeting, the big thing that was talked about was the hazmat plan, and I don't know if Dustin wants to speak to any of that, but I don't think you need to. It's just, it was a pretty good meeting on that and some updates from there. The Community Health Center Board meeting, we did a tour of the One Heart campus along with the new clinic that was over there. Most of the meeting was just taking the tour of the One Heart campus and then seeing the new community health clinic that's in that building. And then the rest of that board meeting was just dealing with some budget stuff because most everybody in that meeting had other meetings to attend at 5 o'clock. So it was a pretty short meeting that night. So nothing to report from that.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry,
Don't die.
nothing.
Got a medic next, got a medic next to you.
Only thing I had was planning commission. We've already done that. So, Ron.
Pennington County Housing Redevelopment, and by the time we got done, I would have jumped in my vehicle. I would have been late for the event at Walsh, so that's why I wasn't there. But, yeah, every meeting that we have, it's really good. It's a young group. Me and Deborah knew, and Jermaine's new too, right? Brian's new. And we got the first building be coming out of the ground within a year or two, and that since 25 years. So
Wow.
I was talking to Alan Slano, and he said that's pretty impressive. Really supportive of our.
Now, which lot's that gonna be on?
7 acres next to Vicky Powers.
It's the one directly next
So
to.
you go down the Catherine, and then you drop down on, what's the name of it? Starts with C.
Goes to the south.
Champion?
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's the one that's right next to, across from those apartments.
Has the road in it already, the
Okay.
paved road, so it's not, we don't have to pave the road right
'Cause there's
anymore.
one lot that's over there that's got some swampy property and I wasn't sure which part.
They were looking at our plans and stuff, and they said 2 things that they had comments on. Their exterior stairs and the elevation doesn't show any roof cover on those stairs. And they said that might be a concern because of the snow and the wind. And the other one was that park. He said for going through South Dakota Housing Authority, he said you might have to have I don't know I haven't been to Vicky Powers Park, but he said you need a playground or you need some kind of for adults, you need barbecue area with basketball. I don't know if there's any
You'd have
improvements
to
at that
add
park.
basketball and all that.
They have the playground and the parking lot and stuff for that, and then they have a walking space around there, but
Do
they
they?
could use
Yep.
Okay.
they could use a shelter run, that's true,
Yeah,
Okay.
for having barbecues.
yeah.
So, on Housing Authority, as you see from Brian, again, moved us ahead in a year, further than we've ever been in 33. I'm sure they did some good work back then. I think sometimes you get burnt out, when you've been in there a long time, but, just a lot of different changes came this year, and that was due to him bringing it to us as a board of what we can do for changes and how we can do some funding and how we can do some creative stuff with scattered housing and different things that he has learned over the years in his 22 years. That helped with that experience. So we also are going to have a party next week for, we'll have some of the staff so we can meet the people that Brian always talks about that works in his office, like 13, 14 people there, plus our board. So we're going to have a little bit of a Christmas party. So that'll be kind of fun just to see. We always hear about certain people in the offices, or you hear about complaints of people in the offices. And it's nice to put a face with them, and you already know their work is very tedious. You're dealing with people that a lot of times don't come in unless they're mad. They don't come in to say, hey, Gary, you did a great job today. Thank you for helping me. So it's pretty awesome. Care Campus, went to Care Campus. A few things on going on the Care Campus is they're doing a lot of their data and different things, but Care Campus is doing well. We talked about crisis care, and if anybody has seen that, Sheriff said you could look out of his window. Well, I drive by it every day too. It's just cool to see the direction and how fast that's going up in a good way. We did talk to Darla Drew. We had agree to disagree. They have a Journeys On program. I'll keep saying, and I think a lot of our Care Campus, without sounding mean, and our police forces, to reinvent the wheel when the county has all the services. I keep saying we had collective impact for a reason, to collectively bring together services of nonprofits so you didn't have 15 people doing the same thing or kind of the same thing, where you could bring it together in a way that would make it stronger and more concentrated. Well, without sounding too mean, if the city keeps making these different areas to help the homeless and help these different areas and not conversate with Care Campus and not conversate with the people that are already doing it and thinking these programs, they're better served using taxpayer money with the people that have been doing it longer. I'll keep saying that. So when you start branching off people, you're doing that collective impact thing that they were trying to bring together in a positive way. They were trying to do that, but now they're doing the same thing we were doing before. Instead of having communication, thinking, well, these 8 people are going to go out and talk to the homeless because the police department, obviously, they're not taxi service. They shouldn't be giving them taxi and giving them places just to go to the Care Campus. Well, the idea was a one-stop shop, so they didn't go to jail. So you also have citizens that they say they're going to train. Anybody deal with the homeless lately? Okay, there's techniques and different things. You just don't wake up a homeless person and say, hey, good day. What happens is there's a lot of trauma that comes with homeless people, and it's not for the citizen whether you need that training from police officers, sheriff department, different trainings to be able to deal with the people they're going to deal with. I'm just saying. So from experience, not from guessing, I'll keep saying, where are we going to learn, whether it be city or county, to concentrate our services and keep those services so they work and you don't keep branching out and thinking you have a better idea? I understand you want to try different things, but why do we have the Care Campus? Why do you have that group of people doing what they do? And anybody ever go there, they're amazing. They have every different service for the people that are homeless there, that can help them with housing and food and clothing and feeding and everything they have. But we keep thinking we're going to branch off and we can do it better. So they're going to start with 15,000, the city will, and give them up to 150,000. So you tell me, if you give that care campus 150,000, city, how much was that going to do for service for what they can do more of? They get grants and everything else for reasons because they are amazing. And we have people. Here's the amazing thing too. People coming from Florida and other states now, that two are coming from different states right now to copy us. Maricopa County, different places like that. So we're amazing. Now we gotta understand, if you're the cities around here or even Western South Dakota, you want to do it right, go to the people that are kicking some butt in other counties and states, even in the National League of Cities or National League of Counties. If you remember Lloyd, Gary, how much they wanted to copy and how much we got many of them there to understand how much we're doing in Pennington County. We are way ahead of the game. I don't mean, hopefully I don't sound mean, because I do love our city and the things they do. I just wish we could learn as a team that Pennington County does kick butt at what we're doing. And if you learn from the thing that was on top of the hill, sometimes you have to learn from experiences, I understand. But we take care of all the people in Pennington County, and they learned as well that the native people and every people in our county, we don't have any discrepancies with, meaning we try to accommodate all the people in Pennington County, and we do it well. So, I don't know, I can't say enough about the care camps, you guys already know that. And it just makes me sad that if you got some extra money, please give it to the care campus people, because they're already kicking butt for us and for your cities, so.
Can I speak to that just a minute?
Yes, sir.
So the mayor, I think, but he's trying to, there's a group of volunteers, I guess, and they need, some seed money. So the 15,000 was the seed money. If it proves successful, then I think there's 150,000 grant or limit. So when we were on the Zoom the other day with Lily, who's the director of Health and Human Services Region 8 down in Denver, I gave that information to Steve because I said they might be able to financially assist you in that program. But the idea that I got is that Steve was saying 60% of the police calls, they're a nuisance, and they don't justify sending a police officer because it's not a criminal case. And so I think what he's trying to do is find a solution. Who can we send out there that would be probably more effective than a police officer making a call that really doesn't require a police officer?
But how do you know it at the time till you get there? Because we don't know if a homeless person or a person that's going to be a problem till we get there. So by the time you get there, then she's just said, we'll call the police. Well, you're not qualified if an incident happens. At our place, it happens like that. 1 minute, the guy's sleeping, next minute, he's got a knife. Next minute, we got a fireman chokeholding him and dropping him to the floor. That quick.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying. So you're going to have 8 people guessing at this time, because he wants to, I understand, not have the police officers do it. But I don't know. To me, just like I said,
Well, no offense, but that's part of some of the training dispatch will go through, because that's why they started the mobile medic for fire department.
yeah, fire
You know what
department
I'm saying?
person goes out.
Instead
Yeah.
of the all engines ambulance going, they've got somebody in a pickup truck going, they do an evaluation over the phone, I think.
So what is those police officers? That's what I asked them. The ones that go deal with the homeless people? And we paid to do that, and they paid them to do grants to go out there and do those kinds of outreach because they're qualified. Plus, it would help with the services of not having that. So they did that for a reason. And now I keep saying, now we're going to branch off of that with citizens of 8 citizens that are going to be trained to talk to the homeless.
This come from street patrol group and some other ones. And part of the collective healing deal was you get private citizens. I don't know the whole details of all that. I know what you're talking about, Deb, but it's.
I won't tell you
Yeah.
who from the homeless people that are officers, but they agree the same way, that you're putting local citizens at risk. But you can't say that because then politically you get in trouble as officer.
Okay. Vouchers, I need a motion. $1,119,133.66.
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Dustin, do you want to respond to those questions? I know you sent an email. Okay.
Been going long
Okay, okay. Okay,
If you have any questions on the email, get with me.
okay. So I need a motion to go to executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Executive session.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, I've got a motion first, John. Come ahead, come ahead. I'll get this out of the way. We need to authorize signature on right-of-way acquisition for the Sunquist Lane Bridge Replacement Project in the amount of $2,571.27.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
You're confirmed, boys.
I noticed they weren't leaving. There had to be something.
Alexa's next.
Okay. Commissioners, I have a motion to make, and I would ask for your approval. The requested motion is this. Please move to place Alexa White at step 7 on current band C42 for a bi-weekly pay rate of $2,788.80, effective December 26, 2021.
Move to approve.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried.
No, I
Thank you.
Tell her Dustin making the sign made a difference. Teasing. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?